nigga high as a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast forward. I am the nigga, young dog. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era baby, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, living dreams. Now they zoned out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted defeat. Back in the day, the rock had them wild and free. Different story now, they got no energy. The new drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Out close and they don't dance no more. Rock used to be jumping, type shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga, young dog. I bring it to your rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Even dancing in the rain. Now they nodding off. Shit just don't hit the same.
I am that nigga, young dog. Oh man, I had very good intentions when I scheduled this stream. God damn. I had very good intentions when I scheduled this stream. I'm gonna come in and give it to him. I stayed up probably too damn late last night, and I'm probably not gonna do 777, a very good service here. Let me get the mic down a little feedback. Maybe headphones too high. Mic is right. Headphones too high. Yeah, I overslept, man. I was a little tired. I probably stayed up to 4 o'clock last night. I was like, damn, maybe I just stay up and do the stream. And then I wake up at like 8 o'clock, 8:30 or something. I said, shit. But I planned it, I scheduled it, I wanted to do it. So I said, let me get up here and do it anyway. And give him a little prep for the interview, 777 on the interview. I guess I should feel honored about that, even though he's interviewed a lot of people. And, but anyway, it's always a good time to tell your story. And I think I have a pretty interesting story. So one of the ways I guess I wanted to tell it, and I'm a little tired, I ain't gonna lie to you. Y'all, I just saw your text, Latino. So one of the ways I wanted to tell it was kind of, by having a couple people talk for me. I've had many, many phone calls up here, people, the black guy, I'm just happy you're a brother, the dead guy, just so many testimonials. So I don't even know where to go with this. What's up, Be Brave? Yeah, Be Brave. I saw you coming in the chat, man. I saw this and I guess, just a stream of consciousness would give 777 pretty much kind of a good idea if he doesn't have a good idea of where to go with questions for me. Stream of consciousness. I made a mistake and posted this video as a video. It shouldn't have been posted. But I mentioned this to you yesterday, Be Brave. I wanted you to really take a look at this, Brave, since I see you in the audience. I hope you're still in the audience here. And I was actually on DJ Hamp's panel, and I think that you could make some hay reviewing these channels, particularly if you get permission from them. Some of these guys may not like what you're saying once you get to reviewing them. But I think that if you were to review them, it would give a lot of insight into kind of the way these people are thinking relative to what's normal. I was on DJ Hamp's channel. I sent this to you yesterday, Brave. I said, man, what in the hell? This is a 50-year-old man. He comes in. This is the first thing he said.
To me, like a white man can walk in a room and call us all niggas, and would you touch him first, or would I get to him first?
Yeah.
What are you saying? So who would beat him up first, or who would do something to him physically for saying the N-word?
White man came into the room with all 4 of us and called us niggas. Would you jump first before my crippled ass does?
Yeah, it would definitely be a very bad situation for him if he said it to me. Yes, I've never had a white man bold enough to do that in my adulthood. It was just one old crippled dude, but I was in a car and he was old and he hobbled off, and everybody kept me from like, you know. But yeah, so again, this is why I say now we back to this thing of where my blackness is being questioned because I have principles that I stand on.
Blackness is just even that night when we had that to me like,
and you know, this is probably a panel of about 4 men, at least in their 40s. I'm assuming they're in their 40s. And their only thoughts are, well, what if a white man comes in and call me a nigger? Like, what y'all gonna do? Who all gonna beat him up? Is it just gonna be me left to beat him up? And you know, Brave, you know, I don't think white men even think about blacks.
he like a white man can walk in a room and call us all niggas, and nothing. Would you touch him first, or would I get to him first?
That's why I call you one of the whole.
What do you saying? Oh, so who would beat him up first, or who would do something to him physically for saying?
Would you jump first before my crippled ass does?
Yeah, it would definitely be a very bad
This is
situation.
fucking crazy, man. These people are fucking crazy. And so, you know, 777 is kind of what has led me to where I am today, to what you see, you know, being around a bunch of damn low IQ blacks and shit. It will kind of give you a bit of fatigue, and then particularly if you have to do business with dumbass, violent people prone to violence like this, it will kind of, you know, give you a different look on things, different outlook on things. That is very true. So if you want to know a little bit more about me, then you can kind of look at some of the blacks that I have to deal with, some of the violent blacks, and then that kind of give me an idea of what has shaped my worldview. And then, you know, I will say this, man, I don't give a fuck about what these blacks think about me. I have not been trying to curry any favor with them. I would probably say I've been trying to drive them the hell away from me. And in doing so, all you're going to see, all the weak ass, dumb ass blacks all coalesce around each other. That's typically what they do. This is a very.
John, that's why I call you one of the holy.
Damn.
John, if you heard me give you credit for.
That's true. That's a testimony that I think, I don't know if you heard it, but if you didn't hear it, is be brave there.
John, that's why I call you one of the holy men, John. If you heard me give you credit for being one of the holy men, these motherfuckers, here's what these holy men do. They give it to black culture like it needs to be given, with both fucking barrels.
And then I said, well, you know, well, maybe my lovely lady Lisa, you know, I don't, you know, you could probably get a good measure of a person by hearing what other people say about him, particular people that know a lot about him. And so yesterday I called around. I said, man, maybe I'll bring a few people up and they could, you know, give 777 some depth about John Galt here. So I said, first, I figure I'd start off with Lisa, and then we get to some of the other people. I see Brooklyn Watson in the channel. Maybe we give her a call and see what she had to say so she can help 777. We're doing prep work for 777 this morning. We're going to help him come up with some interview questions. And Lisa didn't answer the phone. Let's see. Call someone else that said they'd be open. You know, I even reached out to HB yesterday. HB said he'll definitely be in the audience. He said he'll definitely let me have I guess a reunion of sort, in that we will get HB back around. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed that. Now about that. And see if I call one of my business partners. You've heard.
Hello.
Hey, what's up? Hey, you on my stream, by the way. You on my stream, by the way.
I can't talk right now.
Hey.
You were supposed to call me a little bit earlier.
No, I woke up late as hell. You know what I'm saying? I woke up late as hell. But if you got one question, or if you had one thing to say about me, someone wants to interview me, and I don't even know where to go. So what would you say, or what question would you have him ask me here?
Oh, I don't know.
Give me something good.
One word that I would give for you is tenacious.
We've been knowing each other for a very long time, about 20 years, eh? More than that, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. It's tenacious. I like that.
Yep. And somebody who stands for what they believe in. That's how I would describe you.
There you go. There you go.
Yep.
Hey, this is Lisa.
All right.
It's Lisa calling. I gotta take her call. All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you on my stream. You know that, right? Oh. Yeah, you on my stream. You know that, right?
Hey, good morning.
Hey, good morning, lovely lady Lisa. You on my stream. Hey, I tell you, someone wanted to interview me. I found it rather interesting. Someone wanted to interview me, though I do have a lot of interesting stuff to say. But I guess, you know, the best way probably is, you know, what would you say, or what would you be interested in someone interviewing me, what do you think should be said, or what do you think people want to know, since you know me very well?
What do I think people will?
Well, what would you say, man? You know, I got a clip of you. You know, I got a lovely clip of you.
I don't know what that could be, but my guess is if he wants to interview you,
yeah.
And just based on the things that you like to discuss online, 'cause that's what he's hearing and that's what he knows about you. I probably would want to understand a little bit more where your hatred for Black people comes from.
You think I hate Black people? You think I hate Black people?
You say that. You say that.
Do you think I really hate Black people?
I'm just saying what you say, right? So if I'm going to interview you, that might be something I'd want to know. Like, where does that come from? Where does that start?
Yeah, this is you right here. Hold on.
Like not giving into what you don't support. Like not giving into what you don't for standing or.
This is you. This is you right here.
I will say that I commend you for standing or like not giving into what you don't support just for a job.
You remember saying that? Do you remember saying that?
I do.
Yeah, and that was around COVID. You remember that, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, I just got off the phone with Ebony. Ebony is our business partner. We had a meeting yesterday. And so she said, I said, well, give me one word for 777. 777 is the guy that's going to be interviewing me. She said, one word. How would you describe me? She said, tenacious. And she said something else, but she definitely said tenacious. So I guess that's kind of what you're saying.
That's a good one. Yes, that's a good one.
But you know, when you say that when you say that I don't like Black people, you do have to reconcile that. Well, you know, I rent a lot of Black people. You do know that, right? Mm.
Yeah, but yeah.
Well, say what?
You say you want to punish them.
Well, you know, they need to be punished, but they, you know. You remember the dead man? Based upon what your buddy. Remember the dead man?
I mean, I don't want to go past 1,000.
Yeah. And you know, if I didn't like Black people, that would have been the perfect man to punish. He would have been right. I could get you in there about 350. Remember him? You know what I'm saying? Remember what he did? For all the people to be talking shit about me, they have to reconcile with things like this, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just take it like that, bro. Like, yeah, I've seen a lot of shit in my day. You know what I mean? Like, motherfucker get killed. Yeah. I had a motherfucker that nigga get killed.
I'm blessed. I'm blessed that you're a brother. You call me back, man.
That was the dead man there. He said he blessed and I'm a bro, man, and I called him back. And
was he blessed when you were filming after he passed?
Well, he was. All his blessings had been expired at that point.
Was his family blessed to have his pictures on?
You know, I bet they probably would. You know, because the lady, the mother, the wife of the man called me after he was dead, and somewhere I got to go back and find this recording because he wanted to hear whatever the last words that he had, and I told her I had it all recorded, and she wanted to see it all. I don't know if you remember, but after she died, he had a few little meager belongings left behind. You know, I've shown those pictures, and she came to get them. She came to get everything that he had, as meager as his possessions were, the shit-filled room and everything. She still came there to retrieve whatever those possessions. So she was happy that someone gave him a place to live, and clearly he was happy. He wanted to hear his last words, and I was in possession of his last words. So, you know, you have to reconcile that. You know, it's somewhat nuanced, you know. But, you know, you were telling me, go ahead, sorry.
Did you rent to him for free?
Say what? I didn't rent to him.
Did you rent to him for free? So what am I reconciling?
Well, renting to him for free. Well, as you know, if you were to listen to the entire conversation, he said, you know, most of the time he's calling people as just foreigners, right? It's just foreigners, and he just, as he said, he was just happy that you were a brother and you called him back, and You know, there's
Well, because
And
you want to punish the black.
I'm blessed.
So that's
I'm
why
blessed
I
that
can't.
that you're a brother. You call me back, man.
well, I didn't punish him. He'd already lived a pretty bad life, and so that was his last few days. He lived those out in my house, and he was just he was happy that I'm a brother, and I called him back. So you know, the hatred for blacks, I think is I think it sounds worse than it really is, and I think I don't dislike any group of people just because of the color of their skin. Maybe their actions that makes you very wary of them. You know that. You know these things, right? Because of the
I'm using your words. I'm using your words.
Well,
When you say you hate blacks, you can't stand them.
Do you think that my tenant?
I'm just saying, those are your words.
Yeah,
Those are your words.
Yeah. Do you think my tenant interactions could have kind of changed my point of view at all?
Do I think they change your point of view? I don't think they change your point of view.
Mm-hmm.
Because you still keep saying it.
Mm-hmm. Hey, let me ask you this question. You were telling me something yesterday, and I wanted to get to it with my audience. I figured we might as well do it now. You went out to lunch with someone, and the man. Tell us about that man. It's two men. You want to tell us a story about?
Oh yeah. So I went to brunch with two of my friends, a guy and a girl.
Mm-hmm.
And the girl, her birthday. So we went out on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
And her birthday is today.
Mm-hmm.
So when the bill came, I had pre-decided I was going to pay for her because her birthday was coming up.
Mm-hmm.
And she does stuff for my son, and it's my friend.
Mm-hmm.
And so, of course, she was like, no, you don't have to pay. My birthday's not here yet. And I'm like, no, I'm going to pay for you. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And you had to pay at the counter. We were at First Watch. So you had to pay at the counter.
First Watch is your restaurant. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, First Watch is a restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
And so we went to the counter to pay. And the lady who was ringing us up was trying to figure out, because my friend had gotten a tea, because I told the lady, I said, the guy's going to pay for his, and then I'm going to pay for the remaining 2 meals. And so she was trying to figure out where to place. There was 2 drinks, and both of them were my friend, the female, had gotten. So she was trying to figure out.
What, 2 iced teas? She
got I guess a tea and like some kind of fruit drink.
Okay.
And so she was trying to figure out. So no alcoholic drinks.
Mm-hmm. No alcohol. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so she was trying to figure out, did those drinks go with the 2 meals I was paying for or with the guy? So she was asking, and the guy was like, no. The tea goes on the other bill.
Not my
and the
bill.
drink goes on the other bill.
So he was saying the tea.
He's like, I'm not paying for it.
I'm not paying for that tea that girl had.
Yeah.
Even though it's her birthday coming up.
Yeah.
That's right. And so what did you
and I'm not paying for that fruit drink.
Hey, so you're not paying for either one of those drinks that she had.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that wasn't so bad. It was the effort that he had to put into to let her know that he's not paying for it. Is that right?
Well, I didn't really have an issue with either of it. But my friend, she called me later, and she had an issue with it because she felt like, and she's known the guy. She's known the guy longer than I have, and longer than I've known her. So they actually went to college together. They weren't friends. They weren't friends with each other, but she knew him.
Mm.
So basically, it's not like just some guy she met recently, or like he was more. I mean, he's probably still more my friend than her friend. But she just had an issue with the fact that he didn't even like attempt to help like pay for her meal. As a man, she said she felt like as a man, it shouldn't have just been all on me to pay for her meal.
So when she saw you,
because we have another friend who would have just like paid for all of us.
Another male friend that would have just paid.
Another male friend,
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so she looked at him some kind of way because he's trying to figure out who's going to pay for these 2 drinks.
Yeah, and we both know. I mean, we don't know for sure what his money situation is like, but we both kind of guess. Like, we don't think he has a lot of money, and so I was, I'm okay with that. Like, I had no expectation that he was going to pay for her meal or my meal. But she did think that he would at least like help pay for hers, and she didn't like how he was nitpicking over the drinks.
See,
he could have at least been like, you know what, I'll pay for the tea. What was the tea? Probably like $3.
Yeah, put the tea on my bill. He could have said, put the tea on my bill, something like that.
Yeah.
But he was trying to make sure
you know,
that
like,
the tea was on her bill or your bill.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. See, that's what struck me as kind of petty.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's one thing to say I ain't paying for anybody's food. Okay, cool. It's pretty clear cut. But you down here nickel and diming over whose tea. I guess he did say he's not paying for anyone's meal in that sense. He's only paying
for his meal.
Yeah, but I guess it's the nitpicking that kind of looks bad, though, right? Would you say that's fair?
Yeah, I mean, my friend had an issue with the whole thing, but she did highlight that as well.
And
I mean, it's just to me, but it's also just a different mindset. Like, I don't think he's the kind of guy who's like, all right, I got y'all. Like, even if he had the money, like, I don't think he's that kind of person.
Is he Black American, Caribbean, what?
He's Caribbean. And this was and just the previous day, I had a conversation with a friend of mine who she had just met a guy when she was out. She was out for her birthday, and she had just met this guy. And I think it might have been like the night before or 2 nights before. It was fairly recent. Like, they hadn't really had a conversation. But then one morning, I think it was Sunday morning. No, I guess it was Saturday morning, because that's when I talked to her. She was, they were texting each other. I think this was actually the first time they kind of texted. No, maybe it was like the second time, because I think he texted her like right after he met her.
Okay.
Anyway, it was like 4:00 in the morning. And she was at a friend's house, and her friend was like, hey, I'm hungry. Let's go get something to eat. And so I guess the guy was like, what are you up to? Because, she's up at 4:00 in the morning. She's like, oh, I'm about to go get something to eat with my friend. And he's like, well, text me the address. I'll meet you there. So he meets up with them. And when the bill came, he pulls out a wad of money and just pays for his meal.
Oh, he pulled out a wad of money.
Yeah, he pulled out a wad of money.
But he only paid for his bill, is what she's saying.
He only paid for his bill. And so my friend has the same mindset as like the other girl. And she was like, she felt like he should have, even if he didn't pay for both of them, like he should have at least paid for her.
Because
he was interested in her.
He's interested in her, right?
Yeah. Yeah. He's interested in her.
And he's in his, how old is this guy?
She said he was in his 50s. She said, yeah. I don't know if she knows for sure, but she probably does. I'm assuming she asked him. Both guys are actually in their 50s.
Both of them in their 50s.
Yeah.
And but he's doing pretty well for himself. He's a Metro guy. He works for Metro, right?
He works at Amtrak.
Oh, Amtrak. Okay.
Yeah. He's up in Jersey.
Oh, he doesn't live here. Okay. All right.
Yeah. He's up in Jersey.
They had some interaction as they were leaving. What did he say to her?
Oh yeah. So when they were leaving, he turned around and like looked at. So my friend, she has like a nice ass on her, I guess, or big ass on her. And so the guy was like, he turned around and was like, damn. He was like, I didn't know. What did he say? He said, I didn't know you had back like that or something. He said. I can't even remember his exact words.
And he's 50.
He said, I'm gonna have to hit that. He was like, I'm gonna have to hit that like 4 times a week. And she was like, what?
And
like, this guy didn't even want to pay for a meal. And he's like, I'm gonna have to. And then he said something about, because women like you and you're in your menopause. And like, I guess you want to have sex all the time.
Is that true?
I've never heard that.
And he's 50
I mean,
years
maybe
old.
I had it, just didn't care. Yeah.
And he's in his 50s talking like that. He didn't know she had fat like that. She must have a fat ass on her, man.
She does. And when she met him, she said they might have both been drunk. So he didn't even really remember.
Oh,
because she said she was drunk. She was drunk. And she said, he might have been too.
These 2 50-year-olds be out drunk out at night drinking?
Well, I mean, is that surprising?
It is kind of surprising. It is kind of surprising that they be, out and about drinking. I can see you in the house Well, I guess you go to a bar or something. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, they were out. Yeah.
Not at 4 in the morning seems a little late though.
No, they weren't drunk then. Sorry, they were drunk when they met.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's drunk at 4 in the morning, right?
That's not when they met. I don't know what time.
Oh, right. Oh, damn.
The 4 in the morning was brunch. I mean, breakfast.
Drunk on a woman this is my lovely lady Lisa right here. Drunk on a woman just doesn't look that good, does it? It probably doesn't look good on a man, but it definitely doesn't look good on a woman, that's for sure. Would you say that's fair?
Yeah, I guess. I haven't really been around anyone that's drunk in a while.
Yeah.
When I think about drinking, I think about college.
Yeah.
Or shortly after, like in my 20s.
Yeah.
So if I was out and some guy was drunk, yeah, I'm gonna be attracted to that.
But she clearly was attracted because she was drunk too, I guess, huh? Is she kind of a hood woman or what? Is she kind of hood? I mean, you're not a good judge of what's hood or not, but is she kind of hood?
I mean, she's a little more, I guess, not that it takes much. She's more street than me.
Does she come from a good family? I'm just curious.
I mean, I'm not going to judge her family.
Well, I mean, how would you describe them? They like your family?
I mean, like, they're not
I'm just
my
curious.
family.
Oh, they're not like, okay. I'm just curious. Yeah, just curious. I'm asking the real questions here. Yeah, no, I was just curious, what type of woman is she? Because she seemed like a faster woman. If she out drunk, 4 o'clock in the morning, she got children.
She's 2.
She got 2 children and she be out drunk? Shit. How old
I
is
mean,
she?
they're grown.
Oh, they're grown. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one of her kids has 2 kids.
Oh, shit. How old is she? How old is she? Maybe 40 something?
She might be 50 or almost 50.
Oh, damn.
Because she's older than me. She's like a year. She's like maybe 2 years older than me.
Damn. So she's in age. Okay. Hot mama. Hot little
No, I
mama.
didn't make her hot mama. No, she's not hot. I mean, she attracts guys, but I don't think she's not like fast like that.
We talk about this shit all the time on the channel, Lisa. That's why it's kind of fascinating to me. They're in their 50s acting like this. Anyway, what else? Go ahead. What you about to say?
I guess I don't see what's wrong if you're out and you have some drinks. I mean, that's not what I would do, but I don't think it's unusual.
Somebody said Granny out here in the streets. Grandma being damn, that. Oh damn, the phone hung up on Lisa. I don't know what happened. Did it? Yeah, I didn't hang up on her. She didn't hang up. Look, the call just died. Hold on. She probably think I hung up on her. I did not hang up on her. Something might be wrong with my phone. I don't know. Was that me or you?
I think that was you, but
okay, yeah. But anyway, so she said grandma out in the street. But back to this interview. Maybe I should mention that might be interesting for the audience for this interview.
well, tell me about the guy. Like, what is his?
I don't know much about him. I don't know much about him, so I can't really tell you much about him. I know he seems to interview people, or he likes interviewing people, I guess. Maybe that's the approach he's going with this channel. I'm not sure. But a lot of people seem to like him. He has a following, I should say. I know of him from CT's channel. That's about the extent of my knowledge of him, though.
Okay, so you don't really know what his audience might be interested in.
No, I don't know. I don't know what I know he interviewed Stanley. Stanley. So if that's any gauge for type of question, it's probably who you are, how did you get here, those type of questions.
Okay.
So I figured I should.
Well, yeah. So what? I mean, you said how did I hear? Can you hear me? Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. Yeah.
You mentioned how did you get here? So that kind of goes along with the fact that I said that you talk a lot about hating black people. They want to know.
Yeah. People probably do want to know. As I say, that's one of the things I have to explain. It's a little more nuanced.
Well, but
Say what?
I mean, you can explain that, but you say a lot about how you hate them. You want to punish them. All kinds of stuff.
I do say a lot of stuff. I do say. Hold on, I have said a lot of stuff. And one of the things that, again, you have to reconcile all the things I've said, all the things I've done, so that's what I think will make it interesting. It'll probably be somewhat challenging for me. It depends on how he presses me on that, in that regard. But there is this. Have you heard this? Have you heard this? Have you heard this? What kind of women do I like? What kind of women does John Carl like? Tell my audience for me.
He likes Ghanaian women, Caribbean women. He still likes black women.
So you do have to reconcile it with those things. It's not complete. Say what?
You probably need to get better at because you can't get anything to the guy who passed away.
Yeah.
That's just your job. Like you rent people.
Yeah.
You rent to black people.
Yeah.
But like pointing that out is it shows your love for black people. Now
Yeah.
you were elderly black people's clothes like that girl that was on your the other day.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, no, that's probably true. She's a little bit more virtuous than I am. But again, who pointed her out? And I was going to get to that today. Like, CT was talking about the lady. What's up, CT? CT was talking about the lady that you mentioned yesterday. And, I noticed that shit almost immediately when I first saw that woman. I said, damn, she seemed like such a nice lady. Every time someone comes at her with something, she's always spinning it positive, and I noticed that about her a long time ago, that she seemed like a very nice lady. And and I one of the things that what I probably don't like in the black community is that they overlook people like her. You
got the guy.
Say what?
You talking guys, or are you saying?
Well, the black community in general, but guys in particular will overlook women like her. Well, she's a very virtuous woman, clearly, out here washing old people's clothes. I wouldn't do that. You probably would do it, but I wouldn't do it. And so, it's something that I did notice. And she is black, right? And I noticed it very early on. CT's noticed it as well. So
she's black?
What? That she's black? Not that she's black, but the virtuous nature of her. Going out doing things that most people would not do, while we hold up other people who probably wouldn't do that in a million years. Not to pick on Ebony, but Ebony was just on the phone a few minutes ago. Ebony is my business partner, our business partner, and excuse me. So when we were on the phone Monday, our business call, Ebony said that sounds like something you would do. When we were talking about the lady who's washing the clothes, right?
Yeah, I actually prayed for her last night.
I'm not surprised. You prayed for the woman the peace of mind woman, is there? Say what? Say what?
But she's on my mind, but I was praying and I included her in my prayers.
Wow.
I think what she's done is awesome.
Yeah, we were trying to get her to put her Cash App up. I don't know if she intentionally refused to put it up, but she refused. She never put her Cash App up, I should say that. And so again, she's not solely driven by money. And I think that's one thing you probably could say about me is that, in all of my pursuits, I guess you could say, I mean, you got to have money to live, but I would never say I was necessarily driven by money. Would you say that's fair? No, would you know me? Say what? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, I would say that's correct.
Yeah. I always have, I have kind of a purpose for my direction here. And, that is one of the things, I'm going to be talking about a little bit later, maybe another stream. I go on some of these panels and I look around some of these people, man, these people dumb as hell. And then I go on some of the bigger panels. I went on this guy, No Fugazi, whatever the hell his name is, and he dumb as hell too. He's a grifter. And we talked about him yesterday. He's got, he puts on the veneer of, this black guy. He puts on a big ass beard, do the whole black shit. But then we turn the camera off, he lives a white life. White women, white neighborhood, all these things. And so I go up on this nigga's podcast and he did that whole whataboutism shit with me. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like this nigga's a it hit me at that point. It hit me like, damn, this nigga's a grifter. And I said, like, I couldn't believe it. So then we started going into his background. I'm like, damn, this nigga married to white women, got white girlfriends, and I just couldn't believe it. And there are some decent black women out here, and this guy, and he probably could get a lot of those decent black women, and he overlooked them all. And then when the people that criticize, what kind of women do I like? What kind of women does John call like? Tell my audience for me.
He likes Ghanaian women, Caribbean women. He still likes black women.
And then I see this nigga, this cooling nigga, and I go up on his stream and, he's doing that white fatigue, whataboutism, and I couldn't believe it. And I'm sitting here dealing with blacks all my life, and I'm like, man, these people have caused a lot of trouble. Not all of them, but they cause a lot of trouble, not just for other races of people, but for themselves. You would probably much prefer to live around blacks if it was safe, wouldn't you? Is that fair, Lisa?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. You would live around blacks if it was safe.
Well, I'm not saying that it's not safe to live around blacks. You just certain areas I don't want to live.
And those are black areas.
So yes and no. Like there's certain areas in PG County I would live in.
But you didn't live there.
But I don't want to live in South because it's not really. Just living out there isn't really convenient.
Yeah. I got you. But I take phone call after phone call of blacks, whites, everybody. No one wants to live around blacks. If they got the money, they don't want to live around them. That's true. Would you say that's true? Out of all we've seen, just like we've been business partners, I don't know what, 2-3 years, right? You've been seeing me do this for a long time. Like all we've seen, almost all of the problems, almost all of them have exclusively been with black people. Would you say that's fair?
No, I wouldn't say exclusive.
Almost. I say almost exclusively been with blacks, our black tenants. Would you say that's fair?
Yes.
Okay. And a lot of this time, this shit is over trivial shit. Would you say that's fair?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so when I'm up on this Cooley's channel and he's like trying to tell me about white fatigue, I'm saying, bro, you don't know the half of what blacks are doing out here. I don't even need to read the news reports. I don't even need to follow statistics, anything like that. Like I can see the damage being done close and personal. And and it's unlike any other race of people. I'm telling you, like, look, Lisa, if I showed you this, I don't know if you've ever seen this before, but I've shown it to the audience before. Here's just look at how blacks live. Like, I've never seen white people live like this. As long as I've been landlord.
No fucking, you don't move.
Look, I evicted this guy twice. This is the second time around I had to evict this guy. Look how fucking filthy the whole damn house is, man. Like,
we're gonna show you like how ironic it is that he does not want to move. Right? This is generally how they keep their kitchen.
Niggas want to ask me, well, why do you think these certain things about blacks? Why do you separate blacks from white? This is how blacks live.
General day-to-day life. I'll show you the refrigerator. Now, what you notice is the damn refrigerator doesn't come on because there are no lights. There are no lights. There is no lights. And one might say, well, they would wash their dishes if they had water. Well, they don't have water, but hell, the dishes All these dishes were here before. I cut the water off, so let's keep moving.
And that's enough of that one. This was just yesterday. It's the educated black man right here.
Jordan, one pair. Here we have a man supposed to check out today. See all the Air Jordans.
Look at them fucking Air Jordans.
2 pairs of Nikes. 3 pairs of Nikes. Air Jordans.
It's how filthy they live, Lisa. You do this shit 25 years and tell me you ain't gonna come away thinking some different shit. Look at all them big ass drinks in the bed. Them motherfuckers in the bed. Big ass
So
drinks.
actually, I can't see your screen.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just grab it to you. A bunch of Air Jordans, retros and shit. Old school Air Jordan. He got a Bible. You give him that much credit. He had a Bible in amongst all that filth. There's the New Testament or something. Psalms, whatever the hell. He got a Bible. There's some kind of biblical reference there amongst all that filth. Look at this shit. Look at 3 big ass 2 liters in the bed.
Just look at the general condition of how blacks live here. See general condition.
Man, you can't tell me you see this 30 years of your life. Shit, it'll change a man. It'll change you. You start to see patterns, honestly. Over and over and over it goes. And then you hear the people like the Coolies of the world, and they have to put a mask up and hide this shit. They can't acknowledge it. And that is probably enough of what drove me here. And I don't give a fuck what people think about me, because I'm like, nobody else is being real. Like, I just can't believe that people are able to overlook this, and many of them are fairly intelligent so they can talk their way around it. But I see it every day. And so, again, you know, if you want to know about me, I guess you could probably watch a lot of videos and hear testimonials of people thanking me for allowing them to live there. And other people not having any money and then begging to stay, like the Ukrainian tenant. Did you hear about her, Lisa? Yeah, well, we talked about her. You know, she has no money and she's white. And so there is that side of the coin, too. Then there's the way niches of the world. She was black. I wouldn't necessarily, it's a mixed bag there. Wouldn't you say this, so, Lisa?
A mixed bag. Yeah.
I mean, who else would house these people, right? No one else would house these people. You remember Wynisha? Remember she stayed with us so many times.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Wynisha?
Hey.
Hey, do you need another day?
Yes.
Do you want to sit over at Cash App?
Do you? How much is the other room? The twin size?
It's $50.
Oh.
But it's a twin bed, though.
I have 40.
Can you send over the other 10 by and she got $40 fucking dollars. And on it fucking goes here. You know, it get going on forever here. I don't know if you remember this one. They took money right out of my mouth with this one. Right out of my hand. Someone had an Airbnb tenant get robbed on her way there, and I asked her, was she going to extend? She said, hell no, they just robbed me. The tenants I've had to get raped by blacks. And I don't want to go,
Who got raped? What are you talking about? Oh, your tenant.
Yeah. You know, which is interesting. I think I told you this the other day. I think I told you this yesterday. Yesterday, I was talking to, and this is a good story for you, 777, kind of going to the mind of blacks. So, you know my cousin, I've talked to you about him, and I've had him on the stream before. I think I got the nigga on Kick. Yeah, he's on Kick. But anyway, so a lot of the blacks, and it's kind of like that.
What did you say? What did you say? He's on what?
He's on. I got him on Kick. I think I have a video of him on Kick, the platform Kick. But anyway, so I'm talking to him yesterday, and I can kind of sense a little animosity toward me. And I've always kind of sensed it, to be quite to be quite honest with you. You know what I'm saying? Always kind of sensed it. And here is him on Kick. Here, this is him on Kick.
Are you a stupid motherfucker? Did I ask you that? I asked you, how many niggas have you pistol whipped? You said you
never pistol whip nobody.
Okay, now you said you were gonna go ahead and pistol whip a nigga, right? But you've never pistol.
I would have done it then.
But you've never done it before, correct? You've never pistol whipped anybody.
No, I never done it before.
But you were gonna pistol whip him, correct?
I would have went in there and pistol whipped his ass.
Okay, that would have been your first and only time ever pistol.
And so this is him. This is a little bit more of him.
Almost $5,000.
Gambling. God damn. That's a lot of money.
On the boards. Listen,
On the boards and
I'm telling you.
How much you think you spend on lottery though? Do you spend more money on lottery than the boards?
Nigga, I spend way more money on the lottery than the boards. And the boards is just seasonal. So I spend probably around about $5,000 on the lottery. And probably a little bit more. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I might go over there twice a week and spend $200 or $300. You feel?
Yeah.
So
this is the stupid nigga. He's a gambler, low IQ gambler.
that's why I told you not to rent
I
to
understand.
it.
I understand. But after all of that was done,
It ain't no making no fun and no shit like that. And then when I told you, I said, listen here. Do you want me to goddamn get your money?
No,
You told me fucking no.
Hold on.
And the reason that is that because you said, listen,
bro,
mate,
I'm gonna hang up on you. I'm gonna hang up on you.
You said, do not do that because you'll get me fucked up.
And then on it goes.
That's the addiction of it. When you keep doing it, and then when you keep when you keep doing it, it becomes an addiction.
Yeah.
Especially if you win it.
Yeah, I can see if you winning.
If you win it, yeah, nigga. If you win it.
Again, that's a low IQ black. And so I was talking to him yesterday, and he's talking about gambling and shit. We're not talking about gambling, but a lot of the blacks can't take what I say. You know, they really can't take it, Lisa.
When you're addressing evil, you can't worry about the
I ain't gonna worry about
when
this
you're
shit.
looking at the conditions of our community, you can't worry about the evil when you got kids and say we smoking on Tuka. See, they wasn't worried about the delivery when these kids in Chicago were talking about smoking on Tuka.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't worried about the delivery.
And so this nigga here, even my own dad, this is for you, 777. See, I ain't talked to my dad, I don't think, maybe once or twice since I started this stream. You know, did you know that, Lisa?
Yeah. About your dad? Yeah. But you said you don't understand your cousin has animosity for you. You called him low IQ, a low IQ gambler.
I just called him that, yeah. But I wasn't talking to him that well with the phone. But the point I'm making is, in the first video I played, and in a subsequent video, previous video I played, I showed this guy. Let me see if I got him.
So you think, but okay, so you didn't call him low IQ for his face, but you think you don't.
But he's low IQ, right? He's very low. He's low IQ. I recognize he's low IQ. Go ahead.
You're talking about him. You don't think he
fuck him?
Dial into
man, fuck him.
Baby?
Yeah, I'm gonna get to that. Fuck him. Listen,
what I'm saying is,
listen. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you how fucking low IQ this motherfucker is. And I've never told this on the stream, but fuck him, right? Like, I took this son bitch to the military recruitment office. This is 30 years ago. And I don't go back in childhood. I could talk about how fucking dumb he is now, but this is real evident. They were gonna let him take the ASVAB. It was the military entrance exam for the second time. He couldn't fucking pass it. I got him on stream, and I told him years ago, I said, boy, you don't need to work for anybody. I was in my 20s. I said, you can't work for anybody. Whatever you're going to do, you're going to have to do it on your own. And he told me, he said, man, that's some of the best advice anyone's ever given me. He had no father, a mother, really didn't know much of shit, you know what I'm saying, to give him much guidance. And I told him back when he was a young boy, and he took offense to it. He was hurt by what I said to him. And I said, you are not capable of going out into the workforce working. You run your fucking mouth too much. You just run out, you know, you just cannot work for other people. You come over and you can put a window in, put an air conditioning in, you can paint a house for you, paint a room or something for you. But going to work for somebody, he's incapable of doing it. And I saw it at a very early age. And I didn't tell him, hey, you too stupid to go work for someone else. I said, you just better cut out to work for yourself. That's what he's done the rest of his life, to the best of his ability. And he's not a millionaire or anything like that. Not even a thousandaire, because you can see he got gambling habits and stuff like that. But I was the only one to be honest with him. I was the only one to be honest with that motherfucker. I was the only one that probably told RD, hey, man, upgrade your couch. If you think you're going to be a professional streamer, upgrade your couch a little bit. If you're telling your mama, I'm a professional streamer, you got to look the part. That's all I'm saying. It's just brutal honesty that a lot of these blacks have never been confronted with brutal honesty anywhere. Like, let me explain to you, and I've already played this clip of like how the low IQ nature of blacks is just so fucking pervasive. Now listen to this shit. Listen to this shit. I want you to listen to this. Listen to this. Here's a fucking 60-year-old man. The fucking 60-year-old man just jumped on the panel. He crippling shit. He crippled. He acknowledged that I'm crippled. And look what the only thing on his fucking mind. Now, I must, Lisa, you're not looking at the screen. The man who's talking here, his name is William Cripple-ass Playboy Williams. And he's up here. He's an old nigger trying to antagonize these other older niggas, but they ain't as old as he is. He the OG up on the panel. He trying to tell them, hey, man, which one of y'all blacks gonna jump if a white man come in here and say a word? That word, that magical, mystical word. This is the mindset of these stupid motherfuckers. This is the first thing he said when he came up on. He gonna beat up the cripple man. Now here's the thing. Damn, was that not on stage? Now, listen to Mr. The guy who's saying this, the guy who comes in with the question about y'all gonna jump if somebody say the N-word, because I'm too crippled to jump. I'm just a crippled playboy now. I live my vital years where I could whoop a white man ass if he said the N-word to me. And so now he's trying to enlist younger black man to carry the banner, to keep on fighting the good fight of the N-word.
To me, like, a white man can walk in the room and call us all niggas, and nothing. Would you tuck him first, or would I get to him first?
What are you saying? Oh, so who would beat him up first, or who would do something to him physically for saying the N-word?
White man came into the room with all four of us and called us niggas. Would you jump first before my crippled ass does?
Who jumping first?
Yeah, it would definitely be a very bad situation for him.
Now that's a military man, 20 years training in the fucking military, and this stupid ass nigga, they say he gonna beat up a man for a word. Man, these people are fucking retarded. They fucking retarded. This is the same fucking black. They said we need training. We need, remember when that fucking big head ass wearing ass nigga? We need training. Remember? See, this is why I go so hard on they fucking need. Who else gonna tell these stupid ass niggas anything? Huh? Nobody stopped that fucking stupid nigger. They said, man, wait a minute, we're gonna beat up somebody over a word.
If he said it to me, yes. I've never had a white man bold enough to do that.
Never.
In my adulthood. It was just one old crippled dude, but I was in a car and he was old and he hobbled off.
He hobbled off. I was going to get him. He was going to get him.
Everybody kept me from but yeah. So again, this is why I say now we back to this thing of where my blackness is being questioned.
Yeah.
Because I have principles that I stand on.
Blackness is just even that night when we had to me like a white man can walk in the room and call us all niggas and nothing. Would you touch him first or would I get to him first?
Yeah.
What are you saying? So who would beat him up first, or who would do something to him physically? For
He came into the room with all four of us and called us niggas. Would you jump first before my crippled ass does?
Who jumped?
Yeah, it would definitely be a very bad situation for him.
Lisa,
if he said it too.
Lisa, 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 I'm gonna tell you this. Since you said like I like to punish black people and shit. That's what people say. People say I like to punish black people. Let's see. On the flip side, Lisa, of me punishing the blacks, as you say, sister girl.
As a landlord, at this point, I don't feel like I will rent to a black person anymore.
Wow.
If I do, their salary has to be very on a higher spectrum than what I am used to.
What does mean your problem renting to black people?
They don't pay. They sneaky.
What?
So,
sister girl.
As a landlord.
That ain't me, Lisa. That wasn't me. Lisa, that wasn't me. But you heard what she said, right? They're sneaky. They don't pay. If it wasn't for me punishing their ass, there are a lot of people that probably would not fucking rent to their ass at all. Do you think that's true? If it wasn't for me, all these son of a bitches would be out on the street, right? Because look, you think this stupid fucking big head nigga right here?
I've never had a white man bold enough to do that in my adulthood. It was just one old crippled dude, but I was in a car.
Big head motherfucker. Stupid motherfucker, these stupid ass niggas. Listen, these stupid ass niggas.
We need training.
You need training?
Black people need to be
the same
trained and taught
white man
about economics.
The same stupid niggas.
That's something we need.
I gotta get my fucking sights higher. These stupid ass niggas all over the place. These same two stupid ass niggas just up here talking about whooping a white man. They up here talking about with this dumb fucking big head ass nigga. 20-year military trained stupid son, but these niggas are so fucking stupid.
Training. Black people need to be trained and taught about economics. And that's something we need training. Black people need to be trained and taught about economics. And that's something we need training. Black people need to be trained and taught about economics.
Yeah, well, one of the economics you need to be trained is fucking discipline, you stupid motherfucker. You can't just go around whooping people over words. How about that? Ain't nobody trained that stupid motherfucker that yet. And I asked him yesterday, I was in his chat, I said, hey man, has anyone taught you economics yet? Has anyone we run around here want to whoop somebody's ass. Has anyone taught you fucking economics yet? Have you learned it yet? This is 6 months later. Have you fucking learned economics yet? These stupid motherfuckers. This is what I'm saying, Lisa. This is the other side of it. That really is very frustrating here. What's up, 777? I do read the chat. But I don't get distracted by it. I don't get distracted by the chat. I'll go back to it. I'll get back to it. Anyway, I got my lovely lady Lisa on the phone, so I don't want to get too hot in front of her. Anyway, we saved that for later. Anyway, Lisa, you still there?
I am. Sorry, I'm fine.
Did you hear that stupid motherfucker? On one hand, he gonna whoop a white man for saying a word, then on the other hand, he said, we need training.
And that's something we need training. Black people need to be trained and taught about economics. And that's something we need.
20 years in the military, and this nigga here head still empty. Ain't learned shit. The only thing he know is to resort back to violence, and some old nigga is egging him on to do it. And so, Lisa, I started to see these patterns. You understand that? I started to see patterns. The old nigga jumping up on the panel trying to get the young niggas to fight his fight. the N-word battle. That fight gone, man. These young niggas, as you can hear, what's his name saying, I ain't been called the N-word. I ain't thought about that fight. You trying to question my blackness over the N-word? I'm not even familiar with the damn fight. And here's the old man. Do you remember the man Ernest? Lisa, you remember Ernest? You remember Ernest?
No.
Well, one of the things that struck me about Ernest, and it should have struck all of you blacks, people in general, if you Ernest. Yeah, you're Ernest. Ernest.
Your ass. I'm gonna have them young niggas murk your ass.
Yeah.
Call who the fuck you want.
Who the fuck you want?
Big ass motherfucker.
Get your motherfucker. I'll get them young niggas murk your
I'm
ass.
gonna have them young niggas murk your ass.
I be doing blacks like
Call
you
who
all
the
my
fuck
time.
you
I'm
want.
like,
You big ass motherfucker.
I ain't had to put my hands on one of them.
Your ass.
You
I'm
know
gonna
what
have
I'm
them
saying?
young niggas murk your ass.
Not one of these fucking niggas I ain't had to put my hands on in. They just talk.
Call who the fuck you want.
Who the fuck you want?
Big ass
Get your
motherfucker.
motherfucker.
Your ass. I'm gonna have them young niggas murk your
Nah,
ass.
young nigga murk my ass. See that? I ain't had to put my hands
Call
on
who
any of
the
these
fuck you
niggas.
want.
I ain't had to put at least as long as I've been doing, I ain't had to put my hands on one of these fucking niggas. Not one. Never even threatened one of these fucking niggas. Cause once I realized they were stupid, I was like, what the fuck would I be fighting some stupid ass nigga for? Understand? Once I realized that the majority of these motherfuckers are very, very stupid. They're very, very low IQ. But they're prone to violence. And as they get older, they will sick the young niggas on your ass. They constantly revert to violence if pushed. I've been seeing this pattern all my life. I've just shown it to you with DJ Hamp, with supposedly educated niggas. This is why I keep saying education does not work for these blacks. Because you saw 4 or 5 goddamn 3, 4 educated blacks in 2 different instances, both not use their mind to resist this black man threatening violence. And in the other cases saying, we don't know economics, and this is calling out into the ether. Who's going to teach it to us? Who's going to teach us economics, boss? We need somebody to train us. Who is that somebody? Cast down your buckets and teach yourself. Who does he want to teach him? See, this is what I'm saying. The lack of critical thinking. See, I would ask him, well, who do you want to teach you, Mr. Big Hat? Who should be responsible for teaching blacks economics? You went to the Navy, you spent 20 years. Did you not learn any economics? Did you not have any desire to learn any fucking economics? To come back and teach the people that you said need to be taught? Huh?
I want to say something on that real quick.
Sure.
I didn't hear the whole
Yeah.
conversation. I actually just took it that he meant, like, he wasn't saying himself, but maybe he was saying we need, or there needs to be education in the community. So maybe he already has that. He might be willing to go and teach that. I was just taking that he was saying that that's a need, not necessarily something he's looking for white people to do. Maybe it's something he would do, or other people within the black
Okay.
who already understand economics.
Okay. Fair enough. But what about the violent talk? Here's a 60-something-year-old man, crippled, and his name is William Playboy Williams. Again, this 60-year-old man thinking he a fucking playboy. He crippled. He probably ain't been a playboy 40 years. They're still hanging on to childhood. And he's...
You know, because he's crippled doesn't mean... I worked at a nursing home. We had a guy there. He was I think he was a quadriplegic. And he would have girls come up. And because I had said because my manager had mentioned it, and I said, well, what is he doing? And she was like, well, his mouth still.
All right. Was he a black quadriplegic?
Yes.
Was the woman that said his mouth still works, was she black?
Yes. It was. I mean, we were in Northeast over on Burroughs Avenue. So,
Hold on, I gotta address that. Let me read this super chat. Lisa Latino, let's talk about $5 super chat. Proverbs 16:32. Do you know that verse, Lisa? Which states that whoever is slow to anger is better than the mighty, and he who rules his spirit than he who takes a city. Are you familiar with that verse, Lisa?
I'm not. I mean, I guess Proverbs, I've read it before. I don't remember it.
So you were saying that a quadriplegic man it was in a nursing home you were working?
Mm-hmm.
And he had women.
Mm-hmm.
And
girls, yeah.
He had more than one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, not more than one at one time. I don't know, but I'm just saying, girls would come there.
And the black woman that worked there said, well, his mouth still worked.
Mm-hmm.
And what did you think when you heard that, Lisa? What did you think when you heard it?
I mean, I was like, probably 25, 26. I was just like, ew.
Did you see any of the women going to his room?
I did. I don't remember having any thoughts about them. Like, I don't remember what they look like.
Now, wait a minute. I'm guessing he must have got a check or something. He had to get a check.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Because I remember a guy when I lived
I don't know if he
Hmm?
had been keeping that money because he was in a nursing home. I think he was long-term staying in a nursing home. This probably was going to the nursing home if he had any money.
Listen, can you how did he end up in the nursing home? What was the reason why he was there?
I think he was shot.
You say he was shot?
I think so. Yeah.
Ain't that about a bitch? And so, but he had women anyway. He was paralyzed, quadriplegic, and he had sister gals still come over there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that is
He
very,
he wasn't attractive, but he was not attractive, but he seemed to have a good personality. Kind of funny.
Wait a minute, say what?
He wasn't attractive, but he seemed to have a good personality. Like, he was charming. He was a little charming. I just did that.
Lisa, you probably are not familiar with this, but all over YouTube, black men, and you're not looking at the YouTube, but I'm going to show you one in particular. They get on YouTube. Well, hell, here's some. Right? Hell, just look at these. Right? We start with these blacks right here, and all day these motherfucking stupid ass niggas, they get up on TV and they talk about women all day long. To other stupid ass, simple ass niggers. Right? And here's like the king crow of these motherfuckers. It's like this motherfucker right here. Like he makes his living talking about women. And I try to explain, one of the reasons I probably ain't had a woman in one fucking title of my stream. That probably 1,500 video. And I've seen this over and over and over again. And here you are telling me that an unattractive man in a wheelchair is getting women. And these blacks get up here on the internet all day long talking about their problems with women. It just doesn't make sense to me, Lisa. Universal, I want Universal to come up, because I'm sure this is exactly what the fuck I've been saying, man. Like, a man in a damn wheelchair, and you got niggers with 30 and 40, 50 hats, hundreds of shoes, all for women. And this man in the wheelchair can't wipe his ass and got women. And so this is another thing, it's one of the things I hammer on here.
He may not have a faithful, but he may not have like faithful women. Like maybe he has women coming in doing stuff with him or for him. I don't know, but doesn't mean he has like relationships.
Doesn't mean he had what?
Healthy relationships, because I'm assuming that's what you're saying when men are complaining about women, they don't have healthy relationships.
None of them have healthy relationships. The ones that are up here on the internet, that's what they're complaining about, right?
Right.
So he's in the same boat as them.
the guy in the wheelchair probably didn't have healthy relationships with the women. He might not even been looking for a healthy relationship. Probably just like transactional kind of relationship.
That's what it all ends up boiling down to. That's what it all ends up boiling down to. That is the point. These blacks are more or less engaged in transactional relationships. Take me out to dinner. Pay for it. Maybe I give you some ass. If you don't pay for it, you ain't gonna get any ass. You're not getting ass if you pay for it. But you damn sure ain't gonna get any ass if you don't pay for it. That's the transactional nature relationship that these people have. That's just what it is. When you peel back all the layers, that's what you're seeing here.
Right. And my point is that people who are complaining about relationship, maybe their issue is that right? Like they want like a healthy relationship.
Yeah, maybe. I think these people need to work on themselves first. That's what I would say before they start working on trying to form relationships with other people. It's always been my thought. Figure yourself out, and then you could try to add some complexity of another person into that relationship. That's just been my thought. That's just me. What's up, Antoine? I take your advice. I'll have to think about it for sure. King Shinar. Yeah. Anyway, so that's just what I thought. Yeah, some people say, Stanley sees the guy that wants to interview me as a degenerate. Those are his words, not mine. I don't think I've ever talked to the guy before, but Stanley did an interview with the guy. But there are other people that don't seem to care for him either. There's a guy in the chat right here. He doesn't seem to care for the guy. I don't have much experience with him. So that was just my thought. We got somebody up here. We got a agitator here, Lisa, coming up on the panel. What's up, John?
Hey, what's up, John?
What's up?
Yeah, I jumped on because the whole comment of letting a white boy or white guy come in, son a bunch of niggas and nobody do nothing.
Who are you referring to?
That's what you was commenting on when I first came in. You was saying,
you talking about DJ Hamp?
Yeah, you was getting upset about that.
Yeah. I was upset about the question. A 60-year-old man coming up asking young men to be agitated about a word that really is not their fight. That's the way I took it.
Okay. Well, I think it is our fight. I think he was just trying to test, trying to test on trying to see where these men stand on. And I think if you willing to just let something like that happen, you pretty weak. Regardless of if somebody thinks it's stupid of you or it's violent, that's some weak ass bitch ass shit. Now, I've been in similar situations. I've actually handled my business in the middle of an airport after somebody was saying crazy shit. And guess what? I ain't get arrested. He got arrested.
But here's the thing. Let's say you're DJ Hamp, right? And let's say Be Brave, right? We're just going to use those two. Be Brave comes up to DJ Hamp and calls him a nigga. DJ Hamp turns around and knocks Be Brave out. They're going to arrest DJ Hamp. DJ Hamp channel will likely be affected negatively, correct? He would get sued, things like that. Would it really be worth knocking out Be Brave over a word when he has so much to lose? Mr. Big, go ahead. What's your
No.
Okay,
I mean,
all right.
If anything, you maybe want to be more strategic about it. And there is a way you could do that. Like, I think the example I was going to say with the airport, that was strategic. I made sure that I provoked him to come get me first, and then I whooped his ass.
Okay, well,
So
if you're going to get into
how I think. But yeah.
Well, if you're going to get into a fight, you need to get into a fight where you clearly you are not, liable for going to jail. But look at Mr. Big Hat. He spent 20 years in the military, and he did not have the mental acuity to sidestep that question and say, "Hey, OG, like this ain't the hill we should be dying on. I got too much out here to risk to be fighting over an N-word." That's what I would have expected a mature, intelligent man to say. A mature, intelligent man would have even come in asking young people to fight over a word, particularly not those people. Those Hamp and Big Hat, and I guess Aaron, the other nigga up there, you know, they seemingly got something to lose that wouldn't be worth throwing away over an N-word. This is my thoughts.
I can agree with that. It's just not everybody, and I would say most men won't agree with that.
Because if you can be moved with a word, just one word, how weak are you? If I can move you around with a word, bro, you weak, bro.
That's what I would have expected. I
You
think
very
you're
weak, bro.
weaker if you can get shit talked and not do shit. I think that's a weaker position than somebody.
Well, okay, so you're agreeing with me. If you can't be moved around by words, then you got something going for yourself. Would you say that's fair?
No, I'm saying it's the opposite. I'm saying if you somebody like that, then you weak. If somebody can come in, talk shit or whatever it is as a man, and you don't do shit, then that's weakness to me. And I don't think that's just with black people. I'd see that with a lot of races.
But man, man, bro. I was just telling Lisa earlier, man, I probably thrown out, I don't know how many people I thrown out. I haven't had to put my hands on any one of them. Some of these motherfuckers be threatening me. You heard them. I get these young niggas to murk their ass. They ain't the only people that ever threatened me. You heard my cousin talking about he would kill them. He whooped their ass and all that. But he wouldn't do it. He ain't got that in him. And you got to be able to move people with your mind. Like, that's half the battle, bro. Like, 'cause I'm too old to be whooping niggas now. I got to figure out some other way to move them, you know, and to get them to do what I want them to do. And I can't just let someone provoke me with a word. I just can't do that. Get me all out of character over a word. And if Mr. Big Head, as he acknowledged in that video, he's willing to be moved off of a word and put all that he's worked for at risk, it just shows you he's just not that intelligent. Anyway, what's up, Universal? Universal, Jihad, we're going to come back to this. But since we had Lisa on the phone, and I don't know if you heard much of what Lisa said earlier today, Universal.
I did not. No, I hopped in late.
Lisa, the last story she just told was a quadriplegic man with women, and she said he's not that attractive, right, Lisa?
Yeah, I heard this part, yeah.
But he got women. Isn't that interesting? That's very interesting, huh? Isn't it kind of what we've been saying all along, though, Universal?
Yeah, you know, it's just like sports. The best ability is availability. And a lot of these bum niggas, they're available. They got a little charisma. And like I said, he can't walk, but he got a face to ride. And the girl said his mouth worked. So listen, these guys have access, opportunity, and time. It might not be the same as resource, opportunity, and time, but they got something to provide.
There you go. And you know, he was shot, so he probably was getting some kind of guaranteed income, you know, some kind of disability, right? They probably paid for his housing, so he probably had a little throwaway money of somewhere. Lisa, you still there?
Yeah.
So Lisa, so the last person, so
So
you,
I kind of had money because I think the way it works in nursing home, I think that money will go to the nursing home.
all right, you're right. But you know, he may have some little side money. Who the fuck knows, right? And then the other thing, though, Lisa, you told us about 2 instances of men in their 50s trying to hit on women. And what happened, Lisa? Start with the Amtrak man.
No.
Start with the Amtrak man.
But then that was the only one hitting on a woman. But I told
Right.
the story earlier that a friend of mine was telling me how she had met this guy when she went out for her birthday. And I think it was like, say like on a Friday. And then the next day she was texting with the guy in the morning, like early in the morning, and she was staying in her house. And my friend was like, it's like 4 o'clock. And her friend's like, hey, I'm hungry, let's go get something. And so during the text, like, hey, what are you up to? And my friend's like, hey, I'm about to go get something to eat. And he's like, well, send me the address. And so he meets up with him at the restaurant. I'm assuming it must have been some kind of diner. And when the bill comes, he pulls out a wad of cash and pays just for his meal. And my friend was a little offended by it. Like, he should have offered to pay for her meal.
All right, so that's the first part. Universal is a dating man. What do you think about that, Universal?
A dating man. I think Lisa's assessment is accurate. I mean, it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much. And I think a lot of the red pill talking points, and we talked about this a couple times, you know, these guys are reaching for women that may sometimes be out of the reach. So they're talking about fantasy. instead of the reality of what's happening.
Well, this guy was in his 50s and he had a roll of money. He had a good job, Amtrak. You know, it's a good, stable job. I should say that. He meets her at 4 o'clock. And then when they're walking to the car, what did he notice, Lisa? And what did he say to her?
He knows her ass. Said something like, "Yeah, I know you have an ass like that. I'm gonna hit that like 4 times."
This man is in
He
his
likes that
50s.
compliment. He know how to talk to women.
Yeah, charisma. That works in some spaces. That works.
Does that work for you, Lisa? If somebody said that to you, huh?
Nah, at least ain't that type.
I mean, it for me, but there's women that would work for.
You think you did? See, there you go. It's all along the spectrum there. And this man was in his 50s, right? He was in his 50s, correct?
Yeah.
You heard that, Universal? But he would not pay for the meal after pulling out a bankroll of money. That's interesting, right? Like, why would?
And the meal could have been sitting wherever they went that early in the morning. Could have been that expensive.
So why do you think he wouldn't pay for it, Universal?
I don't. It depends, man. I think in this era, a lot of guys don't want to seem like they're tricking. They don't want to seem like they're simping. He wants her to know that he has it, but she needs to quote unquote earn it, so to say. And that doesn't work for a lot of women, right? Especially if she's a younger woman. In this transactional nature or environment that we're in, that shit ain't gonna work.
And the other instance, you went out to lunch the other day, couple friends. What happened to tell Universal?
But to say one more thing,
Oh,
to
yeah.
me it would be odd. It'd be odd if a guy pulled out a lot of money, because most people don't even carry cash. Now, Don, I know you will pull out a lot of money because you get cash from tenants. Some of them paying cash.
So
So that makes sense. But most people don't have a lot of money, I don't think.
So you think it was odd that he had the money?
It's almost like you're trying to show off your money. That's how I would look at it. Because this isn't the 90s, you know, where people would where you have cash like that.
But to him, if he's in his 50s, those are his prime years. So Arrested Development is very common amongst black men. I'll say black people, but black men more specifically. So that's what put the fish on the line back in the 90s. So he's using the old tactics in the current time period.
Yeah, that's a good point. Water money, yeah. Old school tech.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that women don't want you to have money, but you have to do it in a different way today, I think. But if you're gonna do it at all.
University, I never would have thought of that. There's the old school.
But that's what it was. That's how my uncles, my cousins, hell, even my stepdad, same shit. Standing in front of the car, pulling out a wad, talking slick. It works.
Old school shit. Yeah.
I mean, I was doing that shit in 6th and 7th grade. They thought I was selling drugs. I was babysitting on the weekends. I used to come to school with about $80 to $100 every weekend.
And so, Lisa, you went to the restaurant with a couple of friends.
I went to brunch on Sunday with 2 of my friends. One guy. We're all just friends. And my friend, the female, her birthday is today. So going there, I was like planning. I'm gonna be for 2 days. And so when the meal, and you had to take the check up to to pay. I told her, I was like, I'll pay for you. She was like, no, you don't have to do that. And I was like, no, I'll pay for you. Your birthday's coming up. And the guy didn't offer help pay either. And when we got to the counter, the person who was trying to divvy, I told the lady at the counter, I said, I'll pay. I'm going to pay. He's going to pay for his meal, and then I'm going to pay for the remaining 2 meals. And so the lady was trying to figure out, there were 2 drinks on the check. And so she was trying to figure out drinks. And so she was asking, she wasn't sure if it should go on the guy's meal. No, it was a tea, like some kind of fruit drink, no alcohol. And so the guy was like, no, those aren't mine. Put it on the other bill. And I had no issue with that. But my friend later, she had pointed out the fact that she felt like he was number one, I guess, being a little nitpicky. Didn't want to pay for the drink. And then also felt like at the time, offer to help pay for her meal.
What do you think about that?
Because we,
Go ahead.
and I was just gonna say we have a friend who's like that, who'll do that, no problem, won't even blink to like pay for the meal.
Yeah, that's.
Go ahead.
I think he was playing the game and got caught up. He shouldn't have did that. If you can't pay for them all, don't even suggest. You shouldn't plan to pay for half and split. Either pay for everything or don't pay, or pay for just yours at that point. I think he just got caught up trying to pay them.
Well, I think he was paying for his own, but it was the nitpicking aspect of it when the cashier is trying to figure out where does this tea go? Who's bill does tea go? And he like, well, wait, I ain't had no tea.
No, you got to eat were there other men there?
Were there other men there, Lisa?
No.
Yeah, he's got to eat it then. He just got to be the man and suck it up and take it, bro.
Yeah,
I do not agree with that. It depends on what this dude was doing. Like, is he with one of the ladies? If that's
Don't matter. Be the man at the table, bro.
Treat him as just a friend. But if he's actually like maybe with one of the ladies there, then
No, he wasn't with one of them. Was he trying to date one of them, Lisa?
No, we're all just friends.
Okay, they all just friends.
You ain't getting no
I don't think that's the
chivalry then. That's my
Wait a minute, you don't think he has the money?
no.
How much is the ice? Oh wait. How much is an iced tea in DC? $6? Come on, wait a minute.
How much was the iced tea, Lisa?
I didn't.
Let's just say the iced tea was $10. It's brunch. Fuck it. They inflated the price. Airport prices. He got to eat that
It
too.
wasn't a Long Island. It wasn't a Long Island.
It wasn't.
It was a Long Island iced tea.
No alcohol involved. Just
Oh
two
Lord.
regular sweet teas. Just
Yeah, he got it. Eat Jihad. Even as a friend, he's the man at the table. Just eat the 20, bro. It's okay.
Yeah, I think so. I wouldn't be seen nitpicking over who's going to pay for an iced tea. That's just me, right?
No.
But I wouldn't, if it wasn't mine, I wouldn't be volunteering. If they just friends, I wouldn't be volunteering to pay it.
All right, so
But if there was some confusion, I wouldn't be like, "Hey, it ain't mine. That's hers, and the other drink is hers."
Would you have
I
helped
would've
pay
done
for her?
I'm sorry.
Like, it's her birthday's coming up. Would you have helped pay for her meal?
Yes, I would have.
That's commonplace. You go out and then people contribute to pay for somebody's meal or something like that, or you pay for the person's meal. I don't do that much, but people that do, if I were going out with someone, if I invited someone out to brunch or breakfast or some kind of birthday, then I probably feel
I've been in a similar situation as this.
Say that.
I don't think he knew in advance. He didn't know in advance it was her birthday.
Oh, he didn't.
I
know
knew.
that. Oh, you knew.
And
Okay.
Yeah. So it wasn't like he came like, hey, it wasn't like a birthday celebration for anything like that. It just so happened that by the time we were finally able to meet up, it was before her birthday.
Yeah, I when you told me the story, I just thought about the pettiness of like, you always see these. Well, you used to see these little skits or videos where people were trying to figure out how much who pays for what, who owes what, and instead of just splitting it down the middle or whatever the hell they should do, they're trying to figure out who had how many drinks, who had this or that. For grown adults, mature adults, I should say. I'm assuming these aren't people in their 20s. A $6 drink or something probably shouldn't cause them those kind of problems, those kind of back and forth. That's just my
maybe be my mature thing, like you said, John. Because I done definitely had lots of me, not personally, but a scene with my friend groups. That shit, yeah, dividing the bill and shit. Because sometimes I see people will take advantage of people like that. You know what I mean? So sometimes I feel like you gotta check it and make sure. Okay, no, this is what I'm paying. You all pay this. But like you said, it might be a maturity thing. Maybe older folk just know how to work it out. But people in my 20s,
how old are you?
Oh yeah, that's what I was about to ask.
29.
Oh okay.
Yeah.
So there's leeches out here. So sometimes, like within our age group, we not really comfortable just throwing out money, especially when we see a pattern of this person barely brings shit to pay for themselves.
Yeah, I guess in that instant, you probably just shouldn't be going out with that person.
Bingo.
If you have, some friends or whatever, and y'all go out, I don't think getting to the register equivalent about whose drink was how many French fry orders. I Figure this shit out before you get ready to pay for it.
Who
right?
ordered the calamari, John? Who ordered that? I didn't have one.
Everybody eating off the shit, and then how do you figure it out? I think it's just better if you can afford to go out, then you should be able to just split it down.
Girls are way worse. I've
within
personally seen like when you see the shit on the internet where they arguing over who gonna pay what.
Yeah,
they'll invite
yeah.
each other out thinking like a man gonna pay for the whole shit, and now they struggling with the bill trying to pool their money together.
He shouldn't be there.
Jahad, you probably think I'm real hard on blacks. I think I've seen you. You say I'm pretty hard on the blacks. Here.
Oh man, you terrible, bro. You terrible. Respectfully, you terrible. You awful.
But if I'm
let me ask him a question. What's the worst thing John has done to blacks that you've seen?
Just everything, man. I mean, from exploiting them to the rent, to exploiting them on YouTube, it's a bunch of shit, man. That's not even one.
Now if you say I'm exploiting them on the rent, that means you seeing Lisa exploiting them too. Ain't that right, Lisa? Lisa, you got somebody on the line saying you're exploiting the
I
tenant.
don't know, Lisa. I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about you, John.
she go along with it. You go along with it all, don't you, Lisa? She go along with it all there, Jahaz. So you talk about her too.
I do, but unwillingly. I'm usually over.
It's a party of the unwilling here. Anyway, but Jahaz, if you think I mistreat them, what about the people who don't even want to rent to them at all? You ever thought about that?
Yeah, they definitely exist.
Who would be worse? Do you think if I just stop renting to blacks, would that be better or worse?
I've told you this. I think it would be better if they just don't go somewhere else instead of fuck with you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do think because there's enough shit out here to where you don't have to go through slumlords, in my opinion. Because I've been there. I've been the nigga renting rooms and shit.
I have a question.
Until I realized, especially with shit like affordable housing and you got to find places like that. I'm paying like I got my own place now. I'm paying.
How much you pay?
Like a little bit more than what I used to pay just for a room. I pay $1,000 a month.
Well, where do you live? You live in Richmond somewhere, don't you?
Yeah, nice townhouse, 1 bedroom.
That's pretty good for a townhouse.
Yeah,
that's in Richmond though.
Yeah, I'm in a good location. I'm like right up the street from the main.
What makes it
party
good?
hub, like Choco Bottom. So I love it.
What makes it good, Jahad?
Yeah, what makes your neighborhood good?
You said what?
What makes your neighborhood good? You say you're in a good location. What makes it good?
Oh, I just like the location. I'm right in the center of the city. Whole city, well, at least half the city black. Most people that live in the city, I think, is.
Well, let me ask you a question. The holiday season's coming up. I don't know if you're gonna be buying yourself anything. If you go get a 70-inch TV, do you feel comfortable putting the box out once you're done with it?
Hell yeah.
Okay, it's a good neighborhood there.
And I got ADT, so yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't think about it like that. Like, oh, somebody watching me.
Lisa, do you remember when we went to Richmond?
Yeah.
Do you remember what I thought going down to Richmond? What I found so interesting?
I don't. I remember. Was it the people tearing down or putting the graffiti on the statues? That
was interesting, but that's just blacks being black, right? It's just blacks being black, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there was a picture.
That black we saw. I mean, the statue of the black woman.
Yeah. You remember the statue of the black woman, right? And all the blacks, where were they? They were up the street at the white statues. Remember that?
Yeah.
And we went to the white statue we went to the black statue of the black woman. Remember that? You remember that? This is it. Jahad probably remembers it. This is it. This is it. When the motherfucker there, all the fucking niggers were up at the other statue destroying the white man shit. They wouldn't honor this fucking lady, whoever the fuck she is. Right? Jahad, you know who this lady is in Richmond?
Yeah, that's Maggie Walker.
Mm-hmm. You see how fucking empty it is right here? Not a motherfucking nigger in sight.
Yeah, most people don't know who she is though, even in our cities. So that's
But these niggas knew Robert E. Lee, and they were
He
hell
was in the
bent on
news.
tearing down that statue, right? They were hell bent on it, man.
Wait a minute, John. I don't think people realize the significance of Maggie Lena Walker.
Yeah, she's
I don't even know
bro.
who the hell she is.
She's
Who is she?
she's that nigga. You say you that nigga, John? Nah,
Bro,
she
who
was
is
really
she?
that nigga.
Well,
in her
tell us
day.
who she is, because it seemed like nobody knew who she was that day.
She became at the turn of the century. She became a bank president, a
Is that
black
right?
woman. Yeah,
Really?
we talk about group
She ran
economics. Nobody
community.
bring her damn name up.
She
They
ran
rather talk about the
community.
mythical Harriet Tubman than this lady who actually existed.
Never heard of her. Never heard of her.
She believed
So
in like,
you've heard of her, Jahad.
oh man,
This
yeah,
is in Richmond,
bro. I
near your
honor
hometown.
her. Me personally, I think she's definitely a hero that I think should have more of a national representation, like not just for my city, but she's an example for the nation, for real, for real. For
And this
black
is right
people
up
in
the
the
street
nation.
from that. This is right up the street from that woman's statue. Lisa, you remember this, right?
She's a pretty fair-skinned woman too, by the way, John. Just so.
This is right up the street from where the blacks could have been honoring that statue. They were up here hell bent on tearing down the white man's statue.
And I gotta disagree with you on that, John, because you portraying it like it was just black people fucking that shit up.
I'm just telling you
would
what
say
I
it's
saw.
majority
What-
white
I'm
people.
telling you what
It
I
was
saw.
let-
What
the movement and the push was really pushed by white people. The white like
Fair enough.
extremists, the
Fair enough.
Antifa crowd. That's
Yeah.
all I saw. I mean, I remember when it was going on. I never actually went down there. I knew some people that went down there.
We went down there. Lisa, didn't we go down there? Remember we went down there? Yeah. I was talking to the people. Talking to that white boy. The white guy, he was like real apprehensive to talk to me. And and then around the corner, a black built the statue to himself on a horse. You've seen that statue as well, right?
Black on the horse.
The Negro that built him a statue in Richmond on a horse. What was that Negro name?
Arthur Ashe? I don't know if he was on a horse.
Not the age Negro. Another Negro, was it Fendi?
No, you're not talking about Ibrahim Kendi, no. They did a statue of him.
It is the rumors of wars a nigga with dreadlocks up on a horse.
No. You talk about a grifter, that's high level, multi-million dollar grift.
Look at that. Instead of honoring the woman, some Negro builds himself a statue with a dreadlock roster on a horse. Look at dreadlock man. You remember this, Lisa? Look, he got dreadlocks in his head.
It looked like tough guy. Wait, go back.
Is his name. Look, he created rumors of war in response to the line of Confederate statues on Monument Avenue in Richmond, Virginia. This is him. Lisa and I, we went down there and we saw all this. I came in, I said, man, what the hell are these blacks? These blacks going crazy. They had a statue of a woman that they could have honored, but instead they want to honor this Negro right here. Henry Wiley is the same man that drew the Fern picture for Obama. Same man. And and so this is my journey here. The questions that I have, like, why not honor this other woman instead of destroying these white men? You could build something, can't you? Instead of building anything, they spend a lot of energy destroying people. And that gets me to my cousin Red, the dumbass low IQ person I was telling you about earlier. So I tell you, what, it's fucked up that he low IQ? I didn't make him that way.
No, just saying it. Like, even if it's
Oh,
true,
just
why are
saying
you
it.
putting your family out like that? That's what I'm saying. John, you different, bro. I don't know.
I am different. That is very true. Because I call balls and strikes. Anyway, so I was telling you. Yeah, you gotta go.
Yeah.
All right. We talked to that. And so I'm talking to I'll lead off by saying, man, I probably ain't talked to my father, but maybe once or twice since I started this stream. He doesn't like the things I say on here about black people. He's very defensive of blacks. Although all around him, blacks have destroyed everything around him. Broken his house, all that kind of shit in his old age. But anyway, so what I say causes friction. Anyway, similar for my cousin. And So he said something to me, and again, he's very low IQ, stupid motherfucker. He didn't know what he said. He said something to the effect, and I'll pull it up, I'll show it to you, but he said something like, you better not let me get back up on your stream anymore. In other words, I guess he feel like he can embarrass me. I don't know what he's thinking. But more or less, I can sabotage you. I guess that would be his line of thinking. And so I'm saying to myself, like, if you feel that way, then why not just stay away? Right? And, you know, if you don't like what I'm saying, just stay away. Don't listen. Don't try to sabotage me. Don't threaten me with a sabotage. But see, he's so fucking stupid that he said it out loud. He should have just moved silently and then got up here and sabotaged me, but he's too stupid to do that. This is why I say he's so low IQ. Just a snake in the grass, but you're too damn stupid to sneak up on you. And what was the motivation for him to want it to be desirous to sabotage my channel? There's nothing to his I would want to sabotage. If I cared so much about anything that he had, I probably would be trying to help him with something. But him, he says, I want to sabotage your channel, more or less. And that's blacks. Maybe it's everybody. I know it's blacks. Right?
Nah, you said you throwing it up there like this is unprovoked. Like, what's the reason why you called him stupid? Obviously, he's gonna have.
Okay, but if somebody call me stupid, I just go away. Right? I just go away. I don't need to be
having a vested interest now because of that. It's not like he's just trying to tear it down and you ain't say nothing about it.
Universal, what do you think?
I don't know. When it comes to a lot of this internet back and forth stuff, at some point, people are just gonna have to let it be what it is. And
well, he's not on the internet though. See, this is the thing. The equivalent would be, I don't like the message that your church is preaching.
Sure.
And I'm gonna come in your church one day and try to embarrass you to harm your church and your message.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he's saying. Now he could go create his own church and counter my message, right? Or he could just turn the radio off and not even listen
and move on.
His day, right?
Yeah.
But he said, and this is why I say he's so fucking dumb again, Jihad, because he shouldn't have said it. If he wanted to accomplish that, he shouldn't have said anything, held his tongue, and then got up here on the channel. I probably would have called him one day, and then he could have got it all out. But this is what I'm saying. They're too fucking stupid to even shut up long enough to even get their negative actions.
Well, a lot of times people project shit that they ain't even really trying to do. They just trying to send a message. If anything, I'm thinking he just sent the message. He don't really care about just shit like that.
Message received.
Yeah, but what's the point in sending the message? I mean, it gets back to that. It's like, what does that do? Is it just you responding because your ego was bruised? At some point, you gotta have
the person know where you stand on the shit. Like,
why?
No confusion.
Why? Fuck them.
I think clarity needs. I believe in clarity, and I stand with people that's just upfront on how they feel. Yeah, so I mean, y'all might say he could have kept that to himself. I'm saying, nah, let the nigga John know how you really feel, because John don't got no problem telling you, like us and him to his face how he feels. But yeah, I mean, and to a degree, John, I do agree. Like, yeah, if you don't fuck with it, just go away, do your own thing. You don't gotta feed into it. But also, what you're ignoring is you making enemies out here. Like, enemies is a real thing. And
well,
to
give you a little bit more context, again, we grew up together. He's not very bright. He couldn't even get in the military. These are facts. And again, I gave him probably the best. He said I gave him the best advice ever. Like, told him, stop trying to go work for somebody. You don't have the capability to do it. At the time, it hurt, stung him real hard. 20 years later, he understood what I was saying. But I think that, there is an element of like, I hate to say the word jealousy, but there is something there. You know what I mean? That, again, I've been doing this 2-3 years now. I've never asked him to subscribe, but I'm sure he's not a subscriber. probably out of ideological reasons. So he can stay away in that regard in terms of even just mere shallow support. Click a button. Hey, at least I subscribe to your channel. But he's willing to go all in to destroy something that he doesn't even participate in, even at the slightest, right? And so that's very interesting. You know, it's, you know, element of jealousy, that's fine. Then there's an element of like he wants to destroy, and you know, he's a family member more or less. So,
But to me, that's it's not like so out of the ordinary, in my opinion, because
no, it's not. It's not for blacks, and I think that's probably why blacks have so much trouble in America.
But you
know.
saying it not without, I don't know. It's to me, right? Like you saying it without implicating your involvement in it, which is, I think, if you were to just call it like it is, you're making enemies, and this is how enemies, you know, move. This is how people that are against you are gonna come after you. So.
Well, let me give you an example of what I mean. Let me give you a very good example of what I mean. Look, again, bro,
gonna have people.
If you don't like, look, if you don't like what I say, that's fine. Yeah, I don't have no problem with anyone countering. Stanley does it all the time. Cool, you know, whatever. Sometimes I get a kick out of him criticizing me. I ain't gonna lie to you. But I think what's worse is someone like Nightish. If you remember what Nightish once said about me, was very complimentary toward me. And then if you saw what he got up here and did on the channel, after I gave him number, very good advice, you start to wonder, where the hell does that come from? Like, how do blacks flip on a dime when I had done nothing to Nightish? I wouldn't dare do what he did on my channel, but again, it was the same kind of thing. He couldn't take what I was saying, nor could he counter it. So he had to destroy what I built, or he tried to destroy what I built. He came up here, called me all kind of names, dick suckers, whatever, mic suckers, whatever it is, and then told the audience, don't listen to him, come listen to me. He did that on my channel. It's no different than what my cousin wants to do if I let him up. So you see how the blacks behave, right? You see that? And then someone said, look at Carmen now. Nightish is kicked off of YouTube until January. And I told him, like, maybe I said it in an ugly way, but I said, man, you can't keep playing other people's content and expect to just continuously get away with that. Making money off someone else's labor, you can't do that. And eventually YouTube caught up with him. He was over here knocking the hell out of me, man, made rap songs about me and shit. But he said one thing, and I caught it. I want you to listen. I want to see if you catch it. Listen.
I talked to Chaotic Truth. That's why I apologized to Chaotic Truth the other day. Because Chaotic Truth ain't really been disrespectful. He just supporting a disrespectful motherfucker. That's why I said what I said about him. I didn't do shit to John. But John is a flea. That nigga's a flea. I don't give a fuck if you get 100,000 subscribers.
You heard that? You heard that? Did you catch it? Did anybody catch that?
I don't know what's the point of emphasis there.
Play it again, John.
I'll talk to Chaotic Truth. That's why I apologized to Chaotic Truth the other day. Because Chaotic Truth ain't really been disrespectful. He just supporting a disrespectful motherfucker. That's why I said what I said about him. I didn't do shit to John. But John is a flea. That nigga's a flea. I don't give a fuck if you get 100,000 subscribers.
100,000 subscribers. Hey, he projecting that onto me. I ain't saying nothing about no 100,000 subscribers. I take it as he sees something, made him angry, jealous. Maybe he see potential there. He, clearly he doesn't have the energy that I have. He doesn't have the content that I have. So he said, I don't give a fuck if John get to 100,000 subscribers. I never even mentioned subscribers up here. He put 100, he didn't say 50,000. He said 100,000. Man, I looked at Nightish numbers the other day when he got suspended. We basically got the same number of subscribers. basically, I mean, we've been like 100 subscribers of each other. He's saying, I don't give a damn if John got 100,000. That's what he sees. Like, I'm not saying that he's right, but he doesn't see himself having 100,000 with what he's doing. That's for sure. Right? And I think that is partly what drove him to do what he did. He came over here. Instead of working with someone, he'd rather come and try to destroy that person. That's my thoughts on that. Did you
I
what did you think
wasn't
about
around
it?
when all that went down. I don't know exactly what you did to piss him off.
I ain't doing anything. He came
I
over here and
need
did
both
it.
sides of the story. I know it's something.
Bro, I don't give a fuck what I did. I could have said anything I wanted to say about him. But to come over on my channel and slip in like a snake while I step off to go pick up an order and to say those things about me on my channel and then slip out the back door and leave without confronting me directly, like, that's coward behavior. Very cowardly. And it is very black in that he came over here to try to hurt the channel. Similar to what Stanley did. Like, Stanley stringed on here for over a year. And at best, you could say he was a push. Would you say that's fair? Universal, would you say that's fair?
Yeah, I think it's fair.
Randy channel. What you mean? I felt like he was the main source of content when he was around. And now you are, but shit, he was the late night shows and shit. He was on way more than you was.
Yeah, but quantity doesn't mean quality.
And running the channel, that's an interesting perspective, right? He's just available. As you see, Stanley's on all day, every day still.
Mm-hmm.
That's different than running the channel. But I know what you mean. He was bringing the content on a consistent basis for the channel.
He was online.
Correct.
We're not bringing in content. That's why I said at best he was a push. At best, bro. Honestly, looking from the inside out, it was a push, bro. Like, he had no content. Like, he was the reason why this channel was not monetized. Seriously, he was the reason. I take part of the blame of it because I wasn't very familiar with YouTube and the rules and shit like that. And so every time we submit for monetization, they'd be like, nope. What do we do? And it was all of the back content that was copying all those fucking pop the balloons. I had to go through there and delete all the motherfuckers. I got a copyright the other day from a show Portia did probably a year ago, right? And it was just a copyright, a claim. It wasn't a strike or anything. But YouTube is very, 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 very strict about playing someone else's content. So behind the scene, while you watching Stanley, there's a content copyright claim coming in. You can't get monetized with those on your channel. That's why you see so many people have to delete all their videos. Seriously. It's too much work to edit all this shit out, so you just delete the damn video. Right? Shit, most of my catalog is still up. Right? Because it's most of my own shit, by and large. That's that right there. Yeah.
Okay, I could give you that. Stanley, yeah, he did rely on pulling up shit to. You can, I guess, at least you can, even if it is me, for my opinion, bullshit. You can at least come up and talk straight your shit without having to pull up too much. So yeah, I mean, I guess that's a plus. But yeah, Stanley ain't really. I don't think he really cared if he was getting your channel struck or not. You know, he had an attitude of he's gonna do what he wants, and I expect that from old retired men. They not.
Well,
really
you wouldn't expect that from a Bieber. See, this is what I'm saying. This is the low expectation of blacks. Like, again, and he's not that old, right? And again, we're not talking about Stanley. A 60-year-old black man still can be productive, right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Maybe not
And
physically, but in the mind, yeah, he definitely can.
Stanley, shit, Be Brave is physically productive. Why couldn't Stanley? Why couldn't a 60-year-old man? Be Brave is 70.
Well, you saying physically, I'm saying mentally. I think even at 60, you're not at a mental decline. If anything, you almost at your peak of mental ability.
Okay, so you're not at your peak, but coming down the mountain, there's still some things you can do, right?
Yeah, some things I would say do with your mind, like, you know, even if it's
Okay.
working, like
But if
get a
your mind ain't
job,
that
but
strong,
I don't think labor should be a thing with old 60-year-old men. That because that time has passed for them, for real.
I don't think so. But you're a young man. You may get there. You know, I was talking to my lovely lady Lisa yesterday, the day before, and she's like, you know, how long are you going to be cleaning these rooms this year? I'm like, as long as I can. Maybe I get a little help, but you know, it doesn't bother me. But I think, you know, a 60-year-old man can be very, very productive physically, as long as he's not, you know, sick or anything like that. Stanley seems to be in pretty good health. He has a son, you know. He could be doing something productive that would benefit his son. It's my thoughts.
How do you know he already hasn't done what you're saying as far as
Because you can never do enough. You can almost never do enough.
So you're supposed to. Well, some people. I know for a fact that's not everybody ideology. Some people actually feed into the idea of retirement and living a life without working because they worked for that. That's what they wanted. Their whole existence for real, working and shit. And then now they finally at the age they can sit down and do whatever the fuck they want.
I mean, you know, again, there's no right or wrong way to look at it. I think it's a selfish way to go about it. It's my thoughts. You know, if I were able-bodied and knowing the challenges that my children are going to face, I'm going to get out there and put forth some effort to try to ease their path as much as possible. But that's just me.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah. They'll appreciate it much more than me, you know, sitting on YouTube talking to 5 or 6 people, playing other people's videos. You know, they're going to be wondering what the hell is he doing the last 10 years of his life when he clearly had some ability to do something, you know. I don't know.
I think there's a characteristic here that we're talking around when it comes to black folks. And you know, oftentimes when I talk and I point out the things that you've done on this channel, John, is you're really talking about the content and character of the American blacks. And Jihad, you actually just said it, but I don't think you were making it in the same context that I'm about to make it in, is that people like Stanley, Nightish, other folks, they just don't care. Stanley says it all the time, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. There's a level of I don't give a fuck that doesn't extend beyond the individual. We talk the collectivistic shit all the time, but really when it comes to moving forward and development and support, we're very selfish individuals. So some people might say that's our trauma and that comes from slavery and all this other shit, but there's something in the black cultural dynamic that makes that does not allow us to have the ecosystem that we've looked at from all these other groups. And it shows up in our relationships, our communities, and everything.
It's called what?
No, it just sounded funny, like breaking down like, oh, the culture of blacks never allowed us to be self-sufficient. And yeah, if you look at the history, it's white people that's not allowed us. The main thing.
How so? Say more.
How do we even get over here? Just so we can get an understanding of that.
Well, let's go with the mindset that we were already here, because we hear blacks say it all the time. So continue. We were already here.
I don't believe in that. We came here for a purpose, and that was fucking slaves. That's the only reason why we here.
All right, we were slaves, and let's talk. Let's do this. We were slaves. We were brought here by white folks, sold by Arabs and blacks. Right? We were enslaved here for really 283 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Most of the history was here. Yeah.
Okay. So how did we get to where we are today based on that experience?
It's a rebuilding. It's hard to say rebuilding because we ain't never had it. So it's like we starting from scratch. Y'all looking at it like, you know, we should have had the same time to advance all this like white people. And no, that's not the case. We only like 80, 90, maybe 100 years out the woods.
Give me a couple minutes, John. I got a couple questions. Okay, so how long do you think it might take, Jihad?
To reach, like,
we don't even have to reach this. Let's just say half of what white people have done. No, we don't even need to get to where they're at. Let's just say
that won't take
half.
That won't take too long.
Because and I asked you that question, and I'm not fucking with you directly. I'm just talking because we see other ethnic groups who come here. They've been through some serious traumatic shit, and they figure it out a lot quicker than Black Americans. Now, are we that dumb? Or what? There's something that's not right. I mean, we got people that come here, they don't even speak English, and they're figuring it out.
Outperform us. You know that, right?
Say that one more time.
So I said some of those groups you're talking about are other Africans that's outperforming.
I do. That's why I specifically started by saying Black Americans.
So that would tell me right away it's not a race thing. It might be like y'all was already saying a cultural thing, but when you look at the culture and what we was able to cultivate in America, it always had the element of, you know, white people kicking you in the back. So yeah, that's just the reality of it.
And you're right. It might not be race, and I don't even honestly. I talk about race because that's what people talk about. But for me, I look more at like groups and ethnicities. I'm more of an anthropologist when I talk about this type of shit. I live in Minnesota, man. Today's election day. This kids ain't got school. You probably hear my daughter in the background singing right now. And you know what's about to happen today? There's a good chance that we're about to have a Somalian mayor in Minneapolis. These motherfuckers ain't been here 25 solid years yet. And we about to have a fucking light bulb head Somalian mayor. How? I look at black folks just here in the Twin Cities and I say, what the fuck happened? These people went from driving fucking taxi cabs to owning Uber and Lyft here to about to be the goddamn mayor of the city.
Hey, you know what's interesting? In Virginia, I think the blacks chose a white woman over the black woman there, and Eric Adams, his income just led to Mondawmin.
Correct. Now they're choosing more socialism because we want help, but it says something when you look at all these other ethnic groups. These people, English is their third and fourth language sometimes. And they are kicking our ass daily. And we talk about slavery. We got to stop this shit, man. We got to stop it. And John is just saying, look, this is who you are, people. Don't run from it. Look into the light. He's literally putting a mirror in front of our faces. I know it doesn't feel good. It doesn't make me feel good, man. It honestly doesn't. But I get it. Like, I had to come to the grips like this just might be what it is.
Yeah, Kim, you can always join. Kim, you don't have to ask. John, I mean, that statue that I showed you where none of the black people were there, and all of the blacks had their energy focused on the white man, Robert E. Lee statue. That's really the black problem, if you ask me. They had their own statues. They could have built that woman up. They could have made that statue grand. They could have been over there cleaning up the area, focusing on whatever this black woman said. She's, this great woman. I didn't know who she was. There was no attention to her. All of the black attention was it tearing something else down that someone else built. There's no attention to building themselves up.
And then I wanted to say that when you was explaining the scenario, the media the media has more control than I feel like the black community does to voice our own problems. It's gonna be the media that pushes the narrative for us, in my opinion, from what I saw. So like you are right. The media had us putting all our attention on, shit like that when, they ain't even highlight this woman at all through any of that. We don't control the media. That's all I gotta really say about it.
I don't think the blacks, honestly, bro, I think if you'd have to say that the blacks don't really care about what she did.
Battery low.
They can't really care much about it because there's no energy into educating people as to what she did. There's no energy in that little meager statue. They could have built a big grand statue. They could have built her up on a horse. Instead, they built some black radical painter. They built him a horse instead.
We didn't do anything. They did that. The media, the Democrats. I'm saying we don't control our own narratives in that.
Like you said, the blacks didn't do anything. That's correct. Right?
We followers in this shit. We did.
Right. That's right. That's right. But all along you've been up here and you've been talking about. You probably mentioned white people quite a bit. You heard DJ Hemp mentioning, well, what, you know, some old black man. What if somebody call you a nigger? What? In reality, that shit doesn't even happen. The big head nigga, like, what? It never really happened to me.
It's rare,
so,
but it does happen. It's happened to me.
It's so rare that it's not even worth talking about.
In my life.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
right. Once in your lifetime. But every day you're suffering bigger transgression, just, you know, that you don't even speak about those. You know, some hypothetical white man calling you a nigger, that's what you're supposed to act on. That's, I think that's probably part of the problem there. What's up, Kimmy Cakes? Kimmy Cakes, you here? Anyway. Jihad, if 777 was to interview me, what would you want him to ask me here? What would you be curious to find out?
Maybe let him go. You know, kind of try to dive deep into why you're so much of a coon. What goes off on you to hate your people so much? Maybe try to analyze that and put some questions out there.
Yeah, right. High standards. Maybe I'm holding too high of a standard there. But again, you know, like John, what I would say, man, listen. Like, if I think, you know, kind of, you know, if blacks could live peacefully in their own neighborhoods, stuff like that, stop comparing themselves to white people, and just be the best that they can be, and form their own little ecosystems, I think a lot of things will work out for them. But as it stands today, bro, if I need somebody to just come paint this little ass room right here, I got to go get a white boy or Mexican or somebody like that. There's no black guy here.
You ain't looking for him.
Well, okay, but they're not easy to find either, right?
You
got to make
DC,
it easy.
Chocolate City, what you mean?
Well, part of it is that a lot of the DC Chocolate City people, they think they're so smart that they've overlooked those type of jobs and they want to go work in these corporate jobs, and they only, or mainly it's government, and they end up just being paper pushers and not doing
If
much.
anything, you honestly, John, in position in what you don't do, which is sad, but you in position to put a wing over younger black males and maybe give them little petty jobs, paying $50, $100 a day to do some, you know, little minuscule work. But even that shit, I think it's leadership in a community. I think that's what black men in positions need to be doing.
Well, you know what's interesting. What's interesting, man. You know, I see a lot of young black men. You'll see videos of them all the time. I'm riding around. They're not looking, and nor do they look the part. That if I would have had them go around a property, even if I knew they didn't steal, they might make the other people feel uncomfortable the way that they look. To be honest with you, in many cases, they look so bad, you know, or just outside of what's acceptable mainstream. You even heard my mother complaining about it at her building when the building went from Spanish to black. The look of the workers changed.
You didn't even got to go that far, John. But look at the student.
What do you mean? The workers wearing uniforms. You know,
Well, that's what my mother. See, that's what.
Just because they're black, because they can't control being black. Just because you look black, that just, you know, is unacceptable. We can't have it.
Jihad, do you spend any time at schools, middle schools, or high schools? Do you have any
No.
I don't think you have children.
Yeah, I don't got kids.
That age, but okay. So you talked about leadership. You know, I would encourage you sometime in the next few weeks before Thanksgiving to just go to the closest middle or high school to you, and just wait till school lets out.
MLK Middle.
Wait till school lets out and just observe the black boys leaving the school building.
I do every day. Like I said, I live literally right up the street.
What do you see when you see those kids? I'm glad Kimmy's here.
Kids. I see little black boys and girls.
What do they have when they leave school, Jihad? What are they wearing?
They wearing little clear backpacks and yeah.
The black boys have backpacks?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I deal with a lot of young black youth, and a lot of times they don't even have backpacks, man. They ain't even coming to school prepared. They just coming.
I think they might give them backpacks. So, like I said, they all got the same clear bag. So maybe they can buy that for.
And
the same
I mean, even that measure is something to talk about. I mean, there's a reason for that too.
yeah, that shit crazy. I mean, we should have been doing that in our day for real.
Should we though? I mean, was it where the violence and the gun and the
not violence, but a lot of shit was coming. At least when I was in school, a lot of shit was
drugs. Yeah.
You know, since we got Kimmy Case up on the panel, do you remember that time when Kimmy Case was up here and she had to usher those kids?
Yeah. Why are they clear?
You remember when Kimmy Case had to usher those kids out of the ATM vestibule?
Yeah. Yeah.
She did this shit on stream. Kimmy Case, she's on the phone.
She's on the phone. Bank of America. I'll never forget.
Yeah. We had to take that video down, but basically and it's not her job to do it, but she went and escorted the kids out of the ATM vestibule. They were sitting there hotboxing in the ATM little vestibule, and they were supposed to be to work.
Yeah,
cool. Yeah, and she had to go around the corner to usher those kids to school, and they smelling like weed walking in the building. Imagine that distraction.
And you know what she displayed that day? That was Black leadership. That's what Black leadership is in the Black community. Going out of your way, going beyond your job duties to wrangle Negroes in check so they can do what they're supposed to be doing any damn way. That's what when we say we need leadership, that's what we always call for. Those kids should have had their asses in school, period. She shouldn't have had to do all that. But that's what we say we need. Because Black kids and Black young people ain't doing what they're supposed to be doing anyway. So we need better leadership. Ain't that a damn shame, John?
It is very crazy. And
you got a nigga like John in position, ain't doing shit. Ain't that
what? They doing it?
I mean, honestly, if you honestly scale back and think about it, John and Kimmy are doing the exact same thing. Offering something to keep Negroes' asses somewhat stable.
But John, he ain't doing no shit like that. He gonna make content on it.
I mean, you know, okay. But what about this? What about this? Would you agree this? Listen. For any Black that was watching, here was your direct interview with an HVAC man.
You have
HVAC. He's telling you how to get. You were here that day. You know, if you ever interested in it and maybe felt discouraged, thought it was too difficult for you, hear a Spanish guy telling you.
I remember this too. I remember this also.
You don't have what? Oh, Kim, not.
I remember when he was on your stream. I was in the audience.
Oh yeah, the HVAC guy. Yeah, and I put my roofer on here, my plumber, my electrician. These are all men of the trades. As a university say, if you take a step back, you see people making a living, a good, honest, decent living, doing things that that any American could have done. Take race out of it. Any American could have done it. Yeah, we got all these people over here, and almost all of them have been foreign born except for the renter, the roofer. And yet we see so much pessimism in terms of getting into the trades. How do these guys do it? Well, one guy explained it. I think we've had multiple guys. I had the tree cutting guys over here. They explained how they came in and learned how to cut trees. So you can take a little bit other than the criticism of value here.
I mean, I could agree with that 100%. I think more brothers need to get into trades. I was fortunate enough to have a father in the trades that taught me.
You got a trade, right?
Yeah,
you have a trade, right?
Yeah. So, and I do know, because me personally, I'm not in the position now, but that is my goal to like get up to the point where I'm actually pulling in Black youth and showing them the way so they can, have better for themselves. I really want to do that.
Well, I think once you start, you're going to realize some of the problems that I talk about.
But in New York City, we used to have vocational high schools where if they weren't doing well in a traditional school pathway, they would then go to transfer to vocational schools where they'll learn nursing, hospitality. We had auto body shops in schools. And I don't know what happened in New York City, but that's changed so much where we're not really emphasizing vocations anymore. But we definitely had that, especially when I was growing up in high school.
Yeah, and that's not just New York, Kimmy. That's all across the United States. Vocational schools are almost thing of past. A lot of nonprofits have stepped up to create programming around those, and they team up with community colleges. But it used to be in high schools. So I wish we would bring that back. That was important.
Man, the more and more I think about it, honestly, is that even viable?
Yes.
It's like the way I look at software. I don't think in 12 years of school, you should be able to teach someone to be a software developer. You do it. You got 12 years, as long as they be in college. You mean tell me they can't teach someone how to be a software? I taught myself. Why can't they do it? They had 12 years funded by the government to do it, and here I am, I taught myself. So clearly they can't do it in 12 years. So what's the odds of them doing HVAC? Being able to teach HVAC? It's not gonna happen. As Jihad says, you know, his father taught him. These other people, my HVAC guy says in the summertime, he'll take on journeymen. Not in the wintertime when things are slow. I don't think schools are going to be able to recruit talented people and keep those talented people and have them teach HVAC. I just don't believe that a school system can do that.
I think you're right.
I think it could do it better than, I mean, maybe not better, but I think it's more profitable to do that than push this going to college shit, because not everybody can go to college. If anything, it needs to be 50-50. Some of them you give an outlet to go into the trades. Some of them you give an outlet to get higher education. But I think it is viable, 100%. It's definitely viable.
Can I ask Kimmy a question?
Yeah.
Do you agree with Jihad's statement that not college isn't for everybody? I hear that a lot from blacks. What do you think about that as an educator?
I 100% agree with that.
So what? Tell me why do y'all think that college isn't for everybody?
Not everyone has.
Go ahead, Kimmy.
I think college or completing anything takes a certain level of discipline that not everyone has. And then you got to add academics onto it. And then you got to add study skills. And it requires a lot of skills. And we don't have a lot of people with a lot of skills that can do that, in my opinion.
I just don't see, I honestly, the more and more I look at college, I just don't see any value to it for 80% of it. And if you're going out to be a medical doctor, okay, I don't know enough about medical doctor.
Right.
But maybe engineering, though you probably can learn a lot of that working from the ground up. And you probably learn it better than going to college. I think the economics of college make it this way. Here's what I mean. Let's say you're some high-flying guy that you know finance very well. There's no way you're going to go teach when you can go work at Goldman Sachs. There's no way. The money just is too far skewed in the other direction. Norm is a very smart guy. He knows finance, all that structured derivatives, all that kind of stuff. He's never taught a day. He probably could teach finance stuff very well. He's not going to do that. He owns a bar. When he works, he goes to work in finance companies. So on and so forth. Very talented people are not going to sacrifice that level of income to go teach and to learn these things.
I know a very wealthy white man. He teaches math in middle schools, and he does it because he doesn't have to work or make money. He can live anywhere in the world problem-free. So he just teaches math because he's like, maybe one day one of these students will become as wealthy as me and my family and have these options. But he teaches math to just have something to do because he doesn't have to work. He's that wealthy.
Yeah. I remember one time, Universal may remember this. I offered to Stanley, I said, Stanley, before your son goes off to Georgia Tech, again, this is not about Stanley, but this is an example of how I think Americans view education. I said, Stanley, what I'm saying? Like, I know a lot of people go off to college majoring in software and they bump into these terrible professors and they change their major. Not that they're not smart, is that if you don't have a foundation in software and you get there and the professor's teaching you in the worst possible way because he doesn't understand it himself either, then you're going to have a hard time, matriculating. So I said, I could give him some pointers. If you've heard me talk about software on this channel, I said, I can give him some pointers. And he like, hey, John, I'm going to have my son talk to you about software, this or that. But who the hell are you? Okay. Right? And then he comes in the first semester and he says, I think his son didn't even make an A the first semester. Right? They make 1 A. He could have leaned on someone like me who knows software, right? Not from a theoretical, but who's done it. Yeah, could have, maybe given him some pointers. May or may not have helped. It couldn't have hurt though. But he's so wired that college is where you go learn. Yeah.
John, I actually talked to a student. I actually talked one of my students out of going to college. She wanted to spend close to $40,000 a year to study psychology, and I was like, that makes no sense. And she's like, my friend Daniel's going there. I'm like, Daniel has a full ride. No, he has to pay $2,000 a year out of his pocket. He's a pharmacy student, so he's going into pharmaceuticals. It's gonna make sense for him to do that. It doesn't make sense for you to spend $40K a year to go.
Smart move.
So she works full time now. She does go to college, but she goes to community college. And I was like, once you do your 2 years for free, because she got into community college for free, then you can see, okay, do I want to continue this? Where do I want to invest more? Do I even want to do this, or do I make enough? So, and she's debt free. $40,000 for psychology a year? Absolutely not.
That was smart. That's a good job on you, because she needs to think that out. Because I'll be as someone who's gone that route, and that wasn't my original route. I originally went to school to be a dentist. Not a smart investment, but I had scholarships though.
Why is she
Yo, I'm
college now?
gonna be listening in the chat. Peace,
Indeed.
Peace
Why
out,
is she
Jahad.
in college now? Why don't you just work more instead of spending those hours studying? Why don't you just work more?
Yeah, that's what I said to her. But she's
I mean, why does she need any college? Right? If she was going to go major in psychology, right, what did she need to go to part-time college for? What did she learn?
She's been working nights since the age of 11. She comes from a Slavic family, and like those families, their children have to work. Like, it's not an option. So she's been working since the age of 11, night shifts, all that. And
why do they have to work though? Why is it not an
this is
option?
culturally how Slavic families are. Their children work. Like, you're not gonna not work.
Amazing. Do you feel like that their children do better academically, even with that hard work ethic?
Yeah, she did great in school. She was an A and B student.
Damn. We need to act like the Slavs. Wait, isn't that where slavery comes from? Slavic
And the
language?
thing is, it's like all her siblings have jobs. Like, there's no one in her house that doesn't work. Everyone works.
Kim, what do you think about this video here? I saw this yesterday, and again, the man at the bottom right corner, his name is William Playboy Williams. He's 60 years old, give or take. He said he's crippled, and he's challenging these young men to take up the battle fight for the N-word. And I just want you to listen at how he tries to put them in a corner to behave violently if they hear a word.
To me, like, a white man can walk in a room and call us all niggas, and would you tuck him first, or would I get to him first?
What are you saying? Oh, so who would beat him up first, or who would do something to him physically for saying the N-word?
White man came into the room with all four of us and called us niggas. Would you jump first before my crippled ass does?
Yeah, it would definitely be a very bad situation for him if he said it to me. Yes, I've never had a white man bold enough.
Why would that old ass black man come up there and ask him this stupid ass question?
Kimmy's reaction was priceless.
Sorry, that was hilarious. I wouldn't care less if a white person came around me or a group of black people and said the N-word.
But has it ever happened though?
Exactly.
Has it ever happened? Yes, it actually happened to me one time in high school on a subway.
Okay. 30 years ago, 20 years ago.
30 years ago.
Okay.
Tell us the story, because we need some context. What happened?
So we had dance rehearsal. We were just coming back from dance rehearsal, and then the guys in dance, they tend to be queer, so they were like still dancing on the train, and I was just tired, so I was just sitting there, and the guy came over. He was like, he was from France. He was like, my wife has a headache, and you're dancing around. It's bothering me. Like, sit the fuck down. And then the gay guy started yelling at him. They started arguing. And he was like, that's why y'all all on welfare and pregnant. And I started laughing because I thought that shit was funny. And then when I started laughing, he got mad and he was like, you niggers. And then one of my friends, she was from the Dominican Republic, she jumped on his back and scratched up his face and kicked him off the train.
Wow.
But yeah, that happened.
It's never happened to me. It's never ever happened to me. I was the cousin
I
that
don't
was
think
on
he. I don't think he. I think he just said it out, just trying to control this, like feeling out of control of the situation and trying to find a way to control it. I think that was just his thing.
I haven't been around any whites that have felt comfortable enough to say that to me or
You're
around
also
me.
a man, John. You know what I'm saying? It's different.
Yeah, you know, I was.
You know.
You know, I told this story that I worked for this lady whose father bummed Nat King Cole's bus in my hometown. And the guy that was telling you the story about my cousin, we were working together at a car wash, and the lady was our manager. And he called me a nigger, and she intervened. She says, he says to her, she said to him, how would you feel if I said that to him? And so she was very, I guess, anti-racist, anti-N-word. But her grandfather had blown up Nat King Cole's bus. So, you know, things come full circle in her instance, I guess.
So they're speaking hypothetically about something that has a very low probability of happening.
Right. Like out of all the other things that they could be focused on, internal things that they could have immediate impact on.
Right.
He's winding them up, telling them, wait till some white man comes and call you N-word and let all that energy out on that. Meanwhile, overlook everything else that's affecting you, ailing you, that you have immediate control over. And you just sit back and wait on this white man to come call you the N-word. That's when you do your thing. That's what he's telling me, right?
And he's handicapped.
I'm crippled. I can't do it. So y'all young boys go out and do it, right? Like that's the mindset. And again, this is why I say I need to set my sights higher, because like this man got 50,000 subscribers, and he clearly DJ Hemp clearly is either an idiot, slow-witted, or he's okay with that kind of talk. I would have cut that dumb old cripple off immediately. Nick, what the hell are you talking about the N-word? Y'all niggas say it every day.
Yeah. I was just about to say
Hemp let
that.
this shit
I could just
ride.
say offensive stuff you say all the time.
Right. Yeah, right. Hemp let that shit ride on this panel about some hypothetical that likely would never happen to any of the blacks in the panel or in the chat. And somehow he's been able to drift his way up to 50,000 subscribers with this kind of stupidity. You know, and the same thing for the Fugazi guy. These people are professional grifters, and they're not willing to even be honest about the black problem. And I think that there's so many blacks that don't want to be honest about it, the Stanleys of the world. These people are more or less talking to that audience, that population of blacks.
I'm still stuck on the Slavic young lady.
Oh.
Like you said she worked nights and she was a girl.
Yeah, she go to work with her mom.
Yeah. She's doing better than that lawyer John had in the building.
Yeah.
Jesus. I'm
She
sorry.
would go to work with her mother. Her siblings, she and her siblings would take turns. Like she'll go maybe Monday, Wednesday. Her other sibling will go on Tuesday. Her brother will go Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Like but they
So
all
they
go to
have
work with their mom.
Wow. So they have a whole rotation and system. And we can't get $60 to pay a night's rent half the time in this channel. This is amazing. I honestly, do people start like this is why I rock with John. And I know John tortures a lot of my online relationships, and I don't give a damn. But do people not see this? Like, come on. You said she's 19, 20?
Well, now she's 18. She's gonna be 19.
She's not even fucking 20 years old yet, and she's out working half the Negroes that we talk about on this channel. It's amazing, man. It's amazing.
You remember those two Hispanic women that we did the street interviews with? I mean, they were not wrapped up in the propaganda of America. They did not take the COVID vaccine. In fact, one of them was so smart. She said, "My body, my choice," as it relates to the COVID vaccine. I don't think I ever heard that before. And then you look on the flip side in New York City. I remember being there during COVID. A lot of the blacks went along with the agenda. You heard Jihad saying the media is our problem. Well, hell, the media is your problem. Just turn the radio off. But they keep buying into the media and going along with the program. And part of that is college and all this kind of shit. Retirement. Like, retirement doesn't even exist outside of the Western world. You work till you can't. We got one coming up. Someone.
Good morning, guys. Sorry about that. My Wi-Fi started acting up when I tried to log in the first time.
But you know, Universal, you remember the little boy I showed in the corner store a while back? That was in Brooklyn too.
Can't forget it. He
That
was
was
no more than 12 years old.
That was another immigrant group going against the paradigm or the natural order of things in America, where you don't have children out working in dangerous environments like that.
And you've used that video several times to ask people questions. Would you allow your child to do that? And how many times people said no, and you're crazy, and why would I do that? And that was at what? Like that was at 12 something that night.
Yeah, during COVID.
Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah. He's serving grown men beer. Kimmy K knows exactly where it is. It's round the corner from Cuba to school.
Are you talking about the Puerto Rican kid that was that was running the bodega? That you?
Yeah, is it that bodega? I don't know if he's Puerto Rican or not. He may be Arab. Yeah, I think they were Arab. Yeah, but that's it.
Okay.
It's at the corner of what is it? St. Mark's and Ralph, right? St. Mark's and Ralph Avenue, right around the corner from Cuba to school. And again, whenever Cuba gets his rocket off the ground and he come back to Earth, he's gonna have to go to the bodega to spend some money with the Arabs.
Oh man,
yeah, that's pretty interesting.
It's fascinating.
But black people used to do that back in the day, though. That's the part, John. I don't understand. My stepfather told me about the times where he would work with his dad on the military base when he was younger. I mean, shoot, they were driving buses at 18, 19. This was back in, I would say, the late 60s, early 70s. Why they're not doing that now, I don't understand. I don't think it's lack of capability. I think that if somebody sits them down and shows them emotional control, how to control impulses, they would be able to do the same thing that the Arab kids doing.
Sit them down, Warren. You sound like Mr. Big Head. They need training. Who gonna sit them down?
Well, touche. You got me. Touche.
Man, I've told this story many times, guys. Who's gonna sit them down? Well, they're gonna have to stare their own ass down. You know, my dad learned how to work from a white man. These things are true. White man owned the store in his neighborhood. He told my dad a story that my dad later told me. He said, son, when you're at work, either you find something to do or your boss will find something to do, and it's probably not going to be something that you want to do, so keep busy. So the white man told him when he worked in a little corner store. At that time, the white man owned the corner stores. He would hire young blacks like my dad in the neighborhood. My dad would learn the traits of what how to work, and a small business like that, he gonna make sure you're more productive than if you're just in a big corporation, Whole Foods, right? He's gonna need to get every dollar out of you.
But would your dad pass those traits down to you, or was it the white man passing those traits down to you?
Well, the white man passed it to my dad, then my dad passed it to me. He said, son, keep busy, or your boss will give you something to do, and that it has been true in my work life, in that, I go find some tickets in the queue or get assigned some tickets from the queue. I'd rather pick my own than get assigned something I don't necessarily want to work on. So that's one of the ways you kind of adapt it to the corporate world. Well, you had to learn somewhere. On the flip side, my grandmother was like a domestic to white people. Nowadays, the Hispanics are the domestics. So my grandmother learned how to bake, how to clean, how to do domestic shit and it passed down to me because she'd bring home sheets and drapes and shit, and we'd have to iron them. And the sheets on their bed, we'd have to iron their sheets, fold them up and shit. Look what I do today. I clean up and shit after people. I'm a fucking maid, more or less. My grandmother was a maid. Here I am a maid. What did I learn it from? Right? I couldn't have just done this shit, just spring up out of the blue and just become a maid. It had the foundation had to be somewhere. My mother used to clean up banks. We'd go all over town cleaning up banks at night. When the banks were closed, we went there clean up. My mother was work with my grandmother. So those type of things do get passed down, I think. And now we're seeing that the Hispanics are more or less taking the place of, say, the corner stores and the Arabs. They're not hiring the blacks in the neighborhoods so they can learn how to work for somebody. Their first work is by sending out an application to into the ether, and the HR calls them back. It's all like, low touch, as opposed to working in your neighborhood or someone that has an interest in you beyond you just doing your assigned duties. And so those are the things I think that they're missing. And so when I clean up their rooms, one of the reasons why I showed like the type of food that they have is because these people don't even know how to cook anymore. Where would they learn it from? They mama's been ordering food. We've had delivery most of their mama's life. Now they order food. Or they go get processed shit. Big back honey buns and shit like that. This is what they eat. Where would they have learned how to eat anything else from? My grandma used to bring home leftovers from white people's house. We learned, first time I ever had lamb was she brought home leftovers and all that, all Jew and all the shit you put on lamb. Where would these people learn this from? This is what Mr. Big Head talks about when we say they need training. Well, it's going to have to be trained from the white people more likely, because I don't think the Arabs or the Hispanics are going to be willing to take on the blacks and train them and have the patience that the whites did. That's my thoughts. What do you think about that, Universe?
I think it's true. I think we have to be, honestly, we have to break away from the thinking that black people are going to get black people out of our own situation. We're going to have to be a lot more intercultural and understand that we're going to have to work collaboratively to move forward. We got to have a united, independent effort. And what I mean by that is individuals are going to have to work as best as they can, as much as they can. And hopefully the collective group can move forward in our individual actions. Waiting for black people to get our collective shit together, it's not going to happen. It's over. We've proven it for the last year I've been on this channel.
Universal, who's waiting? Because I'm not.
But you also have a different black ethnic identity. You wouldn't wait. You're Caribbean, correct?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you're Caribbean, and I'm not dissing you. I think it's amazing.
Okay.
Your disposition starting is very different than a black American. Very different. And what I hear,
because technically, no, and I'm not being rude either, but this is not our country. So how is it different? Or is
that makes I think. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Can you say what you said one more time? Because I kind of talked over you.
You said that like pretty much our starting points are different, and I'm like, how? It's not. This is not even our country technically. Like,
let me answer that one. Let me answer that one. I was in one Caribbean island. This was maybe 15 years ago, and on the headline of the newspaper was like, there was a debate about corporal punishment in schools. And the people in Jamaica, wherever it was, either Jamaica or Barbados, they were still for corporal punishment. That should have long been banned in America at this point.
Yes.
Not here in Texas.
Okay, fair enough. But in large parts of America, corporal punishment has long been banned.
In schools,
but here,
yeah.
right, but here these people were in some Caribbean island still holding on to their tradition of disciplining children.
They still do it in Catholic schools in DR.
Right. And so those are things that they were holding on to that allowed them to, clearly they saw fit to do it. It must work in their culture. And I bet you a lot of Jamaicans still bring it here, at least the first generation or so.
Yes.
And whereas the blacks who haven't been in their own country, they got to abide by, the mainstream rules. They can't whoop their children anymore. I could tell you, I could call my mother. My mother beat me in school once, and the school allowed it. They allowed it. I was in elementary school. She came to the school and beat me in the school.
John,
allowed it.
John, quick question. Quick question. When she did that, did everybody give you that look like, ooh, he done messed up? That look that would embarrass the living daylights out of you?
I'm sure they did, but I remember. but this was black in their natural element. It's closer to their natural element of how they discipline children, right? The principal, everyone knew what was going on. The teacher, my mama knew the teacher. Hell, the teacher used to give me rides to school. So everyone knew what was going on. Everyone was tacitly okay with it. No one saw child abuse. No one saw any.
It's different now. I had a student punch. I had a mom punch a student out in my office because a boy posted her on Facebook doing something she shouldn't have been doing, or orally speaking, and when the mom found out that was on Facebook, she came to the school and punched her daughter straight in the face. The principal asked me, like, did that happen? I was like, yeah. And then they called the police on the mom. The mom got arrested in the building by the police.
But that's a difference. There's a difference between getting, pardon my language, getting your ass spanked and getting punched. Like there's corporal punishment and then there's abuse.
Right.
And there's a thin, bright line that you don't
The mom
cross.
is correct.
You can't
So
have the
pretty
mom
much
just
in the state of New York, you can spank your children, but when corporal punishment becomes excessive, that's considered abuse.
Yeah, same here in
And that
Texas.
is like punching, for example.
You can spank your kid here in Texas as long as two things are met. Number one, you're not doing it in malice. And number two, the
You're not
intent
using
is
a weapon.
purely for disciplinary purposes. That's it. Like you can't beat them because you're mad.
In New York, it's the same thing. You can spank your children, you can hit them, but you can't use a closed hand and you can't use an object because an object is considered a weapon under New York State law.
But my bigger point though is when I was growing up, blacks were probably more naturally raising their children in what made sense for them. My mom came to my school with my
But then,
ass.
John, you're making the point that the starting point is about the same.
What do you mean?
So if that was your upbringing and a school in the Caribbean uses corporal punishment, which they do, the starting points are relatively the same, right?
That's right. So you're getting my point, okay? So that was in the 70s, right? I go to Caribbean in the 90s. They still whooping ass in school, right? That's still the mindset, right? We whoop ass in our school, right? They still where we were in the 70s,
even at home.
But in the 90s, the blacks had to adopt these white standards, and I'm using white standards, of discipline their children. So in the 90s, my mother couldn't have done what she did in the 70s or in the 80s and whenever she came to do that. Well, what if that's what the blacks really needed to keep their children in line? A little ass whooping. They can't whoop their ass.
Nope.
Now they just be going unchecked all day, every day. The mom, like
unregulated.
Right. And now these people have diverged far from, where they would be had they been disciplined in the form that was fit for them. Everybody's not the same.
No, you're
Some
right.
children, you can say, go sit in the corner, and he won't do that again. Other children, you got to put a little spanking on their ass. Right? They could be your same children. You in the same family. They're different. And so some children need to have their ass whooped to keep them in line. And if you take that away from them, then they're not just going to get better on their own. That's just my opinion.
I think you're right. Like even recently, the schools in Jamaica, they banned baby hairs. I don't think American schools would do that. They'll probably sue for civil rights or something.
That's correct.
Or like they're
That's
eating
correct.
black hair or something like that.
That's correct. That's correct. And on it goes. The laws and all this are allowing these people to get so far away from who they really are, right? Anyone ever been to? I know one in university. You've been to the Caribbean, so everyone's probably been to the Caribbean.
Yeah, I have. Yes.
Well, if you go to any foreign country, to be honest with you, they all have their own breads. You ever notice that?
Yes.
Jamaican, cocoa bread, Jamaican, like roti and all that kind of shit.
Well, they have their own different forms of various foods that are literally the same. Like there's Puerto Rican oxtail, there's Dominican oxtail, and there's Jamaican oxtail, and it's totally different, even though it's the same meat.
Yeah.
And so you'll see me interview people like the Jamaican girl. I said, "What's your favorite Jamaican food?" She said, "Saltfish, ackee." Right? What's your black food?
Oscar.
I'm a curry person. I love all the curry chickens, the curry shrimps, the curry goat. I'm curry. That's my favorite.
Yeah. But one thing I can say is that we all have in common is that we all come from the Taino native. So
that bloodline.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
And so when I go into all these people's houses, again, I'm looking at what do they eat, which is very central to who they are. And they mainly process shit out of the grocery store. And it's very central, I think, to who you are. And where do you get that from? What you eat. And I don't think any Black Americans have a connection to the food the way that Jamaicans or Puerto Ricans or Dominicans do. So therein lies another fault line. Every day I see African restaurants open up here in DC, and they don't get your food from your homeland, you know. And I think the blacks are missing that. It's just another one of those things they're missing that agitates and makes them angry. The emptiness inside. No, all speaking.
Now, John, we could barely call. Like, before we were able to call like child welfare if children were living in squalor and things like that. Now they're telling us that it's too many Black and brown families getting child welfare visits and getting calls to ACS. So instead of calling, if they're living in like deplorable conditions, we have to find ways to support the family. And I think that's leading to more children dying. Like,
yeah,
that's just leading to more children dying because these people are not normal. Like, why is your child on a dirty mattress with no sheets, garbage all over the house? You know, like that should be a grounds for removal. But the courts are now changing their stance because it's affecting brown and Black people the most.
Yeah, but heaven help me if I discipline my kid. Yeah, I don't now. She's in college, right? But heaven help me if I discipline my kid because she did something at school that I do not approve of. And oh my God, oh the horror! And now I'm on like a 9-month reunification plan, and my visitation rights are severely restricted, and you know the whole nine. I think they're applying it to different. They're applying these rules to the wrong people. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
You 100% correct.
Juan. So recently, like last month, we were wondering because we have 2 kids that go to the same school, 5th grade and one in kindergarten, I believe, and we noticed that one hops off the bus and not the other. So we're like, yo, what the hell is going on? So the mom gets a call, to come and pick up the oldest one. We need to talk to you. We're like, okay. She heads over there. Oh, what's going on? We're hearing that such and such is saying that she's getting hit in the house. Is this true? And I'm like, I don't know where she's getting this from because we never laid hands on her. So you want to know where all this stuff started coming from? Is that she was afraid that she had a deadline on her homework. And she was afraid of getting punished with words by us. So she went and told that to school. And then the whole thing came out of it. You get what I'm saying? Which is nuts.
This is your child?
Yeah.
You know, and you're not the only one that's happened to. I have friends here. I have a friend in California that I went to law school with. That all of that crap happened to them. And I'm like, this is crazy. Meanwhile, you have a kid like Kimmy K said, the roof is about to fall literally on top of their head. The mattress is dirty. They're not eating. You know, clear signs of neglect, and nothing happens to them.
Oh, dude, I seen mothers that are freaking junkies, man, and DSS never takes their kids away.
You know, that's very interesting. I did not know that. Hey, I was going to ask you guys.
But John,
so, go ahead. What are you about to say? I was about to say. So 777, he wants to interview me. Well, what you guys have any questions to suggesting him to ask me? Is it
I wonder, because I know how you feel about the government being involved in evictions and your property rights, and I do think that should be like something you discuss because you did tell a lot, especially like Tracy. I remember you tell a lot of property owners like, don't wait on the government to tell you what to do with your property. You know, and he ended up like tens of thousands of dollars in debt because of this tenant that he took like 3 years to evict.
Yeah,
so I think you should definitely talk about that.
Yeah, damn. Maybe we call him. Maybe I should call him today.
And also what Lisa said. She's like, she wants to know where that comes from. The animosity that you have towards blacks, John. We all want to know, John. I think I heard it once. I heard you once say it when you was up here with your cousin on the phone.
Oh, that stupid motherfucker.
Yeah. But that's a story for you to tell.
One good conversation on the same subject would be the Section 8, because there's a growing trend, at least here where I'm at, where a lot of landlords are no longer accepting Section 8. So you either, they have income based, but you have to come up with the money yourself, or you're not going to get the place. They're not accepting the vouchers anymore, at least down here.
They will. Trust me, they will, because the government, and I covered this the other day, the payment rates. Look, this is a guy next door to me. He told me when he first moved in, Eritrean guy, yeah, man, we're going to live here. I said, oh, okay, we're fixing up. And I ain't fixing it up quite a bit. The house is already pretty nice, but you steadily fixing it up. I look up one day, it's a lockbox on the front of the house. And the house is for rent for like $3,700. No one would pay $3,700 over here except for the government. The government can create a price where people will accept Section 8. There's just no way around that. That they're going to house the poor people. They're going to get them off the streets. Just like the food stamps. They're going to figure out something to keep the poor people off the streets. And if they have to harm regular people that pay rent to do that, then they'll do it. And that's why a house next door to me in the ghetto is $3,700 in rent. You probably paid $300,000 for it.
Mm.
That's a bigger Section 8 fight. That's bigger than the EBT fight, to be honest with you, because you don't have to shop around food stamp people. You can go to another grocery store, but you can't move away from this Section 8 problem without paying through the nose either way it goes.
But I think, John, the whole thing we're talking about with like child welfare, it goes back to your point. Like, if a child grows up in squalor, they lived on dirty mattresses, the parent was not held accountable. They learned that that's how they to live. I mean, there's some people who will grow up in that and be like, oh my God, this is so disgusting. I don't want to live like that. But not everyone has that level of resilience. And then they move into a place like yours. Like, we're not helping people to do better by not keeping them accountable. Like, lock people up.
Like, look at this. Like, look at this. Like, this guy may have children. He could have children. Look how he lives. Oh, shit. I don't know if you can see this. Can you see this?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah, like, that's a grown man. That's a grown adult man, probably with some type of education.
I can't live like that, and I'm educated. Good Lord.
But clearly, no one has shown this man how to clean. He didn't inherit the traits from his mother, his father, grandmother. Like, you're looking at more or less a lost generation, right? That's what you're seeing here.
But what generation, though? Because when I was a kid, and Latinos, I think maybe you would be able to vouch, and Kimmy, you as well. It only took my mom cleaning up my room one time because she had that veiled threat. If I have to clean your room, I'm throwing all your toys away. And she did. The room was spotless. It was, as we call it, spick and span, right? But I looked in the toy chest and there were not a toy inside.
Like, look, my mom because she was working from Monday to Saturday, so every Saturday morning before she went to work and in the afternoon, she made sure she's like, "Yo, like at least on Saturdays, clean your room, dude. Like, you gotta clean your room."
Exactly. There was a clean day, like Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, because her problem was she's like, you guys don't want roaches, you guys don't want mice, right? So the way to prevent this shit is by doing this, and I'm like, yeah.
But this, to me, I mean, at least from the eyes of a social worker that has gone into people's homes, for me, this is an issue of like organization. I'm talking about dirty, where there's like no sheets on the bed, the mattress has been shitted on and pissed on several times. Like, that's the kind of conditions they're leaving children.
Well,
in. This,
I'm gonna tell you,
you just spend an hour and fix all of that. Like.
The only reason it's a mattress is the sheets and shit on the bed is because I put sheets on there. He would tell you, if I took them sheets off there, he'd sleep on whatever mattress was there. Bare mattress. Bare milk. Damn. Look at this shit. I guarantee
he
you.
can have that neat in an hour. Hour tops, that's good. He needs organization. He needs bins. He needs a shoe rack. He needs organizational stuff.
Well, the thing is, Kimmy K, yeah, right. But look what he's eating. Right, he has some food there, processed food. Some he ordered. Air Jordans is 3 2-liters in the bed. They're not in the refrigerator. You can put them in the refrigerator. Trash, filth everywhere, all up on the bed, as you can see it.
That's sloth. That's what that is. That's sloth. That's just somebody that's too freaking lazy for their own good.
Yeah.
But this is how these people live, and I guarantee you, he's graduated college, high school for sure. And so 12 years of education, and this is all we got. A man that can't keep his fucking room clean.
And I'm gonna assume that he works so hard that he's never able to be home to put that shit together. I'm just gonna make that assumption.
We always nigga, we have to
At least
stay-
contract somebody to do that. God knows, man.
It would be right back filthy. Why even fix it? It would be right back filthy, you know. So you just, you know, whatever.
But that's a good question, John. Given that your stuff is listed as short-term rentals, Airbnb, do you provide housekeeping?
Yeah, I clean the common areas, take the trash out, bathrooms, kitchens. I don't clean their rooms though.
Okay.
They don't
fair.
want you going in their rooms. Like I wouldn't even know how to clean that room. What's
Yeah,
trash?
you don't
What's
want them
not?
to accuse you of taking stuff, so that's smart.
Right, knocking something over, you know. So, but you know, and I've shown many rooms like that. That you know, if someone would ask me about my views on blacks, this would really be part of it. Honestly, is that like I go in and out their rooms. I've interacted with them. I've shown you many videos to
Yo,
prove
can I
my
ask
point.
you a question?
Yeah.
Have you ever, I'm being dead serious, I ain't even trying to be funny here, man. Have you ever seen a grown-ass man, let's say his box is on the floor, and that shit got a freaking line right in the middle?
I ain't ever looked at that.
God, bro. This is what I'm
You
saying.
wanna-
You gotta throw all that clothes out. You gotta throw everything, shoes, all that.
Man,
You gotta all gotta go in the
the
trash.
bloody, really, I get a lot of bloody sheets. I mean, there's been, you know, I've told you all the
Yeah,
shitty
you told me
stories.
that. You told me that.
Biohazard a la fregada. Damn, man.
Yo, bro. You know, I've shown some shit.
It's unbelievable.
What
Yeah,
is
please
it?
don't show it again. It's traumatizing.
Yeah, I know. I guess the shit is. But you know, I was telling you guys, my cousin, and let me see if I. He told me, he says, he said he threatens me basically. Well, it ain't really a threat. I shouldn't call it that. But he says, I bet you won't put me on your podcast again. And then he refers to me as a slumlord. And what's interesting, I've forgotten the slumlord part. I forgot that part. But you know what's interesting about this again? Yeah, I'm showing you guys a pattern. I want you to set the pattern. Nightish came up and tried to do the same thing. This guy saying, I bet you won't let me up on your podcast again. Basically, I said, they'll threaten that if you let me up, I'm going to do something destructive to your channel. Right? That's what he's saying. And you know, Stanley said the same thing when Stanley says more or less, John's going to do well. People were telling me to leave his channel, but I stayed there anyway. Well, why did you stay?
I think he likes you, John. Like not in a I think he really enjoys who you are.
Nah. I think if you peel back some of the layers, you know, what I say, you know, what I represent. Hell, look, I had two women up here. They both said the same thing about me. I didn't tell them what to say. I didn't lead them in any direction, but they both more or less said the same thing, right? And then when I told the other one what the other one said, she said, "Yeah, that would be true. That's a good characterization." And
John, I think Stanley agrees with you more than he cares to admit. I'm gonna be honest with you. I
Well,
think
I'm
he's
sure
very
he
in
does.
line with a lot of the things you probably think and believe, but he just doesn't, for some reason, want to say it out loud.
well,
But in his own way, he kind of does say it out loud.
Man, you need to replay that episode, man.
Which episode?
The one that you kept chicken, putting his ass in the back.
Yeah. But you know, Stanley, my cousin, Nightish, all engaged in the same behavior, or wanted to engage in the same behavior as it relates to my cousin. Let me see if I can play this for you. I'm not gonna play the whole thing. I'm just gonna play one little clip of it for you. Yeah, this is it right here. And it's only one little clip that I think is pertinent here. Can you see my screen? Oh, let me.
No.
You can't see my screen, right? Okay, cool. That's good. All right, it's perfect. All right. And so I think it's about right here. Right here. Listen. I want you to listen to this.
We don't hear anything.
Now, I want you to remember what Nighty said about me. John saved my life. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Someone said no audio. Damn.
Yeah, there was no audio.
Okay. Let me pull it back up. Yeah. Let me see if you get audio right here. You got audio?
Nah.
Damn, let me take it down. Put it back up.
You know what it is? Sometimes we mute the top bar and then we go on it and then you can't unmute it. It's ridiculous.
Can you see my screen now?
Yep.
All right. So now again, Nightish, my cousin, Stanley. Take the names away. Look at the behavior.
There. And even though we don't agree on politics,
it's the wrong nigga, right? Because he'll do it.
John allowed me, even though we don't agree on politics, he allowed me to be there.
Okay, so he's saying John allowed me to be on his channel, even though we don't agree on politics. Well, John doesn't talk politics, right? When did they hear me talk politics? I don't talk about. I don't even fucking vote.
You don't even vote.
No,
So this is a straw man. This is a straw man. You understand? I'm pointing something out to you, and here he goes again. Listen.
And I think he, in all honesty, took a hit.
So listen, he's saying my presence caused John to take a hit. That is true. Imagine if you thought that about yourself. Think about this shit. How would you feel if your presence caused someone to take a hit? That's what you said about yourself. Nigga, I ain't been nowhere where I destroyed where I'm here today and you worth less tomorrow because of my presence.
Even though we don't agree on politics, he allowed me to be there. And I think he, in all honesty, took a hit because I was not going to deal with echo chambers.
Now think about that. That doesn't make sense. I wasn't going to deal with echo chambers. But he said John doesn't agree with my politics, which means that there is no echo chamber, correct? If I agree with his politics, then we got an echo chamber, right? Is that how that works?
I believe so.
Right? If we were all saying the same thing, that's an echo chamber, correct? But we're not saying the same things, so there's not an echo chamber. And so he said that's what he was desirous of. He did not want an echo chamber. Listen.
Because I was not going to deal with echo chambers. I'm a hit. So in a way, it's a win-win.
Now, how can it be a win-win if I take a hit? Somebody explain it to me.
I think he means by like him not being around anymore, you kind of get what you want, and then he gets to do things in his own method, his own way.
But how is me taking a hit a win? Did he take
It's not
hit?
a win. It's not a win.
Okay, he said it's a win. Like I'm explaining to you the black mindset here. Listen,
I'm a hit. So in a way, it's a win-win. John's going to do well. You
see that? He had to acknowledge it. Just like Nightish. When Nightish said,
I talked to Chaotic Truth.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I apologized to Chaotic Truth the other day. Because Chaotic Truth ain't really been disrespectful. He just supporting a disrespectful motherfucker. That's why I said what I said about him. I didn't do shit to John. But John is a flea. I think it's a flea. I don't give a fuck if you get 100,000 subscribers.
There's Nightish projecting on to me that John's going to do well. He could have 100,000 subscribers, but he's still a flea. I don't even think that Nightish could get to 100,000 subscribers. I wouldn't even say that about him. Right? I said, nigga, all you do is play other people's content. Right? That's what I say. If you get to $100,000, you're going to owe a lot of people a lot of money. You get to 100,000 subscribers because you leached off a lot of people. You're going to owe people a lot of money. But here's Nightish saying that John can have 100,000 subscribers. He's still a flea. Here's Stanley saying it's a win-win that John took a hit, but John's going to do well. I don't think that about Stanley. He knows that. I have diagnosed people like Stanley's and Nightish's of the world, Sin 7 Sin, with an assist from her when she asked Nightish, why don't you talk about other things like your life's experiences. He said, I don't have any more to talk about. I said, damn, that's an empty man. And then when I saw that 777 interview with Stanley again, I saw another pattern, an empty man. And I saw Izzy Bands. JP pressed him. He had nothing. Again, empty men. And these men, you know, harbor a lot of anger because they're empty. It's just a veneer.
Yeah, I do see the anger. I do see that.
Mm-hmm.
And not necessarily like just in the like, especially with Nightish, like some of the things he talks about, I'm like, why is like it just sounds like hate? Like, damn.
Yeah, there's a lot of hatred.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. Anyway, I've given it a lot.
You're not going to do well. You are doing well, and you're going to continue to do well, and it's going to keep growing. That's just how it is.
Kim. I know you have a channel. Shout your channel out, by the way. Latino, you shout your channel out. But one of the things I promise you, I don't even look at the analytics, all that kind of stuff. I don't even pay attention to it. Because one of the things, if Latino, you'll definitely see it as you do more streams. Kim, you may be to the point now, I'm not sure, where YouTube will start suggesting to you what you should talk about. I don't know if they do that for you yet.
They do.
Yeah, right. And then, then you start to see certain streamers will talk about the same thing over and over because YouTube is now telling them what they should talk about, right? Based upon past views. And they end up boxing themselves in because the algorithm, the AI more or less is saying, hey, keep talking about this. This is where you're making money. And they never kind of expand themselves because the YouTube is constantly pushing them in the direction that really probably is more beneficial for YouTube than it is for
you got
the
that
streamers.
right.
Yeah.
You got that right. You got that right.
Speaking of that,
I kind of do my own thing in terms of like whatever I feel like should be my next thing. That's what I will put out there. But I'm doing something right. I mean, I grew 10 more subscribers in like the last month, so I'm like, it's happening. It's just my format is different from streaming, so
yeah,
it doesn't grow as fast as a streamer would. But I'm getting there. The progress is being made, and the work is being put in. YouTube is just a long game.
Yeah, I think it's it depends on what you're pursuing, and that kind of dictates how you have to go about it. If you're solely out for money, then you really have to be aggressive in trying to go viral and stuff like that. That's my thoughts. I don't know.
It was just to like promote my small business. So like now that I have enough inventory, I can do like how to style this jacket 3 different ways, and like the girls love that stuff. Plus, it helps me to promote my products. So, and then hopefully be able to convert that into sales. But then I also learned that you can get people who could run the ads for you on Facebook and different platforms.
Yeah,
and they really do it well. And I was told to get like if you can use Fiverr or any of those things, if you want to promote your channel more, you can do that too.
Oh yeah.
But the people from the Philippines, because they go to school on how to they go to school to learn how to hit the algorithms when it comes to advertisements.
Oh yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. I got a couple rooms. I guess I should show you guys.
Yeah.
All right. This is I was showing you a cleaned up room. I hope I have a video of a cleaned up room. One that needs painting, and I'll share it with you. This is the room that the guy's actually in. The dirty guy. This is the room that he's actually in right here. So you can see how it looks. That's the room actually. So you can see kind of how it looks. You see there's the sofa, the bed, that he had all this stuff on there. And so that's interesting. But that one doesn't really need painting right now. So I need to find another one that does need painting. Let's see. Let me find one. Kim, did you know I'm running a competition here? I'm going to have a competition. Latino, I think you're aware of it, right?
Yeah, I saw it. I did see it, yeah.
So I think it's going to be this room right here. This room I think I'm going to paint. Let me see. Yeah. I want to do this one. All right. Yeah, I want to do this one right here. Yeah, this will be the room right here. So the first part of the conversation will be the painting of the room. So we'll come up with colors for the room. So that'll be the first competition. Who can come up with the best color for the room? And
I
so,
like this space.
so what we do is, I'll show you. Give me 1 second here. 1 second. I'll explain to you. For those of you that are interested in the contest, we're gonna have the members of the channel. They'll be the judges. So that'll kind of spice up the judging a little bit. You will be judged by your fellow peers and not me. We're thinking we're gonna have like a $250 cash prize. Again, voted for by the members here. And so this is the room. And give me 1 second. I'm gonna tell you.
On my phone, they just sent a message because I hyped your video first. It promoted like 10 other people to hype your video, and it said it really made a difference in pushing you out to more people on the algorithm. So congrats.
Well, what does that mean? What does that mean?
I don't know. I got a message from YouTube.
Really?
I guess because I gave your video hype points, saying that it's
it helps you
video to watch.
Yeah, it helps you on the algorithm, and I also got some of those from a couple.
Yeah, they
people.
said that I was the first one to do it, so it got 10 more people to do it, which pushes your video out to more people now.
Really? Oh, that's good because
Yeah, it's right here.
hopefully we get some people that are creative, have some creative ideas on this room here. Let me put this clip out here. What I'm doing. Let me share this with you. What I'm doing here. Can you see my screen? What I'm doing here is basically creating a clip for myself. It'll be public in just 1 second here. I would suggest you guys do this when you're streaming. You can see this is what I'm doing here. I'm just sizing the clip up pretty well. Getting it right where I want it. I guess I want it about right here. Put a title on it. I can change the title later. And there's a clip there. And it's out there on YouTube just that quickly. So if you're streaming, you got something you want to clip, and you're not using OBS, and that's how I would suggest you get some of your clips out. So you don't have to go back through your entire stream and look for a clip. You can just do that right there. Any of you ever done that before? Latino? Kim? Where the hell I have that room?
No. My bad. I'm in the back working on something.
Oh, were you familiar with that? What you can do right there?
Nah, not really.
No.
Okay, yeah. That's in the. Actually, YouTube suggests that when you're streaming, you should be looking at that screen. If you get a warning for anything, I'm sorry. Say that again. I didn't hear you.
No, I was just saying, wow. Like,
Yeah, so if
no,
you get a
light bulb just
warning,
went off. That's all. I just said, wow.
yeah, if you get a warning or anything like that while you're streaming, you'll get it there first. And so you've probably seen on other channels. You may have seen it even here that someone will be playing some copywritten content, and they'll be warning your users, your listeners, and they'll also be warning you on this dashboard right here. And if you keep playing it, they'll just stop your stream, and you've seen that happen before. So anyway, so this is the room that we're going to do. And then Kim, I want to ask you about Mandami. So if you see this room, this room has wooden floors. And the thing that I want you to pay particular attention to, if you see it here, is there's a radiator there. And the trim is darker than the walls. So that's the only requirement, is that the trim must be darker than the walls. Now that's typically the opposite way around. Most people like the trim white and the walls are darker color. We like our walls lighter and the trim dark. So this is like a gray, it's like a blue gray or something like here on the trim. So that's what we want there. And I'll show you the radiator at some point. I'll give you a better picture, but there's the radiator. So we want to paint the radiator too. So you can come up with ideas if you think one bar, alternating colors, whatever. And the door. I don't know if I have pictures of the door here, but the door would need to be painted as well as part of the competition. It's here's another picture. Another picture here. And then
What is the current color? That's gray.
What's that?
That's a gray gray wall.
Yeah, I think it's
What's the
gray.
current color?
Yeah. Oh, okay. So look, you can see
like
the crown molding. See his crown molding in the ceiling. That's the color on the trim. So it's like gray, darker gray, right? So you have to think about what color you want to paint the molding to match the molding on the shoe molding, whatever, and the crown molding at top. There are recessed lights in the ceiling. And so this room right here needs to be painted. And there's a door. The door is painted the same color as the molding here.
Let me ask you your goal. Do you want these people to stay longer or do you want them to get out faster? That will determine the colors.
Really? Well, why so?
Some colors are very inviting, and like why they make fast food restaurants look crazy and junky is because they don't want you staying there forever. So they put color schemes together that are not that inviting. Whereas like more high-end restaurants have the ambiance that will make you stay longer, order more. So think about that.
Well, you know, I'll leave it up to the audience, leave it up to the people in the contest because, you know, they may have a room that makes it more inviting. The first thing would be the colors. And then the next thing, we'll put a budget on, let someone pick, say, a picture to go behind the bed or something like that. And the curtains. We're going to have to change up the curtains. I don't think those are the current curtains in there anyway. I mean, we're going to redecorate this whole room here. So, if we put a rug there, maybe we have a rug competition. But everything, I think, will be a competition. But we're going to start with the paint colors and work our way down. What do you think, Kim?
I think yeah. I like the room the way it is. I love that color on the wall. I would probably go a little darker, but I think a little darker might create a longer term aspect.
You would go darker on the walls?
If I couldn't keep the same color, I would either repaint it the same color or go a little darker.
Really? Daniel Nixon says someone, give me 1 second, Kim. John, someone in the comments of that Rob Noor video was asking about your channel. Daniel, man, I was talking to him, and are you familiar with Rob Noor? Normal America with Rob Noor or something like that. Are you guys familiar with this channel? Latino might be sleeping. Oh no. Anyway, so I went up on his panel the other day, and I think he was starting to talk about EBTs. Okay, man, well, he's going to have a debate or something with EBT. And I'm like, man, I know a lot about EBT, food stamp, SNAP, stuff like that. And so I had a discussion with him. We were talking back and forth. I was telling him about me being a landlord, stuff like that. And anyways, you know what? I have a clip. I have a clip, of course. I always have clips. I'll share that with you. Let's see if I have a clip here. Oh, yeah. Let's see. I do have it.
Landlord guy was awesome. Let's see if we get to 200% today because I can't. Landlord guy was awesome.
That's Rob Noor right there talking about the landlord guy. He's talking about me right there. He said the landlord guy was awesome. And again, he's talking about me. So I went up on this panel for a little bit. And, that's what kind of made me think, honestly, like some of these panels, I'm just starting to think just the intellect on the panels it just ain't there for me, honestly. It's a good time sometimes, but I think the low IQ of the panel and the things that they are desirous of, like fighting and shit, arguing, fighting, talking about slavery, this and that, that's just not my interest. And I think it's just kind of beneath me. And so, I set up a stream and like, John Goss sets set my sights a little higher. And you know, and like Izzy band, like I feel like go up there with a bunch of fucking idiots up there. You know, CT has a good panel, but it's just too damn crazy, you know, and you gotta go, Kim. Then thanks for coming up, Kim. I'll hopefully 777 watch the stream. He'll take what you said about the government Section 8. I may call Tracy. You remind me. That's a good one. And then, you know, some of the other panels, again, I'm showing you DJ Hamp. I'm looking at DJ Hamp. I'm like, you just gonna let this guy come up here and ask this stupid ass question? And Mr. Fantastic, I'm looking at him like he took the bait and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna whoop a man ass if he said the N-word. I'm like, dude, you're like 40 years old. You've had all this time in the military, and you know, you're being baited by old man, and the old man is baiting you. And again, it's just like, no, 777, he wants to do an interview with me. So I said, I'll do this time to give him some prep. Because I'm not very familiar with 777, and he may not be familiar with me either. So I have my lovely lady Lisa up here, my other business partner, Ebony. Kimmy Case was up here. I've known Kimmy Case for a long time. I played some videos to kind of give him kind of some insight as to who I am. And now I'm going to call a guy and see what he says. That doesn't sound right. This is a guy I gave some real estate advice to a long time ago, back during COVID. And maybe I text him first. And he really went through it. And so let's see if he's available. And you know, who's a faceless troll? They do it every cam up. You're doing the show. Now I'm not doing a show about him. Again, it's more or less giving him some prep so he'll know what he's coming into. Here's another clip. Huh?
When are you doing this?
I don't know. Shit, DJ MB called me yesterday, and he texted.
This will take too long. Sorry, I brought up Nigeria.
Am I in here?
What? Okay.
But now I've started to see, you know, over the years that, you know, it's kind of. Well, you ever heard there was a two wings of the same bird type thing?
Sure.
And that's kind of what I see here in DC after being here so long. I've covered so much of it. There's so much money involved in it. You know, again, I've lived here a long time.
Well, DC, I think, is a little unique in that, like, so much of the. This will take too long. Sorry, I brought up Nigeria. Why don't you call back in? How about that, Trams? Real quick, we'll get to Urban Landlord, $20 says, can you bring me up before I have to go? Sure. Real quick, what's up, my friend?
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
Good.
I'm a landlord here in Washington, D.C. You know, over the years, I've become somewhat apolitical. I used to be a little bit, I guess you could say I was right-leaning.
Okay.
Now I've started to see, you know, over the years that, you know, it's kind of, well, you ever heard there was a, that's what I was doing that for, just making a clip. But yeah. So I was up on his channel. You know, it's a little bit more engaging. You know, this guy's intelligent. It ain't wild and stupid and shit. You know, and I'm just comparing his channel to like these stupid ass channels. Like, man, well, I ain't going back up there no more, man. Well, I don't go up on Izzy's panel that often anyway because of the topics. But DJ Hamps, man, like I can't even talk about that silly ass shit they be talking about, man. Some old black coming up here asking me about an N-word. Nobody's ever called on me, and nobody likely ever will call me. And if they did, I got too much to throw away to beat somebody up over the damn word. And I'm like, it's pointless. These people are stupid as hell, man. Right? You know, like, it's just beneath me, bro. Like, and I ain't saying I'm above anybody, but it's just not for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Anyway, what do you think, Latino? Latino man stepped away. Anyways, someone in the chat actually, to be honest, I tell him to go fake his fate again. What are you talking about? His comment, like his section, like comment section, like John. I'm like, yeah. I tell him, I tell him he can't. Oh yeah, 777. He wants to interview me. Yeah, why doesn't he cam up? I'm not quite sure. I don't know anything about him, so. Why doesn't he cam up? Not quite sure.
I don't know.
But the people, again, I'm not very familiar with him, but he seems to be a draw for certain people, for whatever the
Yeah,
reason is.
he's like a Howard Stern type, you want to say.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. He must be very good at it because a lot of people are drawn to him. So he must be very good at it, the Howard Stern act. Someone was saying him and Stanley got into it a while back. I wasn't aware of that. Maybe
Yeah,
on CT.
while back, yeah.
On CT's film.
Yeah, and he also did with Be Brave, and also with
okay.
Imperious. I mean, this is what he does.
Oh, yeah. I ain't going for that.
It's like his shtick.
Okay. I mean, he behaved himself fairly well with Stanley. That's the only reason I was, considering. Plus for my audience, I think a lot of times people are listening, and oftentimes I'm telling them what I want them to hear clearly, right?
Yep.
So this would be kind of the tables being turned where they get someone to ask me questions that they may be interested in hearing, but they don't come up on the panel, or they just don't get an opportunity to ask me. So that's one of the reasons why I consider it. I can't interview myself. And doing it on my panel, no one's going to probably interview me the way someone would do it on someone else's stream. So it's not a big channel, but I thought it'd be interesting. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it'll be good for both of you guys.
We got somebody. Is this the damn porn bomb?
No.
Who is this? I don't know who this is.
I used
Who
to
is this?
call in with
I
Stanley
don't think
to
I've
go
seen
at
him.
it. Arthur,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
yo, what's going
Yeah.
on,
What's
man?
up?
It's been a hot
Oh,
minute.
no more. Yeah. Hey, so what's his name? There's a guy that wants to interview me. You have any questions? What would you have him ask me?
Well, actually, it's funny that you bring that up. I was watching. I don't know if am I allowed to plug in another show? Can I say another
Yeah,
show's
no
name?
problem.
I
Yeah.
was watching CT right now, right? And he ended the show abruptly. And
Why?
so in the chat, I'm like, "Yo, what's going on, man? Like, why why are you ending it?" And then he was saying how he got a phone call by Assad. He's just being funny.
Oh.
But then in the chat, get this. In the chat, I'm like, CT is going to go watch John Galt interview with 777. And
But that's
in the
not right
chat,
now.
no. So in the chat when you could have put like I guess you could view all top comments and then view donations or something like that.
Yeah.
Bro, I refreshed the chat. I couldn't see my comment, bro.
Oh. I don't
So
know.
then I typed in something simple as in LOL. I refreshed the comment section. It went through. I'm like, yo, don't tell me this guy has John Galt's name fucking censored, bro.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, that's interesting. CT
My
was just
boy,
over here the other day.
yeah, but that'd be
That's
wild to
how.
be.
I'm sorry.
Hmm?
That's how I felt when I was in 777. I was sending comments, and then when I went back on the page, I saw that none of my comments were up there. So I was like, yeah, I guess I'm not welcome.
But what did you write in the comments?
Nothing. I was just laughing along with what they were going, what he was streaming, which was
Oh.
LG getting interviewed and shit. That's it.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
I was
don't
just
know.
like, that's kind of weird. So I was just
Yeah. Now I don't remember 777 debating Stanley. It was here and it was like, yeah, man, shit. I ain't saying I don't. Well, I am saying I don't remember. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I just don't remember, man. So much shit. I have to go back and look it up. That would have been a long time ago. If you said it was like the grand opening, that would have been last year, year before last, something like that. But yeah, so what were you saying about CT's channel again? By the way, he ended the stream early today.
He left.
Oh, maybe something came up. He had to end the stream early. That's one of the things. I was talking to someone about that. When you're streaming, I mean, he does have a life, right? Like
He does.
people have emergencies. Yeah,
Yep.
someone's saying, yeah, he ended it early. I'm not sure. But he does have a life. You know what I'm saying? Shit, I got one, and there are things that
We all do.
he's usually up there 10 hours a day, give or take. And it's in the middle of the day, the business day. So he would have some, you know, it's reasonable to think that he would have some things come up at some point. You know, I've never seen him in the stream this prematurely, so maybe he had something come up. It could have been anything, you know what I'm saying?
Yo, my fault, fam.
Yeah, no, it could have really been anything came up. The banning thing, though, you know, I'm not offering any excuses for him. I don't know about that, but I was going through my YouTube and I noticed a guy, Artifacts. He's a good guy. He lives in Bethesda, not far from, well, you know, a good little ways, but not far in relative distance. He was banned from the chat. Well, he couldn't type anything in. Maybe someone mistakenly banned him. I'm not quite sure. But so I unbanned him, but I think to ban a name, you have to do something probably a little bit more specific. I would imagine. I'm not quite sure though.
Yeah, you can go on your own channel, and then you, like, let's say, because I go on other channels and people don't want to get doxxed, so they already put in the addresses they don't want out there. They censor it. So same thing. They don't want real names, or they don't want, you know, they don't want to plug in other channels. For example, he probably sees you as competition. So
Man,
I'm like,
it's-
damn, bro.
And man, you know, like I said, you know, I think, you know, a lot of people think that, you know, I've never looked at CT as like competition, to be honest with you. I mean, I think we do two different things. I can't do what he does. Like that shit would drive me crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like he's a master at it. I personally couldn't do it. So I have to take a different approach, and you know, I don't think that's anyway competes with what he does. You know, we go live at the same time. He gets his audience. She probably don't pay without deliver all these I got in mind. I would imagine. To be honest with you.
Yeah. Just something I wanted to bring up. You know, I'm a little baffled.
What was the topic about today?
They were talking about the death of Dick Cheney.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, he died this morning. See, they show you how apolitical I am. I didn't even know he was fucking dead till someone put it in the chat.
Yeah, no, he just died.
Oh, did that? Okay, yeah. Damn, so he had a topic ready to go. You know, I think a topic like that, this is just my thoughts. I don't know if CT's audience is a good fit for that topic. And that's not a criticism. I just don't think that that's a topic that they would do very well. That's just my thoughts on it.
Yep.
You know, I don't know much about Dick Cheney. You think his audience knows a lot about Dick Cheney? It would be enough of more or less just bashing him because he's white or George Bush or something like that. And it's not good. You know what I'm saying?
You ain't lying.
You know, it would be very surface level discussion, and I mean, you know, and you know, it would probably veer into the territory of being you like damn near like, you know, Charlie. You would probably see the dark side of people. You know what I'm saying? Like you get all the blacks up there talking about Dick Cheney, and they gonna be like, "I'm glad he dead." You like, "Oh God, it's kinda ugly to hear." You know, so it's probably, you know,
I'll be right back. Give me 1 sec.
yeah, it's probably not for nothing that he didn't cover much of that. That's just my thoughts. So, what do you think, Latino?
Yeah, you're right. There's no basis for these people to talk about Dick Cheney. They don't really know much.
I mean, I don't know much about him.
Me neither. I only know, you know, certain things, but the things that I know, you know, are deemed not to be true because they're conspiracies. So at the end of the day, I don't know much.
Richard Cheney is the government. That man is government. There's one during his time in government, there was not one meeting, not one agency that he did not have an office available. Any meeting he can just show up uninvited. Everyone would be quiet because he is Richard Cheney. That man, that's a very powerful man. He leveraged his government affiliation into Halliburton. When he was chosen as VP, they just gave him $50 million just to give him $50 million. He's the one who moved Halliburton's headquarters to Dubai.
Really? I didn't even know. See, I didn't even know that.
He wanted to invade Syria and Iran. It was Bush who said, no, we're good. We're good. That man, world domination. And he made a real rude comment to Nelson Mandela. That man is just conquest. He's conquest.
You know, it'd be interesting. How did he gain his power? You know, that would be interesting. How did the evolution of
entered government as a young man? He did attend. I'm not sure if it was either Harvard or Yale, one of those schools. He got kicked out. You know, just foolery, drinking, just being crazy. He took some time off. He actually did work to build like electrical wiring. You know, like all this. You know, back during the time with the infrastructure. So he's worked with his hands. Like he's had like 2 DUIs. You know, he likes to drink. You know, his wife got him together. He was just BSing around in his younger years. His wife gathered him when he got kicked out of school. I forgot if it was Harvard or one of those two. He went back to Wyoming, got back to work, got back into school, and he became Richard Cheney. From there, he just started entering government through college, through his second stint in college. And I believe he was at age 30, he was the youngest, not Department of Defense, but he obtained a government role by age 30, and he was the youngest person in history to take that role.
Oh, really?
He's very, very.
I knew someone was going to say he shot someone. That's what everyone would know.
Yes. So Imperius brought that up too. Listen to this, John. This man is. Listen to this, John. Somebody pissed him off. There was a man. Dick Cheney lured him out. Like, hey, let's go hunting. Let's go hunting. And you don't say no to Richard Cheney. You don't say no. Dick Cheney lured this man out to go like duck hunting. Dick Cheney, quote unquote, accidentally shot him. Accidentally, quote unquote. The thing is, John Gall, like somewhere like in the chest, face, and that like in the torso area. The thing is, John, Dick Cheney does not make mistakes. There was no mistake. Furthermore, they did not even want to tell anyone. It was his wife. It was his wife and Laura Bush who were like, you can't just hide this. You have to tell people what happened. Dick Cheney didn't even want to tell anyone. And it gets even better. The guy that Dick Cheney shot, he outright said, I'm sorry for getting in the way. I apologize to you, Dick Cheney. It was my fault. This man gets shot by Dick Cheney, and you're the one apologizing to Dick Cheney who shot you because it's Dick Cheney. You don't F with this man. He already had he had a transplant, a quadruple heart bypass. The man is half 15. He's RoboCop. And he was still alive. He was still alive.
I've got to say real quick, and I'm sorry.
The man is a beast. He is scary. He's not to be messed with.
Yeah, what's up, Timu?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, come on, man. A little bit more respect. To the lady.
Oh, is that not your name? I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at
yeah,
your
I'm fucking around. I'm fucking around.
Go ahead.
To the lady, your voice sounds amazing. You have one of those audible AI voices. John, before I leave, when is this interview?
Oh, I don't know, man. I don't even know if it's scheduled. You know, it's just something that I consider.
When and where?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it on his channel. I'll stream it here though.
Okay.
And I don't know when. I had to check my text message. I guess he'll send me a time or something like that.
All right, brother, you do your thing. Appreciate it, man. I love the lives.
Oh, what's the question you want to ask him? You want him to ask me if you're curious. Or topic.
I really don't know, man. I'm a big fan of 777 and you as well. So it's going to be a pleasure listening to the both of y'all.
Hey, so what is the lure of 777? I'm not very familiar with him, but he seems to, having a lot of allure.
I'd say he's more or less. He loves to. He's like stir the pot, but he has the facts. He has the facts, but he loves to stir the pot with it. He'll push the buttons. It'll trigger people. He'll say what people don't want to hear, but it's just the facts.
Okay, there you go. All right. Hey, the interview he had with Stanley was, perfectly fine, I thought. I don't know if you saw that. The interview with Stanley. I don't know if you saw it. I thought he did
Stanley?
very well.
Oh shoot, no.
Yeah, no, he interviewed Stanley. I thought he did a good job. What did you guys think?
I'll take a listen. You guys have a good day. Thank you.
Hey, same to you, my man. Yeah. I thought he did. You know, people say he's a provocateur. He wasn't provocative in that interview.
No,
It was
no,
just
no.
straightforward question.
He was respectful.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Keeping it cordial.
Yeah, I thought so. I think it'd be interesting. The other side of John Golf and the other side of the microphone. But yeah, man, what do you think about these? Like these, like these other panels, man. Like, no disrespect to DJ Hemp. I don't even know him, so I can't hear because I disrespect him. But I'm gonna say this. One time, I got an email from him, or text message, something. He asked me to come on this panel. I'm like, what the fuck do I got to offer on your panel? I don't talk about women. And then I was talking to B Brave one time on the phone. Brave said, asked him to come up. So now I'm not feeling that special. I'm like, well, damn, he maybe he just me Eddie had Brave. But then I started putting two.
I'm so sorry for interrupting. I have to touch back on the Dick Cheney. Just a reminder to everyone, please watch that one interview with the late Tim Russert and Dick Cheney right after 9/11. When Dick Cheney, he was the one who made the case to the American people to support 9/11. You can find it. It's one of the most famous interviews over the past 20, 25 years. The late Tim Russert, who used to host Meet the Press on NBC Sunday mornings, and then Dick Cheney. It was fantastic, John. You really should watch it if you don't remember.
Yeah, what was it about? What was it about? It's just 9/11? Were you trying to go to war or
No,
something?
he made the case to we're about to invade. We
No.
are going to invade, and Dick Cheney just made it known. Dick Cheney always spoke in the affirmative. He didn't ask. He did.
I think
He
I
never
remember.
asked. Yeah, you probably did watch it, John. That
Mhm,
it was
I probably
Sunday
saw
Meet
it.
the Press. Also, John, somebody would come to Dick Cheney. The people voted for you to. Well, I mean, this is not why you were voted in, Vice President Cheney. Should you not listen to the people, the American people? Just do what they said. I mean, you were voted for specific policies. Vice President Cheney, what do you have to say? Dick Cheney, like a G. So I got elected. He would just do what he wanted. He never asked. And he wanted to invade Iran and Syria. John, think about that. That took a lot for George W. because there's something else. George H.W., he didn't really like Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld like that. He really didn't like them like that at all. And he still held animosity towards Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld until the very end. However, George W. Bush knew it was best to have these two men in his administration. Really think about it. Dick Cheney is older than George W. Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld, they actually come all the way into Nixon. They've been around a very long time, those two. When you look at the neocons, Get Crock just mentioned it, the neocons, neoconservative, the architect is Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld. Those two have been running government since the early 70s. Dick Cheney, you can find a video of him, Dick Cheney, basically shaking hands with Saddam Hussein. Dick Cheney, think about it. You're supplying money and weapons to Saddam Hussein to fight the Mujahideen. And then when Saddam Hussein got out of pocket, invading countries, and then he tried to assassinate, yes, he did. Saddam Hussein tried to assassinate George H.W. Bush. George W. had to regulate, had to come in, try to unalive my father.
Kill my father.
Yeah, I've heard those.
That really did happen. And it's already been declassified. Saddam Hussein really did try to assassinate a sitting United States president. George W. had to handle that situation. On top of the prophecies, on top of the
I
opium.
think I've heard this story, but I'm not very familiar with the finer details. But I do think I remember hearing about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Dick Cheney had been wanting to go in the Middle East for since the mid 70s. He wanted the Middle East. The Russians couldn't handle Afghanistan. So Dick Cheney, naturally, he is Dick Cheney. I'll do it myself. Dick Cheney did run for president. He didn't get the nomination. No problem. There was George W. Bush.
That nigga tried to kill my father.
And also, unrelated note, his daughter is LGBT. The one who looks just like him, Lynn Cheney. Lynn Cheney went after Trump hard. I don't know. Dick Cheney does not like Trump at all.
Well, Dick Cheney's establishment, the establishment hates the outsiders, and
that's true.
Was it
neocon?
That's true, and he is a neocon. And one thing that, if you notice, was Trump doesn't really have old people in his cabinet. If you notice, everybody in Trump's administration, they're all millennials. Tulsi Gabbard, Kash Patel, James Volt, the defense, what's his name? Hegseth. These are all people in the early mid 40s. People who don't even know the 80s like that. Trump doesn't want anyone from the 80s. He wants a fresh new government. Nobody's spoiled by the neocons. Everybody's too young for the neocons. Hegseth is too young. It's like 41 or 42 years old. Look at J.D. Vance. After what happened with Trump and his first vice president, Trump does not fool with anybody over age 45. It's just his kids and everybody else. He doesn't want anyone around him. You all know that.
Yeah, he is a
he doesn't
challenge ahead of him.
Trump doesn't like the Bushes. Trump doesn't like the Bushes. He doesn't like Dick Cheney. He doesn't like Donald Rumsfeld. Once Trump got in, Cheney basically got pushed out. But he is Dick Cheney because he's Dick Cheney. So there was still that respect there. But that pull, and someone had mentioned that in your chat earlier, that pull Dick Cheney had, because Dick Cheney was still inside government with Obama. Obama and Dick Cheney were always cool. Always cool. Girl dads. Obama had no issue with Dick Cheney. Obama had no issue with the Clintons, the Bushes, Donald Rumsfeld, and definitely not Dick Cheney. Obama was basically just Bush part 3. Same policies, same everything. They're both sides of the same coin. And on top of that, George W. and Michelle Obama, they're like Scott Disick and Khloe Kardashian. They're friends.
Obama's like my cousin. Yeah, he is.
They're
Looking
friends.
for a quote here. Quote that I think sums it up. It's a quote I used to read.
Some of you in this comment section are just so foolish. Con Shawner was talking about hieroglyphics. You are so funny. His driver's license was written in hieroglyphics. Dick Cheney passed away 84. He was old, but not that old.
You're fossil.
It's
fossil
fossil fuels. I get it, yeah. Because they love that oil. I mean, look what happened. Latino, think about it. You try to assassinate a sitting United States president, and then you try to invade another country, Kuwait. John, you remember Persian Gulf. Yeah. And then Saddam Hussein's going to sit there, well, Kuwait is actually part of Iraq. And then try to bring it biblical. I'm like, bruh, you cannot just go and invade a country. Saddam Hussein, no. And then using United States weapons, oh, hell no. No.
I think this is what I think Donald Trump and any outsider that faces any of you guys that have read Machiavelli, and there it is, Ted. Have you read Machiavelli? Any of you ever read Machiavelli?
Of course we have The Prince. Absolutely.
Yeah, and so in Machiavelli,
Dick Cheney has two. And Dick Cheney has two. Yes.
Niccolo Machiavelli believed in introducing.
Do you want me to read it, John?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Niccolo Machiavelli believed that introducing a new order of things is extremely difficult, perilous, and uncertain, stating that is nothing more difficult to take in hand more perilous conduct or more uncertain in its success than to take the lead in the introduction of a new order of things. This difficulty stems from the potential for resistance from those accustomed to the old system and the high risk of failure for the leader initiating the change.
Right, and that's Donald Trump. To me, I see in that, there are a lot of people that may want to go along with Donald Trump who are wed to the old system. For them to go along with Donald Trump, he better win, and he better win big. Because if he loses, these people who've left the old system to take a chance on Donald Trump, where to go now? And so that is what he really is up against. Is a lot of money. There are trillions at stake. everything you can imagine here, from how you make cabinets to how the roads are paved to everything. There's billions and trillions of dollars at stake. And these people are trying to maintain their stake in that. And Donald Trump comes in wanting to shake things up.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And the resistance that he faces is not necessarily from the people.
It's from the
It's
government.
from the politicians. It's from the other politicians who are wed to the old system, the way that they have gotten very, very wealthy.
As they say, Trump would say the deep state, John Gall.
And that's what some people said. The deep state is what people would say, in my opinion, you know, having lived here for a very long time, are the ones that more or less move these other people around. You know what I'm saying? Like the ones that you see are the ones that are being driven by the deep state, right? And that's kind of how I think it all works. And when you see someone like Donald Trump come in versus, so you see how easy people played along with Obama, it's because Obama wasn't coming to shake up the system.
Never, not at all.
No one had to make any hard choices. No one had to make any hard choices with him. No money was on the line. I'll never forget when Obama tried to summon those bankers from New York to DC. They refused to come.
Yeah, I remember.
We're not coming. We're not coming. And he had just given them,
coming to Congress.
and he had just given them billions of dollars, whatever legislation he signed off on it, and then they refused.
He bailed them out.
And they rebuffed him on a meeting. And again, you know, that he doesn't have the power. He thought he may have had a little power in it. That was he probably.
They're just racist, John. That's what it is. It's just racist.
That's what he would say.
But notice Obama, that second term, Obama really didn't do much of anything. He just made money. He made money. He got a lot of fame, a lot of attention. He's still a whale. He's still a rainmaker in the Democrat Party. He has push and pull within the Democrat Party. But when it comes into government, no, he does not.
I'm not sure if he has even that much pull in the Democrat Party. Partly,
He still brings money, though. He's a big money maker. A lot of that money is coming from
I mean,
Hollywood.
the money goes in is not spent, but he can't direct it on who it's spent on. Again, look at his position in these mayorships around the country. New York, he doesn't have any sway there.
Nope.
He didn't even nominate anyone or endorse anyone.
Well, what about the woman in Virginia? Let's talk about
He
that.
ain't got much, he got much going on there. He ain't got much
Remember
going on.
that woman, that Democrat woman who's running in Virginia, and that's a very significant election, John. What's
But
happening?
he's not moving the needle there. That's my point. He's not
He's
moving
not
the
moving the
needle.
needle anywhere. They usually just bring him. They usually just bring him out, hopefully to get the blacks to basically vote for the candidate. That's why he'll probably talk for Mondami or the lady in Virginia or etc. But in reality, he doesn't really move the needle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the
I'm not even sure if he's that big of a fundraising needle mover anymore. I'm not sure if
I
he's
agree with you.
Well, he was with Biden, and remember something, John. Kamala, she did generate like well over $1 billion and like
that wasn't from him though. That wasn't because of his fundraising. That's the point that I'm making. Here's Obama's problem. And I'm going to show you what Obama's problem is right here. And again, like, I'm not saying he chose Biden or this or that, but he chose a weak counterpart.
Who? Who, Biden?
Obama.
Who's the weak counterpart that Obama chose?
Biden. He chose an old, feeble white man to be his counterpart. He didn't want anyone.
Okay, but John, you know why he chose.
I don't care why, but the point being is that's what he ended up with, right? I don't care why, right? That's what you end up with.
Yep.
That was your chance to choose a successor to head that looked more valuable to the public. And when you're 8 years old, you could have plugged him in, as your VP. Now you still got some clout, maybe, right?
But John, Biden was expected. They were going to give him one term just to put that feather in his hat.
Okay, well, that shows you the weakness of Obama. That shows
Biden did not want to step down. Biden was supposed to step down.
You can write a thesis on it. You can write a thesis on whatever the reason is, right?
And then quit it.
I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. The point I'm making is the your successor was a feeble old man, as you say, could only pull off one term. So that weakened you. That weakened Obama. Right? That weakened him, right? Because now and not only is it going to do one term, but it's a weak one term. Wait. So now all of these people that Biden put in office, those are not Obama's people. Not all of them were Obama's people. A lot of them were just deep state people, homies of the world. They got their own agendas. It's not Obama's agenda. He has very little influence on that. And so that was his weakness. Now, how he got there, I don't know, don't care. But he didn't choose a J.D. Vance. He chose an old, feeble white man in a changing America. He didn't have the foresight, or whoever didn't have the foresight to not choose him. And maybe it's because Obama didn't feel comfortable with someone who had as high of an intellect as him and was a challenge to him. Maybe Michelle didn't.
He could have picked Hillary.
Could have picked Hillary, but Hillary probably wasn't going to be second fiddle to him. And one of the reasons why Hillary wasn't going to be second fiddle to him
Hillary
is
can't win elections. You all know that. You all do not. You all will not vote for Hillary. You don't.
But you gotta remember another thing that's even bigger, right? When she won the election with Obama, what did she want? What position did she want? What position did she get?
Hillary got Secretary of State.
Right. When Mitt Romney wanted to work for President Trump, and he met Trump in, I think, in Columbus Circle at one of the Trump's hotels, what position was he desirous of? Secretary of State.
But
right?
Trump said flat no. He didn't get that.
He said no, but what position was he desirous of?
I think it was Secretary of State, as you just said.
It was Secretary of State. Look who's the Secretary of State now, or was under Secretary of State under Biden. That's the money position now. It's not VP.
Nope.
The money position today is Secretary of State. You get to travel all over the world.
That's a good point, though. That's a good point. And Rubio, I mean, because we all know Trump,
it's big Rubio now.
Yeah, we all know Trump. Trump was a little rough on Rubio back in the day, but that was back.
I wasn't rough on Rubio.
Huh?
I was rough on Rubio.
You were.
Yeah, I said I would never vote for a Hispanic president, but he has changed my mind.
Oh, he's completely changed. Rubio is just a complete 180.
So I mean, he'll get my vote.
There is a very, very good chance that when we're looking at who's going to be the nominee, it very well could be Rubio over J.D. Vance. He's really proven himself, and everyone says
vote for him.
Everyone says so. I mean, he's
and that leads to why people want this Secretary of State position. You can get very wealthy, and you can have a lot of national, international, global politics.
Hillary. Yeah, Hillary is very unpopular because when we're looking at where Hillary was to where Rubio is, it's very, very different.
Yep.
And on top of that, you have Rubio, young, energy, sprite. He's really bringing it, looking very much presidential. Like and even before Trump, Rubio came in third. That ain't bad. Rubio, even before he joined Trump's administration, Rubio did come in third on his own. So he already had good momentum coming into Trump's administration. Let's remember that. The fact that Rubio didn't even really need Trump like that. Trump gave him that rocket boost. We know that. But Rubio on his own to come in third, that's strong. And he did that on his own with his own money and his own clout coming in from Florida. So when you're looking at Rubio, you're coming in from Florida, which is a top 4 state, a huge state, a lot of money in Florida, a lot of money, a lot of power, because at the end of the day, this is the same state that Bush's brother was governor, Jeb. It's a big state. So you're coming in from a state that holds a lot of economic power. Rubio is able on his own to become third Republican primaries. Now he's coming out of Trump's administration. Rubio very well could be the 2028 right there. And they hold Vance for 32.
Hey, someone said, do you agree with Trump's takes on things? I don't know what take you're talking about. Yeah, Rubio. Rubio has done a very good job.
Rubio's in a powerhouse right now. He's done a
very good job of distinguishing himself. Since we got Latino up here and got Ponder up here, Ponder, and Latino, what do you think about what I was saying about these? I'm looking at what's his name? I was showing Hamp's channel today, and that shit was disgraceful to me, honestly. The big hat nigger and the other people, and then I go up on CT's panel sometimes, like the idiocracy on some of them channels. I'd say, God mighty, like, jeez and Louise, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
He said the big hat nigga.
I'm like, damn, like these people seemingly should present much more intelligent than they are. I guess that's what I'm saying. I'm actually kind of surprised. And I don't know, and not to say I'm trying to, do anything in particular, but like I feel like I got dirty going on some of those panels. Even listening to somebody like Hamps and Izzy, again, I'm not criticizing them, but it's just, I don't know, man.
Well, look at the difference you had. I listened to Noor. The type of channel Noor has, the type of channel Izzy has.
Yeah.
Because even Noor, he made it clear that there's some things he's not familiar with. He's not the smartest guy in the world, but he is someone who is, who likes to question. It's more of and he doesn't want to gear his channel more conspiratorial.
Oh, is that right? Okay, I'm not very familiar.
He doesn't want to. Some people came on his panel. There were some people on his panel before you that Noor really wasn't feeling, because it was kind of, they brought up some of the drama that's occurring in the panel verse, and Noor made it clear like he doesn't want to get involved in all of that.
Yeah.
So he liked what you brought, and his audience liked what you brought too. And there are people in his comment section right now, John. Read his comment section. They want you to come back and bring more of the story, the tenant story.
And that's kind of what I was thinking. I'm glad you mentioned it, Ponder. Like, with me being in DC and, with me being a landlord here, the takes that I have, somewhat unique, is kind of on the ground type stuff. For someone like a Rob Noor, maybe it would be a good compliment for him. To some of the stuff that I have, he probably could use when I'm at the CBC events or whatever, talking to some of these people that live in DC. It could be complimentary to what he does.
Exactly. His audience, the street interviews. Yes, the street interviews. That actually would be a great little collaboration. You doing a reaction with Noor with the street interviews, and maybe possibly in the future, maybe a live street interview, you and Noor. That would be nice.
Yeah, you think about it versus say, that content would be, useful for him, I think, in having his show. It provides some context to what he talks about. If I did say is a CT's channel, like, those audiences are just really want a lot of fuckery. It's just bullshit. Something to laugh at or something like that. I'm not probably I'm not the silliest of person. So the content probably doesn't suit, collaborating with say Izzy. Because he, it wouldn't be interesting to his audience or him. Say Rob Noor, someone like that. And I'm just saying him as an example. It might be much more collaborative, I think.
Absolutely. Notice how we just had a conversation in regards to Richard Cheney and his time in government. We didn't even touch on his time with Halliburton. We did a little bit in regards to Persian Gulf, Afghanistan, Iraq. You cannot have these conversations, respectfully, not even CT's audience, but definitely with Noor's audience.
Yeah, I think, if you have a big panel of people, and he doesn't have a big panel, I'm talking about Noor, you can have a conversation with people where they are. But if you got 6 people, then the conversation kind of just, it goes probably to the lowest common denominator. I would imagine that's how that works. And so if you got 6 people up there and the lowest common denominator is Leonard Roy, well, that's where the conversation is going. You know, that's
Caesar? Talking
yeah,
about Caesar?
I'm sorry.
You're talking about Caesar? Leonard Roy, Caesar.
Oh, yeah, you know, so you know what I'm saying?
Planet
Like,
of the Apes. Planet of the
yeah,
Apes.
he takes the whole conversation down. You know, you going somewhere, you know.
But you know, you really call that man Caesar.
You know, a very good example was did y'all watch CT's show yesterday? Very interesting. It pissed CT off. I could tell he was like, mighty. What's that boy? The guy Atticus. You know who Atticus is. Everyone knew who Atticus is, right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah. I was watching for a bit.
You saw that? So
Yep,
someone
yep.
paid $20. Someone said Leonard has taken over Bob Sean. Good luck with that, man. Jesus Christ. So someone paid $20 for Atticus to speak, and really all Atticus, they wanted Atticus to basically talk down to Republic Room. That's what they wanted. That's what the audience, that's the ghetto fuel that they wanted, right? That's the entertainment that they wanted. They wanted Atticus to attack Republic Room. So they paid $20. The problem was Atticus couldn't do a monologue. He kept saying, CT, what you want me to talk about? What's your? Then he started asking people questions, and people, whoever paid for him, Cliff Penis, I think it was saying, "Hey, I want to hear Atticus for 20 minutes." Atticus, he could not do it. He could not do it. That was like, you know, maybe he could be prodded to talk for 20 minutes, but if you just put the mic in front of him, there was nothing rolling around in his head that he could spit out. He couldn't do 3 minutes. And he kept hemming and hawing, and CT was like, just talk, anything, just say somebody want to hear you talk. He couldn't do it. And see, somebody put a comment, well, CT put the comment up on the screen. It was like, these Africans don't understand whatever something somebody said. And CT was like, yeah. And that is the point that I'm making is like, these damn people are real damn stupid, man. Like, see, did you see that? What happened?
Yeah.
It was amazing.
He just kept looping up and talking about the same shit over and over. That's why I got off.
And then in about 3 months ago, I said something to that regard. Someone had paid for some time for me to speak, and I said, "No, give it to Tough Guy. I want to hear Tough Guy speak for 5 minutes." And he had nothing. I think it was Tough Guy. He had nothing. Maybe it wasn't Tough Guy. You know, I ain't got nothing to talk about.
Why you doing like that, John?
I'm like, I can't remember who it was, but it was one of them. Somebody told me, somebody said, let John go talk. I said, no, let him talk, right? And because I knew he had anything, right?
I got bitches, bro.
And you know, so it's not lost on me that Tough Guy doesn't come around here. Well, where does he go? I saw him up on Stanley's panel. That's not lost on me. Right? The dimwits are going to go around other dimwits. And Tough Guy's, you know, he's just not a guy that's very enlightened. He ain't have much to talk about, right? And so where does he go? He go where he can sit around and sit on like a frog on a lily pad looking stupid.
John, do you remember what you told me when I first started my channel, when you called me personally?
What I say?
Because I had this conversation with my wife this morning, and I was like, Joe, John kept it 100. He said, Latino, I know that you like coming up on my channel, and you know, people are going to start thinking that you associated with me. And I told, what did I say to you? I said, I really don't give a fuck. And you said that's going to make enemies. It's going to cause a whole bunch of problems. And I told you I didn't really care.
Yeah.
You remember this, right?
Yeah. I do remember that. But you know, these are people that more or less are gatekeepers in a way. You know what I'm saying? They don't have a position that they can defend. They're more or less trying to tell you to shut up. You know what I'm saying?
Agitating things.
Yeah, you know, and those are people that try to bully people. But yeah, so anyway, so man, back to this CT panel, man. Not CTs and John, but the Sharon Brace. Sharon Brace, I forgot I left him out. I ain't mean to leave him out. Man, like I feel dirty. I don't even like. I can't even watch him. I can't even watch Sharon Bracey. I don't know how people watch that shit. Do you watch Sharon Bracey?
I've seen him because of you, but I really don't watch him. But I do watch the big-headed guy, the big hat guy. What you call the big hat guy?
What does he talk about? Like,
I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. I find him interesting, man. Like, I have no.
Yeah, I'm not criticizing the show.
He's never, I've even been up there a couple times in the past. Like, when was it? Like last year, and yeah, he's been nothing but cordial, and I've never had any issues. And
no, he seemed like a nice guy. No, I'm not criticizing. He seemed nice. He seemed like he treats you nice. He, respectful on the panel.
Yeah.
But like, again, if that old black man had come up to me talking about what if somebody call you N-word, like he wouldn't have bullied me. You understand? He wouldn't have bullied me into saying, "Yeah, I'm gonna beat up the old man."
Get out of here.
That's kind of weird to me. And
it is.
And all of those guys sitting up there, and many of them guys probably have children, right? And this is the behavior that they're deeming is acceptable. And no one up there, man, them men would probably average about 45 years old, right? Fantastic's about 45, right?
Yep.
45, right? Hemp is in his 40s. Aaron, Iceman.
That player, whatever the hell his name. How old is he?
Now he said he crippled, so we're gonna give him in his 60s, right? What? That's what he said. He said he's crippled, so he's in his 60s, and let's see, is CT back live? Did anybody know why CT in this show? By the way, I just happened to pull up my subscription, and I just saw. I may need to refresh. Did CT go back live? No, he didn't go back live. Oh, okay. Okay. I wonder why he quit. I hope he didn't have any emergency or anything like that in his family. Anyway, so yeah, how old is the Iceman? Like, even the fucking names they got, bro. Like, aren't they too old for these names?
Yeah, like you make a great point, John. If you notice the other white YouTubers, they have like a show name, Noor. Raging Tomato has her name, like a show name. Everybody else is just so hip hop.
Yeah. Like, for instance, look at my name, Latino, right? That's the host, and then my channel.
Yeah, Latino for Trump. It gets to the point. You're Latino for Trump, and then you have your show name. Let's talk about 1212. By the way, everybody, please make sure to subscribe to Latino for Trump's channel. You know how to give that shout out, my dude. Let's talk about 1212. Make sure. I'll go ahead and put the link in the chat. Everybody else is a little bit it's just a little too childish. Like, Fantastic is cool, but he's also over 40. He's a veteran, 20 years in service. Like, there's so much he could bring. It's just like his channel is still resulting to just like these relationship talks that's so debased.
Is that what he talks about? He talks about relationships?
He talks about women, black women.
Most of the time.
Like, there's so much more he can talk about. Like, he traveled. Like, he was also stationed in East Africa. Like, Fantastic has a very incredible career. Like, he spent his entire adult life in the military. I believe the Air Force. So,
I think was he in the Air Force or Navy? I'm not sure which one he was in.
I think it was the Air Force. But either way, Air Force and Navy, that's elite. And he worked on planes. And even Aaron C. confirmed as well. So it's just the fact that it's so like low hanging fruit, just complaining and talking about relationships, and even his thumbnails, like there isn't much elevation. So if you look in with Black YouTube, John, you have some who focus on tech, which we do have a lot of Black men, and a few Black women who are just tech focused, like certifications, education, learning about networking, etc., coding. A lot of people, you'd be surprised, John. There's even a few young Black men focused on.
He's in the Navy. He's in the Navy.
He's in the Navy, okay.
Yeah, Navy, 20 years.
But then everyone else is like relationships. And like
Yeah,
that, there isn't much variety at all.
like let me ask you this: there's got to be someone on this YouTube that talks about just getting a lot of women. like I get a lot of women, something like that. It's got to be somebody like that. They can't.
Of course there is.
Say what?
I said, of course there is.
There's got to be at least one man that is a man. Why y'all keep talking about him so much? This is the, it's not that difficult here. And
I've given up already. I don't even want to talk about that shit no more. It's very depressing. It's not good for men's health.
But I'm looking at these names here again. You're looking at the names. You see, what are the names? DJ Hemp. So that's a DJ, right?
Hip hop
That's
again.
entertainment, right? Yeah, he's not playing orchestra music, right? You got what's his name? Big Aaron, the Iceman. He's probably 50, right?
Yo, you stupid, John. You say no orchestra.
Aaron, the guy up in the top right, you think he's about 50? He's about 50. Correct? Nobody wants to guess?
Yeah, probably. Like, okay, the guy.
John, all of these men are in their 50s, early 50s.
No. Big Head ain't 50. Big Head ain't 50. Right?
Yeah, but let's say 40 to 50, dude.
Fantastic ain't 50.
No, Fantastic's like 42 years old.
Okay, man. Okay. So he's 40. So Aaron the Iceman. So okay, we got a party here. We got the Iceman, we got a DJ, we got Mr. Fantastic, and we got OG. I guess he'd be security guard or something, serving drinks. He's the Playboy.
Did you say the security guard or something?
Yeah,
Listen.
He says it's not funny, but he is, bro.
Listen to this shit now, man. Listen, this nigga here got 50,000 subscribers.
Yeah, bro.
Man, you gotta be man. Do you know the ecosystem of niggas that listen to it? Man, I wonder how many niggas would listen to this shit, right? To this old fucking nigga, right? A fucking big head nigga, and of all these fucking silly ass names and shit. These old niggas, man. Are there any white channels like that? Nigga, I watch these white channels. They be getting white man on that motherfucker. He be getting drunk, man. Doc lives something. I'm gonna pull him up. Bro, them people talk with more sense. They like redneck hillbillies. They talk with more sense than this shit right here.
John, the white channels are debating theology. The white channels, either they discuss politics or they're debating theology.
Man, so these white boys, I'm gonna pull it up.
Like that's what the white channels do. There's modern day debate, and that's really a collection of the various other YouTube channels.
I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about some white bullshit, right? I'm talking about white bullshit.
White bullshit.
Yo, John, please, John.
White bullshit.
John, you gotta elaborate. You gotta elaborate on that,
right?
John.
I'm gonna show you some. I send it to you. I'm like, look at these white, these motherfuckers like the Beverly Hillbillies. That shit was so crazy. I subscribed to it. I said, God damn, this a motherfucking white motherfucker was sitting outside like his house.
Yo,
and this shit like B-Bray neighborhood.
That's John, you gotta elaborate.
I mean, that some bitch was drinking whiskey at the bottle like a whole pint or some rock gut. I said, damn. And he's like, I said, what? I'm gonna look it up.
Yo, bro. Yo, John, you gotta elaborate on the security guard serving drinks. What you seen that before?
Oh, I'm an OG, man. I'm an OG in one of these old black clubs. Now I gotta find these old white men. I mean, man, these white people look like the Beverly Hillbillies. It look like the fucking Beverly Hillbillies. I gotta see if I can find it. Where is that shit? Where is it? It's Doc Liz. I think it's Doc Live or some shit like that.
Fucking
anyone ever heard of it?
Bro.
I think it's DOC Live. Damn. It's damn. I thought I subscribed to it. It is DOC. Is it Doc's Life? but it's straight hillbillies. I mean, like, and I'm just saying that being, because they may not be hillbillies, but boy, they present like they are just like some poor white people. And damn, I got to find this. Anyone ever heard of it? Has anyone ever heard of it in the chat?
Oh Lord, John, you too funny, bro.
You never heard of it? Is Doc? Anybody in the chat? Look in the chat for me, Latino. Is Doc Life, some shit like that? Damn. Is it? Anyone ever heard of it? Can't find that shit. Oh man, that pisses me off. I really wanted to show that shit. I mean, that motherfucker was there just sitting there. And I mean, they were having like a decent conversation, and he was drunk. Like, and it was a bunch of hillbillies on there talking to him.
What do you mean by hillbillies, bro? Like black hillbillies, bro? I've never seen them.
That's what I'm saying. It wasn't like Sarah the Raging Tomato. It wasn't like Rob Noor. It was like white people sitting, like this guy sitting on his back porch, and it wasn't like a fancy decked out back porch like Angry Man or something. This was just like real basic living,
like Alabama,
right? Alabama stuff. He's sitting there, like he's straight drinking a bottle of whiskey, and it wasn't like Tanqueray or something. It was just some rot gut, and he's sitting there just talking, holding court. And man, he had 300 people in, and it was just so interesting to me, just looking at them and the somewhat civility that they were able to maintain on their panel. Is this him? I'm gonna find him. I'm going all the way back through till I find it.
All I can hear in the background is.
I gotta find it. Where is this man? I may have to find it. Anyway, it was damn, I thought I subscribed to it. I guess I didn't. I thought I fucking subscribed to it. Anyway, where in the hell? It must have been about a week since I watched it. YouTube stores all everything you watch. I'm just scrolling all the way back. I can't find it. Maybe it was on my other channel. Let's see. I want to find this shit. I'm hell bent to find it now. Anyway, Latino, you said you had your family over. What did y'all talk about? Did you stream?
They wasn't feeling it, so we were just cooking and talking shit here. But she was like, "Not today." So
they didn't feel like doing it.
Yeah. So maybe next time. But I do really, I keep telling my wife this, but I'm gonna make her call her today, dude. I want to interview her best friend from New Jersey. That I
about what?
That had the 2 homes, man, and she had to lose one of them, dude.
Why did she have to lose it? The tenant?
Oh, she had a sister girl that lived there, and
damn.
Yeah, bro. And this lady, bro, like destroyed the walls, doors.
Oof.
Yeah, bro. And then like they was not trying to replace any of this shit, right?
Yeah.
And she ended up going to court, even though she owned rent. They still had to go in there and still fix all that bullshit. It was like a whole bunch of shit, John. Like they ended up losing the home. Long story short, bro, there was an incident too in that house where it's crazy, man. Karma's a bitch, bro. Like she had left her kid there by herself. I believe the kid was like 10 years old or some shit. And I guess the kid was playing with like rubbing alcohol or something and decided to light himself on fire, bro.
Oh shit.
Yeah, DSS got involved in a whole bunch of shit, and yeah, dude. But she no longer owns that property though.
So when you say she lost it, how did she lose? Did she sell it or did she did they take it from the bank? Took it to the bank.
I mean, she couldn't pay, so the bank.
Oh shit! Damn.
You know, I mean, if the tenant that's there is not paying rent, I mean,
Yo, man, and speaking of these stupid ass YouTube channels, man, I was anyone ever heard of this channel right here, bro? I couldn't believe this shit. I mean, I'm looking at this shit, I'm like, is this real? Like, look at this shit. You ever seen this guy right here? You ever seen him in the streets with Keys?
Nah.
Man, all this dude does is talk about like traveling. He travels to like Sosua. Where's Sosua?
That's in DR, like, but that's not the main city.
Yeah, so look, this is him. He goes to these places, and you know, so he talks about it, right? And so look, this is what he talks about. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, damn, like, and he has a lot of subscribers. He's like, damn, like people really are like traveling like that for sex like that. This shit is just amazing to me, man. Like, I don't know, maybe you know, this is the side of the world I haven't seen.
It is.
And I see DJ Hemp. He's talking about white women and blackface, so he's doing seats.
The 1900s.
And look at this shit right here. Look at this panel.
All of them. I guarantee you, John. All of them laughed when Drewski acted like a hillbilly. But now all of them are pissed off that this white girl did this.
Yeah, that's a good point, Lieutenant. Look, Nighty sleep out there. Jesus Christ.
Yo, get out of here. He is? Oh, shit. I didn't even
like,
peep
bro,
that.
Look at it.
No way.
That motherfucker sleep. That motherfucker sleep out there, bro. Huh?
He fell asleep.
Get out.
He is out.
Get out. Yo, zoom
Yeah,
that
man,
shit in,
like,
bro. Maximize that. Please.
Can I do it?
No, you
Damn.
can be maximize.
Oh, maximize.
He's asleep.
Oh,
Lord have mercy. This bumba. Oh my Lord have mercy, Lord.
I see, this is what I'm saying. Like this is what I'm saying. Like sleepy old blacks getting up on. Like, I mean, this is just low brow, man. This is just low fucking brow. Like,
never gets
lazy.
Up
Look at this shit.
Hands. Don't fuck with Sage.
And no one's say, like, see, if that'd have been me, I'd have said, man, get the fuck off my panel. Drop this motherfucker. He's still here sleep. Look,
Because it touched on something Sherelle
they just sitting there like he's up on the law, like he don't even exist.
Yeah, but I would have taken him off though.
They don't see him sleep. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, these black guys.
No, they do see
like,
him
that's what I'm
sleep.
saying. I'd have dropped this dumb man. What you losing? What are you gaining by having this fat fuck sleep on your panel?
Because I'm gonna tell you what it is, John. It's that whole aspect of what you said earlier. It's about joking, clowning, and roasting, bro. Right? So right now they probably having a conversation, but there's also people in the chat that are talking about Nightish falling asleep. So that to them, it's like, you know what? Might as well leave them up here because, you know, people gonna get up here to roast, and whoever wants to join the real conversation, they will too. So it's like a double whammy. It's like a 2 for 1.
I guess in some sense, he ain't gonna be interrupting you if he sleeps. He ain't gonna be disrupting the flow of the conversation.
No, of course not. Of course not.
Jesus Christ, man, why not? Why don't they put him down? Why would they have him up there sleep?
He's all good, bro.
This is like Art's couch. This is like Art's couch.
I don't know, Japanese, I guess.
Look at this.
What about the
They
Vietnamese?
talking over Nightish while he about to come back alive. He coming back to life, y'all.
Talented of the Asians is represented well, and that is who they are. Those Asians are represented well. Is just who Asians are. Why is that not the same for black people?
Okay, I got it. Real quick, I'm looking at it right
Act
now.
like they have the serious
The
conversation.
reason why they are the standard bearers is because on the chart,
standard
by the U.S. Census that says
these blacks gonna be
that wine must be good, man. That wine must be
you
good.
have to go
Look at it. Go.
different Asian
Go
Americans to get to the first.
Go ahead.
Indian Americans at the top, Filipino Americans, Taiwanese.
These fucking blacks stuff here talking about the census and shit. But they got this old fucking black here. Can't even keep his head up. And they just talking past him.
My white wine makes me feel so fine. All
This
the
shit is
time.
really man. This shit is really he gone.
Yeah,
And look
that
at these
white
black.
wine, John. That white
It's just like
wine.
he's like Art's couch, right? That nigga like Art couch. They act like they don't see that regular ass couch. They act like they don't see these niggas sleep. They just let them sleep. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, man. Like, how do you get up there? Like, Jesus Christ, he gone. And them blacks just talking right past him.
Damn, it's like somebody came by and just.
He came over with the sleep. He just come to your house and go sleep.
Oh shit.
Oh man, he gone. No shame. You tell me they got no shame.
They came by, and then they just put him to sleep.
Oh my God, no shame. Hey, listen, I'm not making fun of this man narcoleptic. Hey, we tried to run an intervention up here one day. You said, hey man, Universal Jones said that man could be sick. I said, damn, I ain't even thinking about that. Because I challenged Nightish to get up one day. And I said, Nightish, can you get up? Can you at least just stand up? And I offered to pay him to stand up, and he couldn't do it. And then Universal brought up that it could be some health issues, circulation issues. And see, here and again, look, they just put somebody else down and drop somebody, and this black is still a bit. This is the low expectations of blacks. Nighty sleep on Hemp's channel, and they just talking past this big fat black sleeping nightish. What did you Hemp say?
I mean, but this is the thing to me, bro. If you know that you have this type of a medical issue that you happen to fall asleep, why would you be on the panels for a long period of time, man? Like once you start feeling this shit, man, you should have like a button on the next to you where you can just click it. You just get offline or something, man. Like I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, all you gotta do it is a button. You just click a button. He'd be right off of there, man.
Yeah, he can have a special button in his chair. You get what I'm saying? Custom made button. You don't have to get up.
Somebody said nothing to laugh about. I mean, what we're not laughing at nighties. I'm laughing at these simplistic blacks that are sitting up here letting these blacks sleep on their panel, and they just talking past him like, and no one's gonna even mention it. Say, damn, is he okay? You need some help? Well, at least get him off the panel. What the hell is he up here for? Send him some help.
Well, at least take them off too, because it's not like you like I gotta keep trying to tell you.
Right, they'll move him to the top.
That promotes that degeneracy.
Look, they just moved him to the top. He moved up in the world. Look.
No, wait, hold on. I said predominantly. Hold on. I said predominantly.
Hey, listen, I gotta go. Give me y'all. So we did Insane send a dub to the extension. We send this show a little bit. I'm gonna give y'all a couple more minutes because he did that. I'm gonna get up out of here.
But Beans, I said it's interesting. So the way you market yourself to the world. So the way I'm seeing it is that look at what you said when you said
it's a big rocket right now. He can go either way right now.
But they don't want to tell about
He's going. He's going.
The media.
Exactly. They want to sweep that shit under the rug. So when I
say okay, so Mike, stay right there though.
See these dumb
you got white women doing blackface.
They act
bitch
like
went viral.
This shit is amazing.
Yeah,
Right?
bro.
And they back.
Yo, John, man, you too much, bro.
You went back to baby mamas or some shit.
No, but when I'm talking about, hold on. When I'm talking about the degeneracy in the mainstream.
Hey, you think these all college grads? Man? Somebody want to know. You think they all college grads? I think they all college grads.
Yeah,
bro.
I think like 80% of them are probably graduates. Definitely.
What about me? Ricky say? 17. I keep losing my internet here. I don't see the screen.
Yeah, I thought it was
Who
me.
drunk? Who's drunk? I ain't drunk. I tell you, I ain't drunk. Try my best not to drink every day. All I can do is try, right? Shit. Maybe she's talking about night is drunk. That's sin.
That's that white wine I told you, man. That white wine.
Is that what he drink?
Sipping on white wine. That's what he be saying every time he come up. He's like, I'm sipping on some white wine.
So Mr. Fantastic, he talks about women.
He talks about a lot of things, but typically, yeah.
This is very interesting.
He does change it up here or there.
When he changes up, what does he talk about then?
It all depends on what's going on. It could be a range of politics, entertainment.
I gotta take my fucking comments off so we can see nightish.
Yeah, you name it.
Look at this shit. Like this motherfucker here just sleep, man. This is what I'm saying. Like these panels are duds, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, look how dumb these fucking people are sitting here talking with this damn man being allowed to stay up here while he sleep, offering nothing to the conversation. What is he even there for?
I told you, man. I told you, man. It's the other side of the comment section of exactly what's going on right here. You know, the trolling aspect of, you know, making fun of him, I guess, sleeping. And these dudes know it. So, they're just going to ignore it and going to continue to have their conversation, you know, because that brings, you know, some type of relevancy, I guess. You get what I'm saying?
But why would he be there, though? Like if you're nightish, like, why don't you just go on to bed or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would not do that, me personally.
Your channel is suspended, right? Your channel is suspended, so it's not like you can it's not like you can stream or anything. Like, go recoup, come back when it's time to get back to streaming again. But you know, it just doesn't make sense to just sit there.
Try to work on something in the background so when you do come back, you're ready. Try to figure something out.
Yeah, you know,
something that might stick, something that, you know.
Yeah, you know, and again, like the fact that these blacks are willing to just stand there and let him up there, it really shows you how, like, the panel just ain't worth shit. Like, is there no one else that can come up and give something better to just stay? Is there anyone else that can come up there and just stay awake?
But John, my question is, did any of them mention?
You know what I mean? Like, I don't think so, bro. Let's see.
Get out
Infiltrate
of
the
here.
Asians like this. You can't infiltrate the whites like
Listen,
the white
listen,
hats like
listen,
this.
listen.
Because they won't. Hold up. They won't accept the propaganda. Black people accept that shit. They wear their pants off the back of their ass. So I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
You just said
if you
literally
everywhere though,
nobody talks about
your family together, nigga, it's your fucking fault. Can't nobody infiltrate my shit unless I let them. So are you weaker than these motherfuckers, or are you stronger?
We know you're special.
Nah, but it's everywhere though, Trey.
He's
Like
special.
I just watched the
they
video.
talking about white people.
He went to Moscow and was talking to some niggas, and it
Jesus Christ, man. Like, honestly,
it
bro,
wasn't for the Russian racks in them niggas' head.
Damn,
I would have
so,
just
like,
thought they was just regular.
bro, you know what's so motherfucking crazy about all this shit, bro? Like, you mentioned the Drewski shit. Bro, I don't even know who that girl is. I had never even heard of her.
Me neither.
Like, I never even heard of her.
Me neither.
And here's some white girl. I wouldn't even recognize if she walked in my house.
Facts.
And she has all these people streaming about her.
Yep.
And all she did was put some paint on her face. These people are so caught up on white people that, like, they're talking about some little random white lady. Is she an adult? Is she above age?
Apparently, 26, but he looks a hard 50. John, that girl outright said she wanted to be talked about. She was seeking attention.
Well, she got it.
She got it.
She got it, exactly. She got exactly what she wanted.
She wins.
As I mentioned last night on your channel when I did a live, You have white girls who look like that girl who did the blackface, and then you have white girls who look like Erica Kirk. She cannot compete with the Erica Kirks. She doesn't get the attention. And so she is all necessary. What can I do to get people to talk about me? That's the only reason why she's having all of this. And she got what she wanted. Now a whole panel
She
of
got
black
it, right? Like apparently she's been famous though, right? This lady that they're talking about has been famous, correct?
Yeah.
So that's subjective.
I mean, not famous, but she has some following.
She's been known, right? She didn't. This one, her first video.
Nope.
Okay, so she you know, she has a presence out there. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, and apparently she talks bad about blacks. Is that what she does?
What's crazy is apparently I found out that she's half
black.
Apparently, that's what I've been told.
Okay. There you go.
I don't know if it's her or it's the other chick that painted herself black, but one of them is half black.
Yeah, she has black since 7. She has black men streaming about it. I mean, she's winning, right? Like, hell, even Nadi's wants to be up there and go to sleep. So that's very interesting. Yeah, wow. I don't know if they do have jobs. But you know what I do. You know what I do.
Well, since you asked, you're no different than this character Lily Gaddis. I mean, I can speak about myself. I can't speak about anyone else. I'm broke. I live with my mother. I'm a bed wench, fat and dark skinned. And to answer your question, no, I don't have a job. So there you go.
Nobody works. We're all like JP here.
None of us work.
Yeah, we're all like JP.
Let me go call this church and beg for my rent money.
Well, so you know, Waha, you know, I'm not dismissing your points. What you're saying, again, what I'm saying is that DJ Hemp makes a living. I'm pretty sure this is part of his living, and it's not a criticism of him. What I'm saying is that, like, this is pretty fucking lowbrow. It's pretty lowbrow. You got black men up here talking about a damn girl that they don't know, complaining and bitching about that. That looks just very weak to me. Very weak. Latino said Drewski did it. Whatever. Even more to my point. And so to me, it just looks weak. I ain't even talk about this shit up here. I ain't, you know, she wasn't no thumbnail over here. I don't give a shit about that. But these are the same men that take offense to the N-word, and now they're taking offense to blackface. It's just too soft and sensitive for my taste. And I think for many women's taste, this is too weak of men to be moved like this by some white woman that they don't even know. Just my thought. There are bigger and better things to talk about than this. Waha, what do you think? Oh, she has a biracial kid.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
Somebody got a biracial kid. Let's see. They probably, there's no way they've been talking about this girl for 2.5 hours. So they're probably talking about something.
To put blackface on, talking about
Damn, they are.
Why? You know what they didn't do? They didn't put blackface on and been like, oh, I'm making plastiline. You know they didn't do that. They didn't do that. They didn't put blackface on, dread their head and be like, here's my plastiline chemical that I'm using for cars. They didn't do that.
Hey Tim, can I just give a little perspective?
Brother.
Real quick, you know why they do
I
that
like
shit?
that cheeky.
Do you know why they do that shit for real? I think it's because they know you.
We got Big Hat. Big Hat in that motherfucker.
Like why the fuck?
You're talking about on a podcast too.
No, I'm just being honest, man. If like right now, they said it, not me. They said white niceness is over. Didn't they say that shit?
So
right?
black niceness.
So
needs
if
to
they
go
know that you're gonna start tap dancing,
but if
because
we,
they said something about you, but you're not gonna spend your energy to be the opposite, then who really will?
And if we are doing that, what I'm saying to you is don't feed into the narrative. You can come
I
up.
don't. But Tiff,
You
fuck
did.
what I'm saying. Hold on. Fuck what I'm
Fuck what you
saying.
saying?
What do I live like? Fuck
Your
what I'm saying. What do I
narrative
live
has
like?
power. How many people are listening, and how many people are you impacting?
Now go click
Hey, y'all, all right, y'all niggas done argued long enough. Shout out to everybody. Yeah, I ain't got all day. First off, shout out to everybody.
Fantastic.
Then I got a question.
What do you think Big Hat
Then
gonna say?
You said that everybody's racist, right?
Yeah.
So if everybody's racist, what would be the point of highlighting white people's racism?
Because y'all don't believe me when I say it.
No, I do. I actually do. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think it's more so tribalism than racism, but we can just go over that thing. I've accepted that premise a long time ago.
Okay,
So if we're
but yeah,
going
that's
to
what I'm
accept
talking
the
to.
premise.
That's why you see, real quick, Mr. Fidel, I know you don't got a long time. You see my title. I said, y'all see what I'm saying? Because I'm thinking so many people don't push back and don't believe it. That this is how the overwhelming majority of them feel. That's what I've been telling y'all. So that's why
Well, it's not just them though. Because I still will tell you this. I tell you that Indians hate niggas a whole lot more than white people hate niggas. Asians hate niggas a whole lot more than white people.
I agree with that.
I think it's the same. Yeah, if he said
I don't
they
know why this
more or
shit timed
less,
out.
if you said more or less,
Say it again. My bad.
yeah, if you saying they hate niggas more, like all right, cool, whatever. I don't give a fuck. I'm just saying they all feel the same way. She just the one that put on the blackface.
Oh, damn, Jorge.
Like, and see, this is the point where he should, if he really wanted to have a serious conversation, shouldn't he look introspectively and say, why does everyone not like us? What is it about us that no one likes? It's interesting. That's what I would ask myself. I'm like, damn, if everywhere I go, nobody likes me, then what is it? Is it me?
God damn, now he being racist, motherfucker. His name could have been his name could be John, but of course
it's culturally. I say this to my son all the time. It's culturally accurate. Okay. See, Indian dude, his last name is probably Patel. Okay.
Look, they got me in the chat. Somebody wrote my name in the chat. They said it might be John Galt. Look. Look at this shit. Look, you see it? You see it? Look, do you see it? Does anyone see this shit?
Yeah, I
Does
see
anyone
it.
see it?
I see it.
Okay. Fucking Arabic dude, Muhammad. Right? It's culturally accurate. It's not racist.
But you know
Anyway.
what? The relationship between black people and white racism is different, though.
That's a fact.
There's a distinct relationship
so?
there, but I don't disagree that they feel how white people feel. But the white woman put on black face, which is why I used her. Like, do y'all get what I'm saying now? Finally,
The white lady or the mixed girl?
the white lady, the one that said nigga like a year ago, 2 years ago.
It's the same. Oh, that blame bitch. Okay, I didn't know she did, but okay. But either way,
Yeah,
this is my point, right?
Gaddis
So being that everybody is racist, right? What Trigger Mike, and shout out to Trigger Mike for going up against you niggas, the nigga versus the niggas today. Shout out to him, man. Y'all jumping, right? Doing a great job and trying by itself, one on a million. That's the difference. So if everybody's racist, that isn't a thing that's totally different from criminality. I said this just yesterday. Niggas push criminality. And for y'all to try and use Martin Scorsese and entertainment, that's not a fair comparison. Those people, entertainment, they know how to separate the entertainment. We had this fucking argument ad nauseum. No white boy is out here trying to motherfucking recreate the shit he's seen in fucking Casino. Niggas trying to recreate everything they see in fucking Boys in the Hood every day, B.
How many Italians you know?
I mean, Italians I know, not that many.
Hey, okay then. So if you come to Connecticut, you'll see they talk the same, act the same, dress the same. You seen Paulie D and them niggas. You seen New Jersey Shore, right? They be fighting and da-da-da and all. Hell, nah. They try to act just like the mobsters,
and they still be mobbing. What are you talking about?
Then Chauncey Billups just get caught up. We talked about that.
Run the motherfuckers?
Yo, Chauncey Billups just got caught up. Remember, fucking with the
Yeah,
mob.
with the mob. Yeah, but the mob is nowhere near existent as the fucking Bloods and the Crips, bro. Can we stop it? Can we be fucking for real? The Blood, the Crips, and the GDs, dog. The Blood, the Crips, and GDs. We're saying that the fucking Italian mafia is big as that. Y'all crazy.
Absolutely, and they're more powerful.
You're crazy.
But here's the thing. But the same white men that are literally committing
men.
mass crimes, they have mental issues. But the black people is YNs. The Trump right now has
No money saying that.
cause that again a criminal family.
And how you put Trump in this is crazy. I don't know how Trump gets in the criminality that fucking citizens on it.
The dude that said the white girl on the bus that said he had a mental
How
issue.
Trump get in?
They do the same thing for
He's
black
breaking the law.
Boy, these black did. I mean, they just.
I don't know what Trump has anything to do with. Like what?
I mean, like they can't address this black crime. Like I haven't watched much of Hemp, but it seems like Hemp is kind of like he kind of enabled this bullshit.
That dude that stabbed that white girl, they said he had a mental issue.
That's the fact.
Anytime they do anything, it's a mental issue. It's mental health. It's drugs. Just like we had the war on drugs, they're having a health crisis. Like if you don't understand that half of this shit be racist, and then you spit out the same points, like if they literally if Trump was not Trump, how many laws, the emolument laws, the all kind of laws that this man has broke right now, and everybody's like, oh well, he's a criminal. Like I said, the Kennedys, criminals. But you go back and look at how many people that have wealth that either came off of 400 years of illegal, not paying people. We want to talk about the immigrants, and we talk about the farmers that were employing them people, because we kicking them out, but the farmers ain't getting no damn.
Less than 3% of people own slaves, bro. Can we stop with the slavery shit? Now we gotta go back to fucking slavery. Jesus fucking Christ.
Let me throw something.
Now we got to go back to fucking slavery. We went with Trump, and now we at slavery.
Let me throw something at you. Because I think this is what you.
Well, before you throw this, hold on. Before you throw this, because you said my name. So
he's still asleep.
But yeah, you said my name, so that's the reason I really came up here. So again, here goes Beans trying to use the fucking exception as the rule. When again, Trigger Mike did a wonderful job showing you that the vast majority of fucking Asians are financially successful. Vast majority, over like 80% of them. And you want to use the lower, the bottom, right? And I still think Vietnamese, I'm pretty sure Vietnamese are still doing better financially than what black people are doing. The point of the fact of what he said. You said what?
I looked it up, right? That's what I'm saying. I looked it up. I got the numbers, but wait.
Well, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Go ahead.
When I brought your name up, the point that I said is that I'm not trying to use the bottom of Asians. Right, I'm saying we always use the top of Asians, so why don't we do that with black people? But the question that I want to toss to you, though, I think Trig really undermined all the conservative blacks when he said, when we was talking about degeneracy, and he was making a specific point. He said, "I'm not talking about that degeneracy." That right there is the response that lets you know that white and black people are treated differently. Right? We want to focus on the degeneracy that's applicable to black people because for some reason we feel like that's available to punch down on. But when it comes to white people, we want to give them all the grace and understanding in the world. And pretend like they're just these amazing people who are able to differentiate, right? But you see,
does anyone remember this shit right here? This one, man, it's all coming together now. Listen.
Do you have to denounce I'm fixing in order for them to learn their proper way to say I'm about to, I'm going to? How do you do you have to speak emphatically against it, saying this is incorrect? This is how you would form that sentence. Do you have to do that in order for the child to learn?
Well, yeah.
I don't believe so.
I don't believe so. And fat ass Iceman is back the fuck down. He shut up. It's a matriarchy out this motherfucker. DJ Him, he can't even put forth the suggestion. The notion that, hey, you got to speak proper English. You gonna ask these stupid ass women, they shaking their head. Hell no. Ooh, I be fixing to do something.
I'm fixing. Do you have to denounce I'm fixing in order for them to learn their proper way to say I'm about to, I'm going to? How do you do you have to speak emphatically against it, saying this is incorrect? This is how you would form that sentence. Do you have to do that in order for the child to learn?
Well, yeah, yeah.
I don't believe so.
Okay, and I'm seeing
Shut up, Iceman. These women that told you shut the fuck up.
an issue. It's at the home, and apparently it's at the schools too. Because what you guys think relates
a panel full of fucking idiots.
These mass murders, all of these snipers, all this other stuff is still white people. So maybe you want to say they're not recreating the mob movies, but they damn sure recreating sniper.
There's no more of this shit.
Jesus Christ.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, god damn, man. Like, it's like white people. White people are causing all their problems.
But John, he said, but they sure causing snipers, right? But then again, like, okay, we had 2 white dudes that sniped, their own basically, and to try to hurt their own, right? And Charlie Kirk, of course. But then we had 2 Jamaicans that were in the trunk of a car not too long ago around your area, I believe, in Washington, D.C., right? Wasn't this in Washington, D.C. that happened with the Jamaicans?
When them shooting out of the car, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, how many people did that person kill with that sniper?
Yeah, he killed. I think he killed 12 people. I can't remember how many it was, but you're all right. Muhammad, whatever his name was.
Yeah.
Dang,
Okay.
nigga said, to be fair, you do call yourself dope, man. Hey, that's fair. I don't know how the Iran pseudonym comes in, but what I'm pointing out is you got a 60-year-old man calling himself the player. I think it would be weird if I came in here calling myself Player John Galt. That's kind of weird. You know what I'm saying? Or trying to put out that image. You add in the fact that these people are, they have 30 hats, 100 pairs of sneakers. This is all just a shiny veneer of the people. If you'd ask, I would love to ask some of their, I had 2 of my lady friends up here. You've had another on the phone. What would they say? What would their lady friends say about them? Would they even be willing to have them up on their channel? I'm not sure. I'm not judging the book. Judge a book. I just liked a couple phrases out of the book. Who is Iran and the whole industrialism aspect of it.
John, stating that it's the school's responsibility to teach these children how to properly read?
Well, you think if they go to school for 12 years and that's part of the school's job and they can't properly read after 12 years, then school failed. And now we're talking about, now we need vocational school. Hell, the school is doing such a poor job trying to get people to do the basics. Now you want to add on something as advanced as HVAC?
John.
Sometimes you got to go back to the basics. Focus on the basics, man.
John, when you go to school, what are these children doing when they leave school? You go home. Are these children, many of these children either are raising other children? You have children with different fathers, same mother, different fathers in the same household. You have children who are under a great deal of stress because it's very common in the Black community to push adult responsibility and frustration onto these children. Secondly, you also have people who don't even read to their own children. The reason when you look at the Asians, other immigrants, white people, you're continually reading to your children. And also, the first 3 years of life is the most important. 80% of what we learn is within those first 3 years. Who was responsible during those first 3 years? Who was the first teacher? We all know.
I would believe it's the parents.
Yeah, definitely parents.
Yes, specifically the mother. So your child is already at a disadvantage before they even enter school. And keep in mind, John, I believe it was the Biden administration that now has universal preschool. Just so we can.
Oh, yeah, was it Biden? Okay, all right. Yeah, I didn't know who did.
They're blaming the state. The school is the state to educate their children when everyone else every other group takes it on as their responsibility to ensure that their children can read.
May I add something?
Of course.
So thank God that, I have the wife that I have, and I also read to my kids.
Friendly reminder to everyone, Latino for Trump, his wife is big corporate. She's a smarty-arty. She's smart. She's corporate.
So this is the thing, right? When my kids first went to school, we didn't have any calls where like, oh, they're suffering on here or there, or they can't read, they have a hard time understanding. No, I'm actually blessed that both of my kids, believe it or not, they know they're above their level where they need to be, or even a little bit more in certain subjects. So I'm blessed for that. So, and that's due to the parenting. So I just have to throw that out there.
And I just want to remind, let's be honest here. When you have, because I know people like to push back on women being educated. When you have an educated woman, your children will also be educated.
Oh, especially when you have girls, they want to emulate their mom.
We speak like our mother. We look at our mother. A daughter especially, your accent is akin or identical to your mother. So if your mother is not speaking to you, especially as an infant, as a toddler, you're going to be behind other classmates. And most other immigrant families, they have large families where you have a grandmother, aunt, who's also in the house supporting the mother. So everyone is speaking and being active with the child. We cannot, this is just too common within Black society to basically push all responsibility and obligation to someone else. Someone else has to be at fault for all the mishappenings in your life. It's the state's responsibility to take care of your child, while every other group ensures that it's their responsibility in their household to educate their children.
I think that honestly, it is gonna sound ugly. Every time I hear a word, I bet you could probably Blacks, or inversely, the more they speak about education, the further backwards I believe they go. I do believe that. The more they talk, if you were to count the number of times the Blacks use the word education, I bet you could track it negatively in their progress in the world. That's my opinion. Honestly, because they're building education on top of a weak foundation, so their shit is collapsing. These people don't know shit, a lot of them. They don't know how to fucking cook. The basics of cooking, hell, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're missing so much, many of them. That educating them doesn't fucking make sense until you give them the basics.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's like a step ladder, and there's steps to each certain thing of a person's life, and they just like skipped.
Right. Knowledge is dangerous for those ill-equipped to consume it. Knowledge is very dangerous to those ill-equipped to consume it and understand it.
There was an interesting statement by Booker T. Washington. I'm not sure, and I have to. This may be it. But he said it was cruel to educate a man. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. But basically, and I have the quote, but basically Booker T. Washington said it is cruel to educate a man without giving him the means to, to use that education. And so you have a lot of smart ass, educated, book smart Blacks, and that shit is of no value to the private sector. None. But they're smart. They've been told they're smart. But everything in their head, they can't apply it out here in the workforce. They can't even apply it in their own neighborhoods. The Arabs own the stores. They learned economics, business. They can't even open up a store in their neighborhood to apply it. They got all the education in the world. Now they got try to take that to the private sector where they're outgunned, they're outmanned. And that is where I say that, you know, the more I hear about blacks being educated, I said, man, these people, like, they don't know what their biggest problems are. They overeducated.
John, education today is just regurgitation. It has nothing to do with anything else but regurgitating. So they don't really know anything. All they've done is memorize a bunch of things.
Yeah, they don't know shit. They can't, like, shit. How many blacks up here? I went up on CT panel one time and said, hey, E3 deep, he looked like he at least graduated high school. Can you explain per capita to me? That motherfucker was upside down and backwards. Gimpy just couldn't take it anymore. So I said, hey, you wrong, man. You got it the opposite way. But you tell him he ain't educated, right?
John,
you let somebody tell him he ain't smart, and he gonna be ready to fight you, but he can't give you a basic definition of something that you have to apply in every aspect of business if you're gonna be successful. You know it.
Well, but John, this kind of leads into what I was going to bring up earlier. Did you see the? I mean, I'm going to go over this with Latino on a show later, but did you see the Coach Greg Adams, Andrew Wilson debate? The black community was brought up quite a bit. I thought you would find that quite entertaining.
I saw bits and pieces of that. That was my first time ever being exposed to Greg Adams. Did anyone see that? Greg Adams, Andrew Wilson. No one saw it.
I mean, let me know if you want my opinion on it. Just let me know.
Well, did anyone see it first? I didn't see all of it. I saw the tail end of it. Eric said Eric had the definition of per capita backwards. That's why Gimpy jumped in and he was like, "Bro, you got it all backwards." Anyway, yeah. So I saw the interview. Greg Adams. Well, give me a brief synopsis, Imperius. Don't go back 500 years talking about Rome and shit.
No, I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to bring up the part I thought is most prevalent to your show.
All right,
there was a part in the discussion where the black community came up, and Andrew Wilson was trying to assert that he has the answers for the black and how he can solve everything for them. And Greg Adams came back saying, everyone thinks they have an answer, but nobody will be able to change anything for that community. It's already done. That community is far gone. You don't know what you're talking about. Your ecclesiastical nonsense has nothing to do with Shaniqua stealing $15 worth of this and that. Like, he doesn't understand, John. Like, this is what I mean about these conservative.
Wait. I don't mean to interrupt you. So Greg Adams comes from the standpoint of like, the shit is done, or he like a
he's like, we're done. Yeah, he's like with you. We're done. That community's done. It's over.
Oh, really?
It's over.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
he must have hate.
Well, he just doesn't deal with like. Oh yeah, he's not like pro-black, no. He's very mixed on that. Like he doesn't really he doesn't focus on that concept, but he definitely is not like behind the black community. Let's put it that way.
I heard him talking about being a player or something toward the end of the conversation. He was like, be a player, have a lot of women. I'm not married. I heard him say something to that.
Well, yeah, he's that kind of like. I mean, look, I don't agree with him on probably 60% of things, but he torched he torched Wilson in the debate because Wilson was trying to go in there and say, "Look, I can impose a white Christian paradigm and just fix the black community." And Greg came back and said, "Look, you're telling me that you, Andrew Wilson, who Farrakhan, MLK, all these black people have not been able and have no answers for the black, and you think you do. You think you have an answer." Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I at least have been around like the ghetto black community. I've been, I have black cousins. I at least have some little bit of an idea. I have a little idea. He has no idea about this, and he thinks he can just solve it.
Yeah.
Imagine he saw the shit that you show on here every day.
Oh, hold on, Pierce. Oh, what's that, Peace of Mind?
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to add to that, the black community, we are so easily distracted and easily influenced and impressionable. And so I keep going back to about 20 years ago. I don't know if you guys remember, but we really was like, on My President is Black, My Lambo Blue, when the, Obama.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And we got really ahead of ourselves. Even on the college campus, the way we were treating one another, some of the, I guess, elites on the campus would be like tell people as they're walking through to move out of their way or fix their plates, all kind of stuff. These are things that I've seen with my own two eyes. And it just goes to show that this is the way we are willing not only to treat each other, but treat the rest of the world. And that is exactly what happened.
Damn.
That we were given, I guess, given a little bit of power, and we showed the world what we were willing to do with it.
Yeah.
And then I also just wanted to, Miss Ponder went off, but maybe about 10, 15 years ago, there were programs out. They were kind of equivalent to Hooked on Phonics, and there was My Baby Can Read, ABC Mouse, a couple of other ones for child development, and you don't see any of that stuff online anymore. But a few, like I said, about 10, 15 years ago, those were the things that were being advertised. And now these kids, they don't see anything. And the parents suck. And I know the parents. I substitute teach at some of these schools, and it just gets kind of weird sometimes too, because it's like, girl, I went to school with you. Now your kid here, and I can see the cause and effects, or the trickle down effect.
Well, let me ask you this question. If you didn't teach a child anything, like if he lived like in the third world, like in Mexico or somewhere, no schools, nothing, don't those people learn how to read and write when they get here at least?
They do, and they are. Oh, they are. They have they not only do they have their language, they are learning our language. We are becoming a second language to them. Like when I apply for a position, they ask, are you bilingual or are you willing to go back?
Wow.
And I can't fit anything else into this brain. But that is what's going on. Because here in Detroit, and they're teaching their own, they're hiring their own teachers, and they really don't want us or anybody else inside the school because
wait a minute. You saying that the Hispanics are choosing other Hispanic teachers in Detroit and boxing out the black women? Ooh, this
in
gonna get good.
Southwest Detroit. Yeah, in Southwest Detroit, they have.
I'm playing.
Over here, Latino rubbing his hands like Birdman.
This is going to get very. This is going to go ahead.
Peace of mind.
Hey, in the outside of the school, it may not look as it looks like a prison like the rest of Detroit, but the inside of their schools are different. It's so beautiful. And they go out, they play soccer together. They can, go to the playground. The teachers are making sure that they have what they need. But when I teach in one of our schools, if I go to a different school, the teachers won't get up. Well, we ain't going out today, and just all kind of stuff, or will say really mean things to the kids. Like he not gonna learn nothing anyway. And it's been like that for a really long time.
You know what's interesting about that? For those of you that watch the TV show Insecure, that was the issue in Insecure. What's her name? The Issa Rae girl. I have a friend, my buddy Philippe. He knew a girl that was teaching in one of those LA schools that flipped Hispanic, and so all the programs and funding goes where their head county is.
And
very interesting. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, and the other thing is, our kids are just a number now. That's why they have something called Count Day, where they would give them pizza to make sure that they show up on the Wednesday. And it's like, well, what about the rest of the days? And I also wanted to mention one more thing. You guys were asking, well, what are they doing with their time? A lot of these kids, especially the boys, they play football, and then they're probably working at a Little Caesars or something. And the first thing they say is, I want to make it for my mama. I want to make it for my family. And it's like, well, you have to have a, positive attitude. You have to make sure you can be a team player. There are other skills that go along with playing for a team, because what's happened here, well, at least in Flint, they were kind of, we are rivals, but they wanted to fight each other. And it's like, you're not gangs, you're just football teams. You might be playing in the same NFL one day. And everybody is not going to make it to the NFL. So you have to tell them, and be realistic about that. Like, well, maybe you could be the coach, or maybe you can do something else in life. But everybody can't do it, and we build our kids up to, as soon as we see them, you're going to be a good football player. You're going to be a basketball player, and it's like, well, they probably don't even want to do that.
let me show you this right here. This is coming out of Chicago. This was years ago. I remember this. Do you remember this singer Jeremiah had the song "Birthday Sex"?
Mhm.
You don't remember him?
I remember
In
him.
2009, Jeremiah was chosen. He was chosen to help encourage students to return to school for the new year. This decision sparked controversy. Some community activists argued that Jeremiah's music was inappropriate for students, while mayor and the guy in charge of school defended the choice, stating the students were already listening to him and that he had a positive message and he was tapped to get the students to return to school. And she mentioned Count Day. And just so happened, Count Day was the day that Jeremiah was going to be performing to get the kids to come back to school so that they get all the federal funding by head count there. That's how that works.
Mm-hmm. And another way that they're getting funding now, those students who have an IEP that are in special education, you get more money for them. And these parents are proud to have kids who are autistic, and they want you to diagnose them because they get more money for things, more money and resources too. And that's one thing I refuse to diagnose before the age of, maybe 7 or 8, because that's ridiculous. And those diagnoses follow you along for a lifetime. And then what happens is, because of bad parenting, when these kids turn about 16 or 17 and commit a crime, the parent go back and say, oh, well, they were autistic. Like that's not true. You just were a bad parent, and they had poor impulse control and oppositional defiance disorder, and just haven't really been managed. And you shouldn't have to really manage a kid, but that's really what the day is like. Teaching in the inner city is that you're keeping them from harming each other and just getting through the day.
It's not exactly all like that, though. Can I? I mean, I've listened to this for about 15 minutes. My dad taught in the inner city after you were retired from the HML. Why didn't he have any problems? He taught Lincoln High School in Los Angeles. They didn't talk back to him. They didn't even look at him when he walked by because he's a rich white man. Because he had a fucking $50,000 Rolex on his arm. They didn't get to say shit. So why does he have no problems and everyone else does?
Yeah.
Maybe it was a different time.
What,
Times
2015, 2020? 2015 to 2020 is a different time?
Your dad was teaching, maybe, I don't know. Maybe what was he teaching?
No,
Math?
it's because he's giant and he has hands that can break bricks.
And maybe he's a very big man. He's very intimidating, but you're not going to have a.
But that's my point. That's what it goes down to. John, the answer, all I heard from her is empathy, let them die. Let the kids die.
Well,
Let the kids die. No, hold on. This is what I'm saying. No, hold on. Everything that you're talking about that is a problem is because somebody helped somebody else. Let them die. You know what I was told when if I couldn't make it? No one's going to help you. You die. You starve.
Yeah.
Why do they get any different? Why aren't they told that?
Because you're not allowed. Well, you're not allowed to, and you don't have programs anymore that kind of.
It's not about allowing. It's just let them die. No. Hold on. All these teachers said,
if you indeterminate, let them die.
No. You can let them die. No, what are you talking? This is what I'm saying. Like,
it's not going to happen. So in reality,
yeah, it is. It's happening right now. It's happening right now.
How so?
What's cut off, John?
We're calling the welfare people more than ever.
No. What's cut off right now?
It will. If they die, we die. And I think it's just important to redirect.
No, you don't. If the inferior die, the better genetics will survive. You have too many people in your race with inferior genetics is the issue.
No, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree. I think
you have
losing periods. Maybe gone.
Than whites. Do you understand that the average IQ, the average IQ level, the average physical level, like Black people have the worst health of any group in the country. They have the highest heart disease, cholesterol. They have the highest inheritable diseases. You have bad genes because for 150 years, us whites have alleviated you from the pressures that nature would disregard the inferior genes. All this that we're talking about is because people have taken away the natural fundamental reality that if you aren't good enough, you die. That's all it is. If people, like, if you take, like, it's the same argument I've made. If you put people under pressure and you make it, you either do this or die, people somehow elevate and get and start to do what they got
No,
to do.
I don't disagree with me and Pierce. You know, you're saying it. You know, it's like a pressure forms diamonds and things like that. I think you're definitely right, and I think you're definitely right on the IQ issue. That is why I keep going back to, like, you can't overeducate someone who just can't use the information. You're just filling his head up. There's nothing you can do with it. So you have to find a place to be.
You're boosting ego. All these panels are just ego boosts for black guys that like to think they're more educated than other black people, so they can talk down on other people.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Like Stanley's channel. What is Stanley's channel? I'm a closer black to the whites than you are, so I'm going to yell and lecture you about how bad you are.
Yeah. That is. You know,
Like
you're definitely right.
Like as I said, dude, my dad taught at one of the worst schools in Los Angeles, Crips, Bloods, fucking 18th Street, MS-13, all kind. You know what they did? They actually talked to my dad after class. Guys tatted up with 13s on their faces. Why? Because men in general respect force and dominance. And my dad walks around like he's a fucking killer because he's worth $100 million.
Well, that's what I was getting.
Oh, no, but hold on. Biology represents that. They recognize you don't walk like a prey animal. The reason they don't expect you is because these black kids are predators and you're walking around like a prey. Predators don't attack or don't interact with other predators. When a bear sees another male grizzly running around, it's not going to go run up and fight it. It's probably going to go, okay, I'm out of this territory. It's probably safer for me to go hunt somewhere else. Like this is just literally biology, in that the black kids, these inner city kids, just aren't afraid of getting their shit kicked in. Like, do you understand? Like, if you had a 50 to 100 big ass grown men in that school, and anytime someone acted up, those grown ass men were allowed to pummel the shit out of these little kids.
But that's what I was getting ready to tell you, that there are more men in the schools now. It's almost like a prison. They can't get up to even throw their own lunches away. We have to walk around constantly in the lunchroom and, you know, make sure that we're monitoring them. We take their trays or anything that they may have and throw it in the garbage for them, just to keep them from really, you know, interacting with each other and to make sure that they don't harm one another. And I don't think that's any way for a kid to live or go to school, but there are more men needed in the schools now. And that is what I'm seeing and witnessing, because they're needed. These kids are really big when you get into the high schools.
Yeah.
And there's nothing I can do. Like if a guy, not a guy, but if one of these boys, if they don't want to take their headphones off, and this is a 9th or 10th grader, but he's, you know, just huge, I can't tell him what to do once he goes off, and I'm in the room with him. Now the other kids may calm him down and say, "Hey, stop," but other than that, it's
that's kind of similar to what happened with us. I mean, I was in a private school, and we didn't have these same kind of restrictions on and remember, I was taught by priests. So I remember one time I was talking in 9th grade geometry class.
I think that was your finest goddamn hour, because I done heard more about you talking about school.
Well, no, I'm just saying.
School appears in high school, elementary school.
I like college more, but I don't like to talk about it.
College and elementary and high school, boy, we always get a good dose from you. Go ahead.
You got to remember, dude, I was fucking like dime ass pussy at 14 years old, John. John, in 16, I was banging a 20-year-old college girl. I mean, I was trying to hook up with my sister's friends. Different world, John. I'm a god. These are peasants. John, I am literally the epitome of the 90s fucking comedy movies of the guy. That's me. That's how I decided to live my life, because I'd rather be hated than I would be stabbed in the back. So this is what I'm saying. In general, the reason, look, any group of people, I was the same way. Do you think I acted right unless my dad, when I was young, grabbed me by the back of my neck and lifted me off the ground and said, "I can throw you out the window and kill you in any second I want"?
Oh yeah, my dad would watch me across the street with binoculars on when I was acting up in school. Or I'd look up at the door and he would be right there. So I got my act together really fast. But
I wanted
But
to read
that's
this
what you.
quote. I wanted to read this quote to you guys. It's something that I thought about. I read this a long time ago, and it kind of touches on what Imperial says here. This is a quote from Booker T. Washington. I read this book a long time ago. I have to look and see what book it is. This is Booker T. Washington. Education increases greatly in individuals' wants.
Do you want me to read it out loud, John?
Yeah, are you able to see it? I'm not sure if you can see it now.
I like the AI voice right now. I got my lotion out, John. So hold on. Read it slow, Ponders.
Oh, goodness.
Look,
Imperial.
Imperial,
Education increases greatly. An individual's wants.
Everything ain't up for that bullshit, Imperial. Go right ahead, Paul.
Education increases greatly an individual's wants. It is cruel in many cases to increase the wants of the Black youth by mental development alone, without, at the same time, increasing his ability to supply these increased wants in occupation in which he can find employment. Wherever the Negro has lost ground industrially in the South, it is not because there is prejudice against him as a skilled laborer on the part of the native Southern white man. The Southern white man generally prefers to do business.
And he goes on to say do business with the Black man. But the first part of that is that, you know, what I'm saying with education is really causing Blacks problems. Booker T. Washington.
John, why are you teaching people about stellar cartography when they don't even know how to add 5 + 5?
That's correct. You got
all you're doing is you're exposing them to a larger world that their brains can't handle it, and they look at it as an existential threat. John. See, this is what people don't realize. They get distracted by all this information in the world that they're exposed to that their brains can't handle because it's a manic imposition on these people's brains, and so they get distracted on the things they can use to actually help themselves for these grandiose ideas that they aren't capable of handling.
You know, Booker T. Washington, he also spoke about in the North, the Black man got to see the white man in his leisure. And I'll try to see if I can find that quote for you. And as a landlord, I've seen this shit myself. You heard it the other day. You heard someone up here, jihad, retirement. You just get to have fun, get to do nothing. You know, they've seen the white man in his leisure. They see him after work in a suit, and they're serving him drinks. You know, they see him and they say, "Hey, I want to live a life of leisure." They see him at lunch, business lunch, and they want to live a life like that with no means to obtain those kind of jobs and stuff like that. But that's what they've been told that they should be desirous of, and they can't do that. And so they see this life of leisure that whites living in these Northeastern, because they're rubbing in shoulders against them here in the Northeast more so than anywhere. You're riding the trains with them, Amtrak, the metro trains, and you're seeing people that are living totally different from you, but you're rubbing shoulders with them. And it makes you very, very uncomfortable when you know that you can't reach the level of living.
But that life of leisure also comes with sacrifice. You know, everything you do now will determine how comfortable or uncomfortable you'll be within the next 2 to 5 years.
That is very true. I think I found that quote about leisure. I didn't find it. I thought I had it. Anyway, it's a quote about leisure, because I always hear people talking about, retirement, having fun, vacation, stuff like that. And, they have a lot of leisure in their mind. And by and large, typically, vacations used to be the domain of rich people. Poor people typically don't take vacations. But now you have, it kind of seeping in everyone's mind. Everyone is deserving of an education, of vacation, and education, even for that matter.
And I just wanted to share something. Hopefully, oh my gosh! But there was an acquaintance. This was some years ago. She was willing to hold her kid back a grade, just for him to be able to play basketball within his. And I don't know if this is normal or not. I'm not the basketball person, but in order for him to be able to be more successful within his league, she held him back a grade. It had something to do with his birthday and age.
Yeah, there's a whole Outliers thing where they talk about that. I think it's Outliers.
It is Outliers. Correct. It was.
Yeah. Where Wayne Gretzky and Michael Jordan and all these people, Lawrence Ellison, all these people are born around the same time. Some of them are born
Yeah.
late enough to where they can play a
John, well,
late.
what she's referring to, what Malcolm Gladwell in his book Outliers, because if you think about it, John, and you have a daughter, you know that 6 months is a big difference to a child. A growth spurt, high, a lot can happen just in a summer, just one summer. A child can just, that growth spurt will just super shot them from being maybe like 5'5" to even be like 5'10", 5'11". Like a child's growth spurt is something serious. So what the mind is referring to is that, and you know this, John, you know this, you're a QB. When it comes to sports, you know it goes by age, that you have to be a certain age and there's a cutoff. That's what Peace of Mind is referencing. That this woman, her son may have been within that cutoff period that he could have played for another team or even a grade below, because then he fits within the rules for that particular league so that he can play. And he's at an advantage because he'll probably be a little bit older and have that growth. Because we all know at 1 year, 11 to 12, or especially age 8 to 11 is huge when it comes to a kid.
But that's also very selfish to do, because it's like, what if your kid grow up and decide to do something else, and now you just really held them back a grade?
Holding back a grade is not that big. I know white families, Peace of Mind, who will purposely drop. I've seen this many times, just so their child could be more competitive when it comes to a GPA. Well, then you're talking about salutatorian or valedictorian, just to ensure their child will be top 10% or even top 10. Thus, you're in that running for possibility valedictorian or salutatorian, because that means college money right there. That's a lot of money for college. They will absolutely drop their child 1 grade just to keep that child more competitive. I have seen why families do that. One of in my church, one of the mothers, she was actually discussing this with my own mother about the possibility of dropping her son a grade in high school just to have him be more competitive, not for sports, but just for GPA. So parents do it all the time. Parents, both sides do it. What you think that we do, what the other side do, and let empirics tell you what the other side do. Peace of Mind, you're an educator. You know what accommodation is. You know what that is, accommodation. The white students use accommodation to their advantage like you would not believe. They receive extended time. All you need to do is, I'm on Ritalin. The school that I went to apparently was the #1 CVS for prescribing Adderall. These kids stay on Adderall. These kids, I've known like 3 kids who were on Ritalin for like 10 years, age 8 to age 18. And all 3 of their mothers were educators too. All 3 of their mothers were teachers. Oh, the other side, they have their ways of getting their children into these schools, GPA, extra time. They do everything. They take advantage as well.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you, what is your opinions of No Child Left Behind? If just asking your opinions.
That all of the children are getting left behind. And, you have the Title I and all of these policies, and it's so hard to implement these things because they're not realistic. You don't have enough teachers, you don't have enough educators, you don't have the resources and the tools, and you don't have the parental involvement anymore. So, I think it's something that will probably end soon.
Looking for a video.
Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to grab some water.
One thing I can say about education is, one thing I've noticed is, depending on where you live, you get a better chance of education. And why is that the reason? Because, for instance, I'll give you the town of Brookline here in Boston. Those people that live there, dude, I don't think there's not one person. I could be wrong, because they put housing everywhere, that don't take any type of subsidies or any type of help from the government, because all these people are professional lawyers, and the majority of them are Jewish, to be honest with you. So they get, dude, like if you was to call the police over there, they'll be there in less than a minute. Like it's that serious. Like, and this is what I noticed. I'm like, but if you was to live in Dorchester, where there's a difference, you call the police, they might end up being 10 minutes or not show up at all.
Looking for a video, man. Yeah, no, yeah, I can see that. You know, it depends on where you live. You know,
Yeah, 'cause it's all about the tax that you're putting in.
yeah, it is definitely great. Damn, I was looking for a video I wanted to play for you guys. I know I have it somewhere, but shit, I can't find so many videos here.
But may
Man. Go ahead.
sorry guys, that's so ghetto. Is it okay if I share? And I don't want to make it a me thing,
No, go
but
ahead.
I was one of those inner city students, and it was traumatic going to school every day. I stayed at home with my grandmother, and we had a bookcase with the thesaurus, botanica, everything. So I learned a lot at home. I just didn't get good grades. I was probably your C, D, F student. Well, I was all the way, pretty much to the 12th grade. But when I got to college and I had more of a stable environment, like once again, where I wasn't taking care of my cousin's kids or having to do the dishes all the time, worry about what I had to wear to school, what my hair was going to look like, and my name getting called every 5 minutes, I was able to focus and excel. And they had something called the University College Program, where they paired you with a mentor, as well as a tutor, and other tools that you needed to succeed. And for the first time, when I saw myself get getting A's and B's, I was like, oh, okay, I can do this. And they always say they gave me a refund check. So I was like, okay, where do you need me to get this A at again? And I was able to, and it's not right, but I was able to send some of that money back home, to my mom and my brother, because they needed a little help. But I think that's the reason I say, don't give up on them, because I've seen a few kids make it, and I was one of those kids myself. You just have to get out of the environment.
Now, yeah, for many people you do, and that costs money oftentimes to get out of that environment to get to a better environment.
Oh, I was ready to go. I didn't go to
And that was
prom or
my
anything.
point.
I paid somebody to take me 3 hours away. I packed my stuff and paid as soon as they said I could move in. I look back, like, not everybody had parents to move them in on the first day or during the Thanksgiving and Christmas breaks when everybody else is going home. You have to find somewhere to stay. Just small things. So sorry. Anyway, I'll share next time. It probably come up
Indeed.
again here.
Hey, are you into interior design at all? Piece of mud?
I'm not
You
good at that.
picking up paint colors and stuff like that?
No, I'm not.
I gotta call my painter. He said he's ready to start painting the guy that I rented a room to. So I put him on the stream here and see. He said he's free tomorrow and Thursday, well, for some doors, but I'm gonna have him
But I
paint
would
his
change
room.
those
Mhm.
curtains. Those curtains.
Oh yeah, I've already changed this. This is an old video, but the room is still the same. The curtains have already been changed, but when we paint it, we probably will change the curtains, and we probably have a contest for that too.
Okay,
But we're gonna.
maybe
Someone
a
wants to know,
couple
you
of
from Detroit?
yes, I'm from Detroit, and maybe a few plants. Put some
Yeah.
greenery in there.
Give me 1 second. Let me call this painter, and then that'll probably be the next stage of the interior design. Once we're gonna get the paint done first. So this is the painter. This is one of my tenants here. I'm gonna let him know. I think we have a 10-day reservation in this room. Someone says they're good at colors.
Hey, what's up, Mark?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, I think I'm gonna get you to paint the room number 3 downstairs instead.
Okay.
All right, and so I'm running a little contest on my channel, so I'm gonna have the people that participate on my channel paint. It's gonna be like a home and decor. So we may get you on the channel at some point. You can tell us what you like painting the room, stuff like that. And then we're gonna have a contest to pick the colors. And then so then you'll paint it, and then maybe if you're interested, maybe get you some publicity for yourself. I'll send you a clip of whatever we publish on YouTube. But so anyway, so I want to get you to paint the room number 3 downstairs in about 7 days when the person checks out. Oh damn, my phone keeps failing.
Mr. John, maybe an accent wall in your front room, in your living room.
Yeah.
An accent wall.
Yeah. I like that. That could be part of the paint.
20.
Anyways, his phone went straight to voicemail. Maybe he'll call me back. So next week we'll probably we'll do I'll get you some better pictures.
Okay.
I'll get you guys some better pictures of the of the room so you can get a better idea of how to paint it, because there's a radiator in here too. So I want to paint the radiator some color. So you have to incorporate all of that into the painting there. And so this is kind of what you'll be working with. So this will be the first room that we'll do the painting challenge for the audience. So I think that'll be kind of interesting. What do you guys think? What does the audience think about it? I think that'll be kind of interesting, no? Wanda, what do you think?
I think it's cool. And Michael, that's cool. That's my area, actually. 7 Mile and Evergreen.
Oh, this where you live?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's
Good.
the area. Yeah, cool.
Master Ken knows exactly where you are. So yeah, this would be the first room here. How do we figure out? I guess we need to figure out who wants to be involved, because we probably do it this week. I get all the pictures, I post them, and then again, we're gonna let the members of the channel be the deciding vote, and so that's how we'll do that there. So, and then we have a monetary prize for the people that are interested who wins. There you go. There, Republic, come up here. You interested? Are you interior designer? Hoping that some woman should win, right? It should be a woman that wins.
A woman. Probably it would be a woman.
Palomino Ricky, though, he said he's good with colors, so he may give some stiff competition. Palomino, are you going to participate from the audience? I think you can. I'm sure you can send you can get AI color coordinations for a room and do it that way. So if you wanted to participate from the audience, you can. You have to figure out how to get us your pictures. You have to probably jump up, put them in the backstage, and then step down if that's what you choose to do. What do you think about that, Ponder? For the
And
people that don't know.
tuck the end of that bedspread.
Oh yeah.
And the curtains as well.
Yeah.
And the curtains as well.
Yeah. So I replaced those curtains. I don't even think I put those curtains up there. But what we did,
wall accent looks good. That's good.
but we put heavy curtains up to keep the for the
The
winter
light.
time.
And also, for
Yeah.
HVAC and to keep warm. That's true.
Yeah. So this video is kind of old. So
bit more insulated.
and that's one of the things that I learned for those of you that are interested in this kind of business. We put up real heavy, like those darkening curtains, and we just leave them up year round. Some people probably wouldn't do that in their own house, but we do it because, well, for one thing, they don't want light.
Conserves energy. It conserves
Yeah.
energy out here.
Serves energy, keeps the cold weather out. Most importantly,
And John, if I may please share, don't let these people ever again call you slumlord or whatever. This is a great room in DC, and you're one of the most affordable.
yeah, I don't pay him any attention there. So,
So,
yeah.
And I'm gonna get out of here in a few minutes
Yeah.
because I have to run an errand. But I also wanted to say thank you to Ms. Ponder and all of you that gave me resources. I was actually able to get some help with that situation I was telling you guys about.
Oh, really?
Yes, I'm so thankful. Yes.
No, right. Yeah, I was telling CT to put your cash up yesterday. I think it was yesterday.
Oh,
Because he
okay.
speaks very highly of you. So I was saying, but if you want to put it up right now, you definitely can. Put it in the chat. We'll put it up there. Because what you're doing is quite a service there. All of us are going to get old one day. We need someone like you.
Thank you. And what I wanted to do with the one home that they destroyed is I want to have a group home, a youth home. So the kids who are aging out of the system, when they turn 18, they don't have anyone to still, kind of help them and support them with life skills and just that basic. Just what you need at the age of 18. It's like you're really being born again. You're still a baby, and they have nowhere to go, and they're just roaming the inner city. And they not dusty, but they're in despair. But I'm gonna get back to you guys if you're still on.
All right.
About an hour, but thank you so much. I was able to get some help, so
Indeed.
that's what we're supposed to do for one another.
Indeed. Put your cash up in the chat, and we'll put it on the banner here.
Always peace of mind. So appreciate to see you. Such a blessing.
Thank you.
Is the New York City mayoral election today?
They're voting. Yes, sir. They are voting.
So Mondami could win it today.
Maybe. But there's probably going to be a runoff. It's going to be a tight race.
Oh, wait a minute. This is not the end race right here?
No, they're voting right now. They're voting right now.
I'm saying the winner of this, isn't this take all right here? Is it going to be another?
Yeah. There's no more primary. Yeah.
There's no more run. There's not going to be a runoff to this race, is there?
John, you never know.
I'm
John, you never know. And by the way, Trump and Elon are supporting Cuomo, by the way.
Right, but this is I don't think they have much sway in New York City. But this is the end race here. There's not going to be a runoff to this, right? The winner today is the winner.
Today's election day. Thank you, Universal. Today's
That's right. So we got Minneapolis bringing in a Somali. We got New York City bringing in presumably Mondami, right?
Yeah, let's see where it's at. I'm pulling it up right now for you.
And then
there's no results as of yet. Nobody has turned in. They're still voting.
No, it's still early. It's 3:00, but presumably Mondami is going to win, right? And Obama did not endorse. Obama did not endorse Mondami.
No, he did not.
You're right. Did he endorse Cuomo? I don't think he endorsed Cuomo either. Right?
Only Trump and Elon endorsed Cuomo.
Right, there you go.
Independent.
Right. So this again shows you how weak Obama is within the Democrat Party. The party has moved away from him. He has no sway in this election. In these two major cities that are Democrat stronghold, he doesn't have a word to say about this thing. Yeah, it's probably still too early for any kind of elections, any count. But now this is very interesting that you got Cuomo. Cuomo probably is he's probably a long shot to win, I would imagine. And in Minnesota, I'm guessing that the Muslim guy is the odds-on favorite, correct?
For the Democrats, yeah, like he's polling really well, John.
But I mean, no Republican is going to beat him. So he is the odds-on mayor, correct?
But remember, there's Cuomo. Cuomo's running independent.
No, I'm talking about in Minnesota now.
In Minnesota?
He's the odds-on favorite. There's no one challenging him that's going to beat him. Is that correct? Universal would know. But so there is no Republican in Minneapolis, so he is going to win. Is he running against another formidable Democrat, or is he just running against a Republican? Because if he's, they got a shot against if he's up against a Democrat.
I got it here for you, John. 1 second. So this is what's going on, and they're also there's an election for Secretary of State. That's a big deal. Secretary of State in Minnesota.
Yeah, here comes Universal. Universal, you can't let yourself up? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I can. I was just muting up so I didn't have double feedback. Ponder, you want to pull that back up? That might be helpful. Is that New York they're looking at?
That was New York. I was about to pull up any list for you. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I can talk a little bit about what's going on. So right now,
I'm going to start with though Universal. New York.
I can talk about Minneapolis because New York, I am not going to be the person to talk about that because I don't have all the info. But Minneapolis, I have some inside. Not insights. So I have some perspective because it's going to get very interesting. So there's actually like 6 total candidates, or there's 15 total candidates, but there's really 6 who have somewhat of a shot, but 4 who they've been pushing, who are the front runners. Of those 4, they're all Democrats, by the way. Minneapolis hasn't had a Republican mayor, I think, since '98. I think it was '98 or early 2000s. So it's been Democrats ever since, and it probably will be like that for a very long time. So there's Mayor Fry, who he's on his second term, looking for his third, and then there's 3 candidates who are opposing him, who created a PAC that they illegally did, and they got called out for it recently. One guy's name is Jazz. I forgot Jazz's last name. We have the Somali guy, and then we have this pastor who used to be very friendly with Mayor Fry, but has recently flipped and turned on him. So you have 3 black men going up against Mayor Fry. Well, three blacks, 2 blacks and a Somali. We'll say that.
So wait, the blacks are going to split it.
Yeah. So what we have is a rank voting system, and what they've done is they've encouraged.
Oh shit! Y'all have ranked choice voting too.
Yes. So what they've did is they've cahooted all together. Now they technically can't do this, but they got called out for it, and they're encouraging their voting base to rank the 3 of them against Fry. So they're literally trying to push Fry out by converging all their votes. Now remember, they're just splitting votes amongst Democrats for the most part. So this Somali man has a very good chance at beating Mayor Fry. Mayor Fry has made some very bad public mistakes, and he's not favored to win this. The only thing that he really is leveraging is his connections that he has throughout the city. He has a lot of good connections business-wise, and the fact that he's been the mayor for the last 2 terms. It's going to be very interesting. And right now, the front runner is this Muslim man. It is going to be fascinating. Wow. And then on the other side of the river, remember, we're the Twin Cities. Actually, a friend of mine, Mayor Carter, he's not going to have an easy chance winning his mayorship again either. He's going up against 2 Hmong ladies. So we might have a Hmong woman running St. Paul and a Somalian running Minneapolis. God bless America. What the hell's going on?
Yo, that is crazy. Do you think that so you think the Somali will likely win?
I think he's gonna win. I think Mayor Fry, the mistakes that Mayor Fry has made since George Floyd have been just so detrimental to him that the fact that the Somalian man has an opportunity to beat him speaks volumes. And then with this pact that's been created over the last 2 months, where they're pushing for the rank votes to be the 3 of them, because you get 3 choices. I think it's gonna be neck and neck. It's gonna be very close. And the Somali gentleman has been very upfront about his socialist policies, defunding the police. The other thing, I forgot something. The other thing that the Somali man has in his favor is the city council. He has majority city council support over Mayor Fry, and that means a lot because these city council members, as crazy as they are, they do have a lot of authority in the city of Minneapolis. So it's going to be interesting. Yes.
Damn, that is really amazing. You know what's interesting? It seems to be in New York and the same in Minnesota is the white guy.
Did you read that? Are you reading that? There was a power outage.
Their games are being played.
Games are being played. Let me read this out loud for everyone. A power outage affected more than 3,000 Xcel Energy customers in neighborhoods just west of downtown Minneapolis, starting around 8 a.m. 8 a.m. Universal. 8 a.m. Tuesday. 8 a.m. Tuesday, soon after polls opened. A city spokesperson told NPR News that no polling places reported impacts from the outage. Xcel reported the outage was repaired just after 9 a.m. Universal, you know what they're up to.
Oh my goodness. Let me explain. Let me explain a little bit here because this is significant. Now, the 2 things west of downtown, that is where you're going to get the majority of the white vote is west of downtown. That's where a lot of the white vote, that's where the money is. So the fact that the power outage happened there is very interesting, very eye-opening. That's probably where
interesting, Universal.
That's probably where Mayor Fry is going to get most of his support is west of downtown. That's where you get Wayzata, Golden Valley, Plymouth. You're getting these wealthier folks who will be more likely to vote for Fry versus a Somali. That's very fascinating. The other thing that's fascinating is before 8 a.m. Now, remember, that's before people go to work. Today's voting day. There's a lot of kids with no school, including mine, because we take the voting very seriously here in the state of Minnesota, where they literally shut half the city down so people can vote. But the people who do have to work usually are going to vote before 8 a.m.
Damn.
Very fascinating. I did not know that. Thanks for pulling that up. I did not know that.
You got it. You got it. That's shenanigans, Universal. So you're
Wow.
saying most people vote before 8 a.m.?
Oh yeah, we have early voting too. So usually they encourage people to vote like about a week and a half, 2 weeks beforehand.
Right.
That's when the big push happens. But on voting day, you're going to get majority of people who are going to vote before they actually go to work, which is around 8 a.m. Before and around 8 a.m.
Damn.
That's fascinating. I did not know that. Man.
That is interesting. That is interesting.
And this is why I don't live in Minneapolis, by the way.
You know, to a lesser extent, what we have here is we don't have a dominant immigrant population, but we have a dwindling Black population here. This is not a mirror year for us. So we're likely to either not, probably won't have, it's a good chance we won't have a Black mayor next time, which is, it'd be the first time, I think, since, Walter
Barry?
Washington. No, I think even before him, Walter Washington was white, Black.
Do you want me to look up the mayors of DC? Do you want me to pull that up right now for you?
Nah, it's not that interesting. But the fact that they may get a white mayor again would be very interesting, considering you seeing Blacks and whites losing their political power in these inner cities, which is kind of interesting.
Johnny, let me ask you. Yeah, go ahead, Universal.
Can you drop this link in the back chat? I want to look at it a little. I want to check out some of the school board information they have.
Oh, the link I have pulled up right now?
Yeah.
You got it.
Thank you.
John, if I may ask you, just looking at DC right now, especially with the decades you have been there, do you believe there's a possibility that DC, during this administration, so Trump's current and last administration, do you believe there's a possibility that DC could elect a non-Black mayor?
Yeah, 'cause I think the election is coming up next year, if I'm not mistaken. And what's happening is that the mayor is she's been there a long time, and I think she's getting a little tired of running the city. She has a young daughter that she adopted, so I'm guessing that she kind of wants to get away from all of this. That's the speculation there, and there isn't a deep pool of talent to replace her on the Black side. But the DC Black residents have held on to that kind of figurehead position of power. And what is interesting here again, you went from Marion Barry, who's a dark-skinned Black man, to Anthony Williams, who's a fairly light-skinned accounting. He thinks he was accounting background. I want to say his mother was white. Somebody in his family was white. He has some connection with white people. I'm not saying that in a disparaging way. I'm just saying that those are the facts. And then they end up with a couple of women, a succession of women, a dark-skinned woman first, and then you have Mira Bowers. And I think both of them served about 3 terms. The point I'm making is there are no men in position to take the mantle here. And that's what you're seeing seemingly in Minnesota, in New York City, and in DC. Where are the men? Otherwise, they're going to be overrun by immigrants that are going to take power. Just by sheer numbers here.
Yeah. It's happening. I've been very surprised that there's just been this outward socialism stance from these folks too. Usually it's more hidden in policy, talked around code words, but they're just like, no, this is what it is, and we're coming. It's very fascinating.
Yeah, it is. It is.
If you look at, you have these people, and you had to bring up Bernie because he has been very vocal. Since Obama, when Obama won, what was that, 08? Or even 12?
Yeah, 08, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Democrat socialism, democrat socialism, which is just socialism, whatever they want to call it. And it's now entered, like the public discourse, essentially the zeitgeist, that now people just feel so comfortable and free to use these words, these terminology. And they absolutely want it. We keep hearing, like they clearly want redistribution of wealth. Everyone is very stressed out. They find it to be such a negative that there's so much money concentrated in so few people. We've been hearing this universal, think about it, a good 10, 15 years now. Yeah. I know you've been watching just think about it, Universal in your own private life. You've been watching documentaries, you've been hearing it on the news, you see it pulled up on your feed, your algorithm. Just there's even Clinton's former labor secretary, that guy, Bill Clinton's former labor secretary, he's brought it up. He doesn't use socialism.
Well, the thing is, it doesn't matter if Cuomo wins, in my opinion, in New York.
Cuomo or Mamdani?
Oh, I'm saying if Cuomo wins, like he's an old white guy. He's not going to be there. The winds are blowing against him. They got to do everything within their power to get him in there. They got to get Trump and Elon's endorsement just to try to drag him across the finish line. So I say that to say, Trump is old.
He's only 67, though. He's old, but not that old. Cuomo. He's old, but not that old.
His political best days are behind him. Matter of fact, I interviewed a lot of New York people. They don't even like him. They don't like his daddy. So he has a death smear among the minorities, which is going to make them have to begrudgingly vote for him. Some of them, they don't want to go full socialist. They're not voting for. They're going to begrudgingly vote for him. Someone says the gentrification is inevitable, and that is somewhat, where you're headed to. Because did you see what Atlanta did? Did you see what Atlanta did? Atlanta stopped all evictions and water shutoffs because of the threat of an EBT shutdown.
Oh, to be a landlord in Atlanta right now. Jesus.
Yeah, they stopped a moratorium on evictions in Atlanta until sometime in January.
Okay, but let's be honest, though, John. We know why they did that. They don't want violence.
Well, no, I think these people are gonna still get their EBT. They ain't shit. They're gonna be more violent if they're sitting in the house hungry. So they're getting their EBT. Now they're getting free rent, and then you know what else they gave them? They gave them no water shutoffs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's like the landlord double whammy. No rent, and he get to run the water, take showers, water leaks. It don't matter. There's no consequences. What? All because they threatened to shut down EBT. Just a threat, right? In Chicago and LA, the people are saying the ICE raids, they're demanding rental moratoriums because of the ICE raids. So Chicago, LA, they're protecting the immigrants. The Atlanta mayor, he's protecting the blacks.
Right.
They're all protecting their groups, right? And you see in different areas which groups are powerful. In Chicago and LA, it's the Latinos. In Atlanta, the black run city, so he's protecting his base. The consequences.
John, you're familiar with Georgia. Georgia is very segregated. Fulton County, North Georgia.
And so we talk about the intelligence of these people, and you really have to ask yourself, how intelligent is the Atlanta mayor to ban rent, right, and water shutoffs?
He wants to be reelected. He does, and like I said, they don't want violence to occur.
But there's no threat of violence. They're getting the food stamps. The food stamps have not been cut off for these people. I told you all along. I told you from the beginning of this. I even did streams on it. These welfare people are going to come out winning at the end of this. You got to understand the way the game is played, right? Like they're using COVID rules for the EBT shutdown. Think about that.
Yeah.
Like, understand it. Like this is some slick shit, right?
But John, everything you're saying is correct, but let's remember something. When they institute a policy at this level, it never goes back. Once you give entitlement entitlement is never taken back. It's like borderline Indian giving. Universal. Think about class. Think about back in the day with class.
Mhm.
When it comes to private property, which is a cornerstone of Western civilization, private property.
Mhm.
I will give you property. I cannot take it back.
Yeah.
You don't. Once you get entitlement, you're not getting it back.
Right.
So,
And,
like you just said, John, these are COVID policies, correct? Because they never actually pulled back these COVID policies. They've
right.
always been.
Well, these are tactics out of the playbook that they are adapting to this new crisis. The last crisis was COVID. One of the things they did was shut down the rent. Now they're using the same damn logic, using EBT as a crisis, or the ICE raise as a crisis, and they're putting the responsibility on the landlord. Why not just pay the people rent to the landlord? Give them some money and say, "Hey, go pay your rent." If you're scared to go out because the ICE is rounding you up, well, here's some money to pay the landlord. They won't do that, and I'm telling you, preventing water shutoffs can be very, very financially devastating to the landlord. Trust me on that. Because these people now have no incentive to even tell you about a leak. Damn water bill be running sky high. Nothing you can do about it, right? And they don't care because they ain't got to pay it for the next 3 months. These type of things, these people are thinking these things out, thinking it through. Yeah.
Sin 7, thank you. I'll read it. Mayor recently issued an administrative order on October 30th, John, 2025, to freeze evictions and water shutoffs due to a federal shutdown. This freeze is temporary and will remain in effect until January. So, John, it's not even so much just EBT SNAP benefits. It's the fact that the government itself is shut down.
Well, but people still work. Like think about it. If you're working, why would you pay your rent? If you got the rent to pay, there's no consequence. Why the hell would you pay it? The mayor just gave you a get out of rent free card. I wouldn't pay my rent. I'd pay it in January. I wouldn't pay it now.
Yeah.
I'm just honest, right? If I'm still working, and if I ain't working, and I'm behind on my rent, well, I know I got a little time now. Right? He just gave me some time, some extra rope to either hang myself or get myself in a better position. But he gave it to me on the backs of the landlord.
I know, John, just want to kind of put it out there that the SNAP EBT is more of a symptom as opposed to a cause. Like, it's not the cause of what's occurring right now in Fulton, Atlanta, Fulton County, to go ahead and have this moratorium. Like the government, the federal government, and let's think about something, John. Imagine how much Atlanta, which I presume they would not, Atlanta has a lot of money. How much are they receiving from the federal government? What type of people who probably work for the federal government or even the state government who still have responsibilities and obligations in funding from the federal government, they're all shut down. So we don't know the full extent of how many people are affected by this government shutdown that would just then push Fulton to just go ahead and have this moratorium. Yeah, you can legally do that. Think about it, Sin. We had COVID. Like, that's what I'm explaining. The fact that there's already a precedence, and that precedence was COVID, they can now use any disaster. And remember, Sin 7, the definition of disaster is still very vague. So a government shutdown can be viewed like a COVID event, and then they can place moratoriums like they did before because there's already precedence. They don't. Do landlords get a break on mortgages? Absolutely not. They don't, Sin 7.
I wish.
They don't. They don't.
Yeah, that property tax just went up too. So
that property tax went up.
I was like, damn.
Those fees went up. That deposit went up. It all went up right now.
was like,
everything's about to go up. So now, because the government shut down, Universal, they're probably going to raise prices all over again.
And everything. Yeah, everything.
Raise prices, yeah.
Yeah. My house value went up, and so did the property taxes. It made no difference. I was like, thanks.
Oh yeah, I did homestead, but yeah, that equity is sweet though. I'm not gonna lie. That
Yeah.
that no to have such like triple digit. My lender
Crazy.
has been pushing me to like refi or just like pull out. Like they don't do HELOC, but they do something else where I can still pull money off the equity.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's that.
Yeah.
It's nice to have a little wealth, but Black people, please get into home ownership.
Yeah.
It has always been the number one wealth generator for the middle class is home ownership, property, assets. Even if you buy equity shares, you have to get into these assets.
I would.
We still need a show with crack.
Yeah. I'm not the crack gave me some game about a year ago on investments that I barely took, but I definitely have kept my notes from what he told me. But yeah, the investments and home ownership are two good ways to go.
Universal, what do you think? Hey, Rosger, are you gonna get it? I saw your comment. Are you gonna get we're gonna do multiple contests, Rosger. So if you good at paint colors, we're gonna do paint colors. I saw your comment. And it's gonna be members driven, members decided. So members of the channel will decide who wins cash prizes. So I've shown the room, Rosger. This is the room right here. Let me put this up on the stage. Here's the room, Rosger. We're gonna do right here. Here, I think I got a video of it. We're gonna paint this room. We had the painter on the stream earlier today. So he's one of my tenants. We keep it all in house here. And so he's gonna paint the room. And so there's some crown molding. The only rules that we have is that the room must be, the paint must be flipped other way around. So dark trim, lighter walls, as opposed to light trim and light walls or whatever. Yeah, so dark trim, lighter walls. So that's the only requirement that we have there. And so yeah, Rosger, we're gonna do it. That I think I have a guessing here for like the next 7 days, and then so next week we have the guy come paint it. But we can do the colors and have the audience decide ASAP there. Probably this week or something. Whatever we get you guys. I get the pictures and everything, so you can come up with your color patterns. What's up, Meskin? What do you think about the contest?
Oh yeah, I think it's awesome. Yeah, don't be asking me because Asians just are not that imagine aren't very inclined to decorate and stuff like that. But nevertheless, a great podcast. John, I hate to shift the subject, but real quick, you've used the term in the past called the underclass. It's almost like in all your wisdom and travels and master of the English language, you're gonna have to come up with a new category for these fucking weak individuals that don't want to pay rent, don't want to go get groceries, don't want to whatever these people are, like adult children or something. A nifty little name needs to be called for them because this thing is going to harm them, because if they fall 2 months behind, this moratorium is only going to delay where they're now 90 days behind. They're deeper in the hole. And or if they're smart, they won't pay the landlord because they got to muster up some gunpowder to go to the new landlord.
Yeah.
Walk over the current one and romance the new one. And it's a doggone shame, but we all know that this can't be good. The human person needs the stress and be able to rise to the occasion. But to dumb these people down and pay for this or that and just make them, there's got to be a proper name for these people, because long term we all know that this is going to harm them, not help them. I'm sure there's a certain percentage that it's just worth it, going to give them a little extra time. But geez, Pete, these moratoriums are crazy, because after the moratoriums were lifted, everyone that was in eviction most likely got evicted. Now instead of owing 2 months or 3 months, they owed 5 months. And we're
the bigger thing is, Mexican, it's going to really show you who's not honest, who's not naturally honest, fair dealing. And the landlords are going to be looking around the ones who get messed over, and they're not going to forget this. Going forward, they're going to tighten up their restrictions to make sure that if there is another moratorium, that they rent to someone who's going to pay their rent, if possible, during that moratorium. This unnatural event here where you get to live for free. And that is what I think ultimately hurts the lower class man. When the government comes in and give him a temporary boost at the expense of someone else, the property owners, the asset holders, they don't forget. They're not rich enough to forget, like a little man like me. And you store that for the next time there's someone that looks like the person that shit on you the last time. You don't forget about it, and you're very wary of doing business with that person, and that hurts a lot of people. That's just what I've seen there. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So it should be interesting. Master Kim, you got any questions for 777 to ask me? You think some of you want to know? You haven't asked me yourself. You have him do it.
Needs and I'm going to say it two separate ways. John, how can, or 777, how can John put me up on some game? Means business model, exactly what you did. How do I buy my first rental? Right stuff relative to how do I become a mini John Galt with all that. So what people don't realize, with all these rooms you have, your cash flow is every single day. You got cash flow coming in because people are checking in, people are checking out, and we'll talk about your rental Airbnb assets, not to mention your commercial properties, not to mention, your Mammy's home back in Alabama that I'm sure you've got control over, so, I think 777 needs to break it down business wise,
You know what's interesting, Master Kim? You know what's interesting about this, Master Kim? I've had 3 ladies on the stream that I've had some dealings with. 2 of them more intimate, 1 of them just a friend, Ebony. I think it's at least 3. And 2 of them said the same thing about me this morning. Yeah, I said, well, how would you describe John Galt to the audience if you had to pick a word and want my first business partner, she was a woman. She said tenacious. And then, of course, my lovely lady Lisa, she had a lot of nice things to say about me, but she said she would agree with the word tenacious. And I think that if you're going to convince anyone, but particularly women, to go in business with you, then you're going to have to really show them something to make them lead, to make them follow behind you. And what I see on the internet is a lot of weak ass men that can't get these fucking women to follow. And there's no way they could do what I've done with these women. Nigga, I got 3 women business partners, black women, and they got these niggas out here arguing and complaining about women. I done somehow corral 3 black women to follow my lead. 2 of them I've had intimate relationship with, and yet we still do business 20 years later. That's fucking amazing. That is somewhat amazing. Right? It's somewhat amazing. Some of the things I tell you here. I don't sleep with the tenants. Right? Can't do it. Rule number 1, don't do it. Right? You be disciplined.
I think one thing I picked up on you, John, that might go along with this is you are consistent. And women like consistency. Even in relationships, they can get bored with the shit. But a man that's consistent, that sticks to his word, goes a long way. And that's something, whether you're on some crazy shit or something constructive, you are consistent. So I think that might go with it as well.
University, you remember that my lovely lady Lisa called in and she says a man in a fucking wheelchair got game, got women. Master Kim, did you hear that?
Yeah, this morning.
Yes.
Yeah.
What name? When you heard it, what did you think?
I wasn't surprised. I was more fascinated by what the lady said about him.
Well, what did she say? What did she say? But she said one word that stuck in my head.
I was thinking about the part where I don't know if it was Lisa or somebody was having a conversation about him, and the woman said, "Well, his mouth worked." So at the very end, he had something to still offer. But again, he was very charismatic. That was the other thing that I picked up on. He had charisma.
She also said he was ugly.
He was ugly, but he had charisma. And this is something I think a lot of black males pick up on very early. If you're funny or you can hold a conversation, or if you can compliment women, like these are just things I think we naturally pick up on just in our male female dynamics in the hood. You can get girls. You can play outside your league too. If you're ugly, you can bag a baddie. Depending on how you are and what situation she's in, for sure. And Master Kim, let us know what you observe. You know, you grew up around some black folks. How have you picked up on the charisma of black men?
Oh yeah. In fact, any Latino, Asian, I mean, Get Crack's a perfect example. And any of these white boys, they're impressed with not only the charisma, but the ultra masculinity, right? Like that, like I mentioned earlier in the podcast, or maybe on Be Braves, that sudden rise to immediate violence, right? Done right, it can protect yourself, but women are impressed with that type of manly man that can, in a heartbeat, what'd you say? Like that shit in a white suburbia community, you're like a king. So what I'm trying to say is that the charisma, but also being very manly and sticking up for yourself, and just like that, Dave Chappelle, when being black goes too far, whatever that, but yeah, there's a lot to gain, and a lot of it is a bunch of fatherless boys having to be jovial, but sticking up for themselves. Had I never had that exposure, I'd be like the typical Asian just getting beasted on, but that was the biggest thing. And then when we moved to all white community, I spent half a year at Henry Ford, high school, but then moved into an all-white high school in Royal Oak, Michigan. That beastie dogma mentality just doesn't exist, and we had to suburbanize ourselves. So I'm so sorry, Universal. You'd asked a question. I went in circles. My apologies.
No, you didn't.
Tremendous benefit to this day. Twice in my life, I've had to take my watch off and tie my shoelaces and take an attack posture. My wife remembers both those times. So she knows I got it in me, despite being a middle-aged dad, for whatever that means. Now,
Master Kim,
it's crazy. Yes.
Master Kim, so, again, like the 777 guy, he wants to interview me and so I had my lovely lady Lisa call in and show if she didn't say a word, if I didn't even call her, I had this.
Say that I commend you for standing your, like, not giving into what you don't support just for a job.
Most people can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, Master Kim, my lovely lady Lisa and I, we were on our way to Cracker Barrel in Nashville, Tennessee, right outside Tennessee. And we were on the plane. We about to go to, I should call her back, let her tell you short. We better, matter of fact, call her back. This is the story. You got to hear this motherfucking story right here. That nigga John gone. Made get up off that motherfucking plane. Let's go. Get your ass up. She ain't asked no motherfucking question either. She called me, baby. Anyway, so we on an airplane, Master Kim. We headed to Jackson, Tennessee, Nashville. We flying in Nashville, gonna go to Jackson. And I said, I ain't wearing no motherfucking mask. I don't give a fuck. Fuck this job. This is what she's referring to in this video. So we get on the plane, and it wasn't assigned seating, so she sit up ahead of me. I'm all the way in the back by the bathroom, minding my motherfucking business. They ain't saying nothing. I ain't got a mask on, but whatever. And so a homosexual flight attendant come up to me and said, "Sir, you got to put a mask on." I ain't putting no shit, man. You need me to get off this motherfucker or what? I got off. So I'm walking up, and she see me. She got her ass up. I ain't said nothing. She knew I wasn't going for no bullshit, right? And so she got her motherfucking ass up, and we walked off that motherfucker. The guy said, "Fuck that job." That's what she's talking about right there. That's again. So when the nigga 777 don't talk to me, people can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
just for a job. Like, not giving into what you don't support just for a job.
And John,
most people can't do that.
Now,
you know what I'm saying?
it also helps at any given moment having 70 large in the bank account, right? Because then that you can pick and choose, right? So having being somewhat liquid helps you make those immediate rise to action decisions, I guess.
Master Kim, nigga, I got talent, nigga. They ain't firing me. I told them, fuck you. I said, I ain't coming. You gotta wear a mask. I ain't coming. They said, well, we'll bring you back when this whole shit is over. You got talent. We're bending the rule for you. It's a true motherfucking story. That's a true motherfucking story.
Yeah, I've seen that in my career too. John told you about my situation. I'm shifting. I got an organization making a job for me right now. I didn't have them. They came to me. Like,
and and then that was this lady right here, Master Kim. I feel like calling her ass. This is how I end up moving to DC. She'll call her.
Is this the same woman you ran into at Home Depot that one time?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Take that motherfucking mask off. Take that mask off. Take it off. Hey, Lisa.
Hey, what's up?
I was telling these niggas that story about that time we were going to Nashville. Remember that shit?
Remember you got kicked off the plane?
We said what? Time? We said what?
You got kicked off the plane?
We got kicked off the plane. Well, I got kicked off. You came along, right? Mm-hmm.
I had to leave too because I was going with you.
And we were seated in separate locations. I was in the back, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I think it was a homosexual flight attendant. He came and told me to put a mask. You know I wasn't going to put no motherfucking mask on. No way. Definitely not for no fucking homosexual. Right?
I don't know what the person was, but okay.
But it was a man. Wasn't it a man? I think it was a man-ass homosexual motherfucker. I think it was a man homosexual.
It was a man, yeah.
Yeah, it was a homosexual. He was homo. And so he told me to put that mask on. So I was sitting in the back. I was in the last row. Right?
Yeah. I don't remember what row. I know you were behind me. You were in the back. You were
correct.
Several rows.
It's correct. And so when you saw me walking about that motherfucker, you said, "Damn, it's time to go." Mm.
Well, before that, I saw someone going towards the back.
You saw the homosexual. You saw the homosexual going toward the back.
Yeah. And it seemed like there was something urgent going on because the person sitting next to me was talking to me.
What is it? What they were saying? What the person next to me was saying?
She was just making small talk. I don't know what she was talking about, but I told her because I was like, I needed to see what was going on in the back because if you were getting put out, I had to leave too.
Why you gotta leave?
Because I was going to Nashville for your job. So what was I gonna go for? Like everything was your name just for a job.
What did you think about that though? Do you think I should have put the fucking mask on? You know, most people can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you think I should just put the mask on?
Well, the issue I had was that it kind of held everything up because now you had that guy that came back support just for a job.
Say what?
So you're holding other people up. Like, and you knew, so my issue is that you knew that their requirement was to wear a mask. And so if you don't want to wear the mask, then don't get on the plane.
Make them enforce it. Bitch, enforce it.
So now you inconvenience everyone else.
Okay, well, that's what it's going to be. That's what I did everywhere I went. Everywhere I went, every motherfucking where I went, Lisa, every fucking where I went, I made them some bitches enforce it, didn't I? Didn't I make them enforce it every goddamn place? Nigga,
and I always told you, if you don't want to wear a mask, don't go to the restaurant. Don't try to go in there.
I'm gonna make some bitch enforce it. Enforce it, bitch. You want my money? Or you gonna turn me away? Enforce the fucking law. Enforce this fucking bullshit, right? Enforce it. I made them do it every goddamn time. Huh? Does anybody remember that ticket I showed you? Where's that ticket I showed you? Where's that ticket? I made 12 police. Remember that shit, Lisa? Huh?
Yeah. The police time.
Fuck
too.
These dumb, stupid motherfuckers. Hey, do you want to play the game? Here the ticket is right here. It took 12 police to write me a fucking ticket for not wearing a mask on sidewalk, nigga. I could have left. I said, no, call them all. I want you dumb fucking niggas to enforce this fucking law. They didn't even have the ticket book to write me the ticket. Go find a nigga with the ticket book. I'll wait. We waited. We waited and we waited. And later on that day, I think, was it 20 niggas that was shot in DC? One of them was a police officer, one of the motherfuckers that was supposed to be supporting this shit. You remember that? Huh? You remember that?
I don't remember who was shot, but I remember there was shit.
I made them some bitches enforce it. And so these weak fucking niggas who don't stand for anything, Lisa, they'll never get a testimonials like this from their women, and I think that's a real big problem.
Don't support just for a job. Oh my goodness!
I don't give a fuck how much money these fucking niggas got. If they women can't say this
I
about them,
will say that I commend you for standing your, like, not giving into what you don't support.
I don't give a fuck how much money. I don't give a fuck how many hats they buy, how many fucking pair of shoes they got. If they fucking women can't say this about them, it don't fucking matter. Nothing else matters. Understand? I got my fucking woman on the phone right here talking straight shit. Correct? Huh? Straight fucking shit. And she ain't hung up yet. I'm a different nigga. I am a different nigga. How many? You think Easy Bands could do this?
What?
I ain't talking to you, Lisa. I'm talking to these other fucking niggas. You think Easy Bands could do this? DJ Hemp, that fucking faggot homo Sharon Bracy. Niggas ain't got no story. They empty men. They empty men live empty lives. And they get up here and fucking grip off these fucking dumb, low IQ ass blacks. But I give it to these niggas real raw, rugged and raw. It's a very different nigga. I'm a very different nigga. Would you agree with that, right, Lisa? I'm a very different nigga. Mm?
Yeah, I agree with that. You are different.
Ooh, but hey, man. Universal, man, what's up? Universal, you want to talk to my lovely lady Lisa? Master Kim, why don't you talk to my lovely lady Lisa? I'm talking to you. Lisa, I've told you about Master Kim before. Lisa, Master Kim, you got anything you want to say?
Yeah, you had said something earlier, and Lisa was being very professional and non-confrontational. She goes, I don't know what that flight attendant was, and just being very pleasant. And this is exactly what Be Brave was talking about in his earlier podcast about women needing to be more pleasant, more feminine, less conflict driven. Perfect example. And you know, but hi, lovely lady Lisa, very good looking lady, great smile and great personality. So.
She's a very lovely lady. I tell you that all the time. Don't I say, oh, you're so lovely. You're so lovely today. Don't I say that all the time?
You do. No, baby.
My lovely
I do have
lady.
more of a comment to make, John, if I can, and please don't kick me off
What's
the
up?
panel. I do feel that Imperious, lovely lady Lisa, and maybe Be Brave need to take a better ebonics class. And I'll leave it at that.
You got anything?
I'll just say hello to lovely lady Lisa. Hope all is well. That's it. I don't know how you put up with John, but you do. And you
I don't know how I do either sometimes.
Man, you know,
Can I
you know.
add to my comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sometimes I see the softer side of you. I guess that's it. Huh?
Lovely lady Lisa, when someone is too refined and too highly educated, when they try to say the word for real or let's get things.
Ooh, she did a little stank face, a little ratchet bitch. Look at her.
Yeah.
Ooh,
go ahead, best kid.
House. This house is her mom's house because the bitches
she's
who
obviously
love
too
hood niggas
refined
the
and
most
educated. So when she
come
says
from good families.
street talk, it sounds funny.
Word to bro. The bitches who love hood niggas and killers all come from great families with big houses. Find a bitch who got a good family, got everything they need. The nigga they love the most are killers and the scum of the earth. I promise you, on gang. Trust me, that's her house. I promise you that's her house. I promise
I talked to Chaotic Truth. That's why I apologized to Chaotic Truth the other day. Because Chaotic Truth ain't really been different.
Nigga, I don't want no motherfucking apology from your black, fat, stupid ass. See, that's the difference. And nigga thought I want an apology from this motherfucking ass. Nigga, I don't want no motherfucking apology. I ain't come here for no apology for no fucking niggers.
That's why I apologized to Chaotic Truth the other day. Because Chaotic Truth ain't really been disrespectful. He just
But John, disrespectful nigga.
That's why I said what I said about it.
Hey, John, I'm in the middle of working.
All right.
But John is a flea.
He's flea.
That nigga's a flea. I don't give a fuck if he get 100,000 subscribers. He's a fucking.
Yeah, you don't give a fuck if I get 100,000. Or if I get 100,000, you niggas gonna have to really watch out. They had to really wipe the fuck out. Master Kim, you what these niggas don't understand.
The bitches who love hood niggas the most,
Mm-hmm.
this house ain't his house.
Mm-mm.
This house is
Mm-hmm.
her. The bitches who love hood niggas the most come from good families.
Hood niggas.
Word to bro.
Word to bro.
The bitches who love hood niggas and killers all come from great families
Hood
with
niggas.
big houses.
Hood niggas.
Find a bitch
Fine.
who got a good family, got everything they need. The nigga they love the most are killers and the scum of the earth. I promise you, on gang.
On day, always.
Trust me. That's her house.
That's her house.
This house ain't his house.
I love this.
This house is
I love this
her
shit.
mom's house. Because the bitches who love hood niggas the most come from good families. Word
I
to
concur.
The bitches who love hood niggas and killers all come from great families with big houses. Find a bitch who got a good family, got everything they need. The nigga they love the most.
What kind of women did John call? Like, tell my audience for me.
Ghanaian women, Caribbean women. He's still in black women.
777, nigga, I'm giving you all you need, my nigga. I'm giving you all you need, and I still got so much more. I'm giving you all you need, my nigga. I brought my bitches, niggas that I do business with, testimonials. I ain't even played the dead nigga. Maybe I did. I can't remember. I've done your prep work for you, my nigga. I've done that.
Do you know if HB's gonna be a part of the interview tonight?
Man, let me call HB. I texted nigga the other day, yesterday. Told that nigga like, yeah. He said he definitely gonna be there. And he said I would definitely be there. You know?
Perfect.
Let me see. We get HB online. Let me see. We get HB online. I got some bacon in the oven. Get in there. Give me 1 minute. Hey, go ahead.
Blast from the past. Let's see.
Yeah, you should be the answer. Whatever. Hey, maybe you call me back too. Anyway, what is it? Anyway, man, anyway, you supposed to come up here, bro.
Hey, John. At about 2:30, no, maybe about 12:30 today, in 1 hour, I cleaned very, very good about 20 toilets myself with my hand. I did try to wear gloves at first, but it got too inconvenient. My wife's kind of soft grand opening to her business was today, and I just went in
Yeah.
and fucking housed. Each restroom had 6 toilets, and then some private. I just cleaned, because we had customers coming today, and I just sucked it up and cleaned it cleaned it very, very good. Wiped the mirrors, good enough for women to like too, because there's a difference cleaning
Yeah.
for yourself versus women. Women
Yeah.
want that shit like
Yeah.
mirror could be clean enough for a guy, but women want that mirror to look like brand new, like completely.
Master Kim, I got some shit to show you, bro. I ain't even put this shit out online yet, bro. I ain't even put this shit online yet, bro.
I think he lost connection.
That's him. All right,
Yeah.
I ain't even put this shit online yet. I think I got the video of this shit, at least one video. Where did I have that shit? It's on Twitter. It is online. All right, let me show you this shit, Universal, man. Look at this shit. Yo, before I get there, Universal.
Yo, what's up?
Did you see this quote right here, man? Ponder read it earlier. Did you see this quote, man? Bro, when I read this years ago, bro.
Let me try to increase
I
it
read
on
it
my
for
end.
you. You may not be able to see it. I read it for you. Basically, this is Booker T. Washington. From the
Is this
book.
up from slavery?
Let me see which book. You know, I went to Tuskegee, so yeah. To read
Yeah.
the book. Let me see which book this is. This is I may not be able to find it. I got a couple of these books in my I can't remember. But anyway, education increases greatly in individuals' wants. It is cruel in many cases to increase the wants of the black youth by mental development alone, without at the same time increasing his ability to supply these increased wants in occupations in which he can find employment.
Yes, I think this is from Up from Slavery, if I remember correctly. I think so. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm a big Booker T. Washington fan. If I had to idolize a man, he'd be in that top 5 for sure. But this is true.
You ever read the Atlanta Cotton Exposition speech?
I probably have, but I don't remember it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I have.
He got something in that motherfucker that really stuck to me. And this is one of the things. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it here. Speech. I forgot to put speech in there. And here, I'm going to show you something universal. Here it is.
I got you, Master Kim. I'm going to drop the link for you here.
Check this out, universal. Check this shit out. This is what I keep talking about with the hamps of the world. Understand? Yeah. You know, my folks grew up in segregation. My folks grew up in segregation and shit. My mother was one of the first people that integrated wherever she worked and shit like that. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm reading this Booker T. Washington book, and he says reading a speech, actually, is the Atlanta Cotton Exposition speech. This was maybe 1890, something like that. And so he's speaking on the race relationship between blacks and whites. He said, we can be as separate as the fingers, yet one is the hand. And this line from the speech articulated the idea of racial separation in social matters while emphasizing unity in economic progress and mutual development. This is what I've talked about, how, you know.
Now, John, this sounds like me earlier when I was on. I said a united, independent effort. This is what I was talking about. Continue.
That is correct. That is correct. And, you know, I've told you about how, you know, my grandmother used to bring sheets and drapes home from white people home. She was a domestic. I learned how to iron those sheets and drapes. It was unbelievable to me that people even iron their sheets and drapes in there. It's unbelievable to me that people had the money to pay somebody to iron their sheets. What? You're gonna lie down on the shits? What the wrinkles matter? But these people had enough money to iron their sheet, had pay somebody to iron their sheets and drapes, curtains. You can iron them shits. And this is what we learned, even though we live separately. I lived on the black ass side of town. They lived on the white. All the benefits that those white people had, some of them trickled down to us. Trust me. Some of them trickled down, bro. To show you how much they trickle down. This is what I'm trying to explain to the blacks, that they don't understand why they agitating these fucking white people. Bro, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I'm in my bag right now. Let me see if it comes up here. Give me 1 minute. It's gonna come up. Yeah. It's that nigga junk out right here. You see this right here? Okay.
Yeah.
Look at my grandma used to work for these people, these rich white people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? These are rich white people. This is the lady right here. This is me in front of her house. This is her house right here. She brought the Tennessee Titans to Nashville.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She brought the Tennessee Titans to Nashville. She was very instrumental. I remember being in her house one time, and the Gores, Albert Gore, I think that's the father's name, or whoever the hell.
Mm-hmm.
They sent her an invitation. Her daddy and Albert Gore were like friends, right? They were like friends. Her husband was a federal judge appointed by Clinton. Some of these people were very wealthy people. And my grandmother worked for these people, learned all of the living like, well-to-do people. And years later, I went to Nashville. This is before I worked at Cracker Barrel. She took me to every fucking company in Nashville and say, just pick a job. Just pick one. Whoever you want to work for, you just let them know and we'll make it happen. This is a true story. Betty Childs Nixon. my grandmother raised her children, fed them, wiped the snot out of their nose. It's the foundation that you see John Gall here. Yeah, understand. Anyway,
sounds like an ecosystem to me.
That is very true.
Like the pro-black is gonna say, "See, you a coon. See, that white lady got you started, John. You wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her. That's why you hate blacks, because of her."
I tip my hat to her. You know what's crazy? Universal. I remember one time we were sitting in that same house that I showed you.
Yep.
And my mother, her, and you know what's so fucking crazy? Oh my god! Give me 1 second. Let me cut the stove off.
No problem. Master Kim, if you want to test your connection, feel free. You can hop in there if you like to.
Oh yeah, Universal, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. I can hear you.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you a motherfucking story. It's so crazy, bro.
Hold on 1 second, John. Hold up.
Go ahead.
Master Kim was about to say something. Go ahead, Master Kim.
Yeah. Well, one thing I was going to say, and again, this isn't the hype up Universal. Universal is one of many great personalities, but Universal, because you're not crazy and going bananas and insulting people and taking wild positions. So when you make a recommendation, like I like everything Booker T stands for, I read his books, or that makes others want to say, how come I don't know much about Booker T? The point I'm trying to mention, by you being a very pleasant person, you're going to be able to help spread a message, whatever that message is, and not to say that that's even your responsibility, but you're able to help educate a lot of other people, but just by being a dynamic, pleasant person. So when you do say stuff, you've got credibility, and it's making others that are listening be like, okay, like a buddy, very similar buddy of mine, I respect a lot. He goes, "Oh, Newt Gingrich is a great writer. I like all of his views." It made me look into Newt Gingrich. I didn't know a lot of the stuff that was mentioned. So I'm so sorry.
No, you're different. Right? It is a sign of intelligence. He's able to massage his message.
Just like when Ponder, and this is not the hype of Ponder, but she is so smart that it's got me. And all jokes aside, maybe that was a little black boy eating Skittles. Maybe he was beasted on and wrongfully killed. Who am I? I respect Ponder. I love what she says. Maybe I need to investigate. So,
don't wake the dragon.
And this is not, and I'm not like doing a reverse Uno and playing with her either. I'm being honest. I respect everything she says. Same with Republic. Same thing. She says so. It's got me thinking now, because when people speak intelligently and don't just run off the mouth and get all emotional and so lopsided with their opinions, it makes others want to learn more about that other people's point of views. It's a very successful tactic, and that's not to say that this is a tactic at all, Universal, but it makes others around you want to learn. How do I make that kind of income? Why didn't I go get a professional degree? Too late for me, but should I push my adult college age kids? So okay, I'll go on mute. Sorry, guys.
And I appreciate that. I'm not here to push any agenda. I appreciate the conversation at the end of the day, and I like, and honestly, this is why I kind of gravitated towards John very quickly when I seen him on CT, and then when I realized he had his own channel, I was like, oh shit, let me go over here. Is that at the end of the day, he's pointing out the realities of what happens on a social level, and he's giving it to you just raw. He'll let you figure out how to take it, and if you don't like it, that's on you. And I think that's the best way we learn from experience. What you see, you can't deny this shit. You just can't deny it, man. And also, if you're paying attention, John drops a lot of little nuggets here and there. I appreciate that too. You can pick up on things, but most people don't see that. They just see he's smoking a joint, he's drinking, he's cussing out people. They're so emotional to the information, they don't get the nuggets, man. And that's the thing that's interesting, that I find interesting. So when I come in, I just come in to help draw a line between the dots that he plugs in to help people just move forward. At the end of the day, I just want good conversation. If we learn something, that's amazing. But a lot of people won't learn. Look, I have a history on this channel. I had somebody threaten my life. When you get off the plane, I'm gonna blow your head off. Did I cry, John? How did I respond? I got on that damn plane. It is what it is, man. Hey, at the end of the day, this is the internet. People are crazy, but I think we can all learn something, especially here on this channel.
Put not to highlight this girl. I may call her in a minute. This girl I moved DC. Again, I can remember and she could tell the story better than I can. Just like Lisa told the story. She was working at NRECA, National Rural Electric Cooperative Association. She'd been working there for years, and then the vax came up. We had been broken up for years at this point. And all the people around her were taking the vax, but she was against it. And her back was up against the wall. And I bumped into her. I showed you guys the picture at Home Depot. Let me see if I can find the Home Depot picture. Home Depot. Let me take this down before I show some. That should be showing. But anyway, I bumped into her at Home Depot. And I'll jump for her. Boy, you just see. I bumped into her at Home Depot and she had the mask. I'm like, girl, stop coming up there pretty face with that mask on. And she took the mask off, and maybe a year or so later, her back was up against the wall with the vax mandate. And I think they had announced something about the vax, basically letting her off the hook. So she was able to keep her job without taking the vaccine. And she pulled over on the side of the road on 495 and she called me. She was crying. And she was just like, thank you, for, she was crying literally. And, I hadn't dealt with her in years, on that level, you know what I mean? And here she was calling out to me, because I want to say I demonstrated some strength to her, the same kind of strength that Lisa spoke about when I got up off of that plane. And I think that women are very desirous of that strength being restored back to men. And when they're seeing the Izzy Bands, the DJ fucking Hamps of the world, they're not respecting these men. That's what I think. That's the biggest problem to me.
Or they're settling for what they perceive as strength, right? So if I can't get any, I'll take a little. So you get strength with the flash and the dash, and the cool shades and the hats and the veneers. But at the end of the day, is that truly what is the call, or what is needed? Is really the question. So it's very interesting.
The university said, check me out, www.jegna.org. I got a friend, her last name is Jegna. What is Jegna?
She's African word for a leader.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And she's Haitian, I think. I think she's Haitian.
That's my personal website. But
she's right. It's your personal website. Okay.
Yeah, she was mentioning motivational speaking. I didn't know if she was talking about me. She said she was talking about Master Kim, but that is one of my income streams, is training and professional speaking. I've done hundreds of keynotes over the last 10 years or so. But yeah.
I'm actually excited. Universal, what do you think about the man? I ain't putting you on the spot here, so you're good enough at dancing around it. Man, you've heard me talk about Ham and the XCTs, Pound, Izzy, and it's just like, man, like going up there, I just feel almost dirty going up there. When I leave, I'm like, oh, I need to take a shower. Been up there with all these dumb stupid ass people. You know what I mean? Does that make sense, Messi?
I do know what you mean. I'm a tap dance. Salute to Shenard. But when it comes to black panels, and this is actually something that Stanley complained about a lot, is that there is an absence of intellectualism. And if you notice, and we've had this conversation offline, John, I always say these black panels need to stop after about 2 to 3 hours. Because after that, it just goes downhill. People are arguing and fighting, cussing each other out, threatening to meet each other in person. Just nonsense. And there isn't a appetite for, I think, serious dialogue. There's a curiosity of what's going on and what's happening, but there's not a desire to really solve any of these issues. So we see this play out all the time. So when you go to these places, they end up talking about like the same 3 topics. Which is sex and relationships, stunting on one another, and celebrities.
I think if they would just want to talk about that, the lack of critical nature, the aspect, for instance, with the lady who wore the blackface. I don't know anything about it. Where was the opposing point of view to say, well, Drewski did it?
It was funny.
What was the opposing point of view there?
I only seen one video that had that.
When the black man said, hey, if someone calls you the N-word, was there anyone on that panel of grown adults with something to lose? At least two of them, Hemp and Mr. Fantastic, can't just go out here and start attacking people because they got something to lose. Can be sued. And both, where was the opposing point of view? Say, hey, man, fighting somebody over a word is probably not a good idea. There was not one man on that panel of the other three when challenged by the OG. Y'all gonna stand up if a white man call you the N-word? Mr. Fantastic had to get in line with the rest of them, right? That's what was shown on the clip.
Yeah.
When DJ Hemp posed the question, should we try to teach our children proper English instead of I be fixing? Aaron Iceman, 50-year-old Iceman, he said, initially said, yeah, then the women said, they kept saying, no, hell no, he shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I don't think that those women find that attractive.
You stand up for the black community. That's right.
Man, you don't know how many disagreements. Listen, man, I ain't religious. Lisa religious. Right? Left to her own devices, she would have gotten vaxxed. I call up and she'll tell you. She willing to go along. But when I came along, when she going out with me, it ain't no fucking mask wearing. You or me, neither one of us wearing it. So she took it off. None of those men would be well the balls, tell that woman take that fucking mask off. They putting the mask on too.
Yeah.
Literally and figuratively is what I'm speaking of. And I think, if you zoom out a little bit, you see the dynamics here between, say, me and Lisa, me and Ebony, and all these other people. It's totally different than, say, how probably Izzy Bands or whoever, literally how they're interacting with the women on their panel. They're standing down.
And these are women that you actually have relations with, either intimate or business relations. These are just chicks on a panel, and they still have that same response to them. It's amazing.
Yeah. You see what American Millennial says? Imagine being ready to catch assault charge and face jail time over a word.
Exactly. The emotional intelligence is very low in the black community, period. Now, the situational awareness may be high, the hypervigilance may be high, the problem solving, the emotional intelligence, these things are things that are lacking. And people usually have one tool in their tool belt to solve all their problems. And we know we need multiple tools to handle different jobs. And unfortunately, there are a lot of black people that will go get jail time and get charges for over a word or even less a look. You don't got to say something to a lot of black people.
I'm going to tip my hat to a nigga that, I ain't watched a lot of them, but I will say the nigga is doing something right, seemingly to me. That nigga Drip.
Yeah, I like Drip.
You know what I mean? Like, I've been catching him the last couple of days. I don't know if he in the chat, but if he in chat, or him and Shanika. But from my perspective, like, I see him and a woman, and I think he said she's married, but they seemingly are working together as a very good team. They say like they hand in glove. They fit very well, and I like that about Drip. I think he is an example of how a lot of these other streamers probably should go about it. Finding some teammates, or he just won a sidekick. I think Shanika took a little offense to me calling her his sidekick. I ain't meaning offense by it, but his co-host, whatever. They make a good tandem. Oh no, you watch the show at all?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Drip from being on Tease a couple times. I am subscribed to him, and I do check his show out periodically. I think he does a good job at asking the questions and letting people come to their own conclusions. He's not looking to be the authority and the answer end all be all. He wants to know what people think, and he'll give his perspective, but he's not here to force his thoughts on anyone else, and I appreciate that about him.
Yeah, I like Drip. I think he's all right. Yeah, I like him, and I like the fact he works with the other lady. They're consistent putting on the show, and it's very good. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
I like Drip.
But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how content rolls around over the next 6 months or so. I think these political elections that are going to take place today are going to have significant impacts on how community is going to show up and some of the talking points that we're going to get. Pay attention to New York, pay attention to Minneapolis. Other cities I think they're going to be interested in are Memphis, New Orleans, St. Louis, and Oakland. I think those are also some cities to pay attention to. And I mention those cities because the crime issues that they're having are so just out of control, and it's going to affect all these other things. And economically, they're going to be affected. So I'm looking at those cities. I'm also looking at what's going to happen here with. I don't know if you've heard about this universal high income. It's like an extension of universal basic income. Elon Musk has been talking about it.
Really?
Yeah, and it's pretty much just like this creating a utopia around making sure that people are getting paid. It's gonna. I don't know. We may be headed here. I'm not sure, but I am paying attention to all these things, and I come from it from my work world of the social services, and just seeing how depleted these social services are getting. The foundations are shrinking, and government's responding, and I'm saying, well, shit, a lot of these organizations are the last bastion of hope for some people. And if this industry can't maintain, what's going to happen next? So it's going to be interesting because all these things that happen in society are going to play out online in conversations, and we'll see if people make those adjustments if they can. So
wow, look at this, Universal, look at this shit, look at this. It's spreading, bro. Augusta, Georgia considers eviction moratorium.
What I'm talking about right now.
Whoa. That's very serious, bro. The Democrats are taking a page out of the COVID playbook and applying it to this shutdown. Just as I said, bro.
Yeah.
The welfare people are going to benefit immensely from this. Wow, this is really amazing.
It's going to get interesting. You do have a guest in the back. I'm not familiar with them, so I don't know if you want me to bring them up or what you want to do, but
I've seen their name before.
What's up, Saint?
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry about that. You bring him up, Universal. Let me do this real quick.
Greetings, Saint. You are on the panel. What would you like to add?
Quiet.
Saint, you there? All right, we'll bring them back later. Let me bring the photo down. They left. They might have been a porn bomber.
Yo, this is interesting. Augusta commissioners discuss adding a moratorium on evictions and water shutoffs. This if they don't tell you that they're going by a playbook here, they're going by a playbook. Yeah. Atlanta did it first, right?
Yeah.
Atlanta did it first. And now you got Augusta.
Let me add one more thing to this, John. This is Augusta, Atlanta. These are southern states. Pay attention to the northern states. We're in November. It's about to get cold. It's gonna be heat as well, not just water, but also heat. Pay attention.
Well, the heat is already baked into the cake. That's the thing.
Hey, John.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, John the Universal. I'm sure that this moratorium is across the board, not just for EBT recipients.
No, it's not. Yeah, you're right. You're definitely correct.
It has to be.
This is really going to harm. It's going to harm the landscape, to be honest with you, because there are people that weren't going to pay rent anyways, or there are people that now say, I was going to pay rent, now I'm going to go play scratch-off tickets or lottery. I mean, just this is crazy.
All for EBT. But who told you first? Who told you this was going to happen first? I told you.
John,
the EBT people would benefit greatly from this crisis. Rahm Emanuel said it best. What he said: never let a crisis go to waste. This is what you're seeing here. Wow, this is another city. So this makes 4 cities that have either done it or considering it here. Is this on the news?
I'll try to find a YouTube link. It might be easier.
Yeah. Wow, Augusta. It's not even a big city. Oh, they're not going to play anything. But anyway, the food bank encouraged commissioners to connect with communities to see what the need is, and it holds food drives. Representatives say they're looking at it. This is what you were talking about, Universal. A 2 to 3 month crisis minimum, even if the SNAP is restored. The Harvest Food Bank addressed commission saying about 20,000 people lost food aid. And that's the extent of that. So again, these food banks and things like that are now complaining that they don't have any money.
Yep.
And so they're saying we need to cut the rent.
Yep.
Jeez.
A crunch is happening. That's what I'm trying to tell people. I'm saying it from the inside. In a very social state, like we are known as the state of 10,000 lakes. We probably got 10 million nonprofits. Like we're very social here, and we're going through a fucking crunch like I've never seen it before, man. It's insane. And I know if it's happening here, it has to be happening in other places. There's going to be a lot of people who are going to be impacted by this. I don't know how it's going to all shake out, but the benefits are going to shift and change. It's going to just be different. I think it's going to be different. And then also pay attention. A lot of these urban cities have lost a lot of major stores as well. Yeah. So this goes back to what you were talking about, John. This warehouse model may be more realistic than people think, where you just get your shit delivered to you on a monthly basis, like a subscription.
Yeah.
You might not ever touch your food stamps again in the next 10 years. It might just go into an account that you can see and get sucked out by a company, and your shit just shows up at the door.
Yeah, it makes all the sense in the world. If you were a big business, the most efficient model for a grocery store would be the warehouse. When no customers come in, you just fulfill orders. There's no theft there.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I don't know if any of you order from DoorDash. But typically they'll have like these restaurants that are really not restaurants. They're like, they're like there's no physical location. So on DoorDash, you can select to go pick up your food or have it delivered. There's no pickup option because they're like food kitchens almost, and they'll specialize in pizzas or sandwiches or whatever.
They call them ghost kitchens.
Yeah, ghost kitchens.
Watch
that model is going to spread to other things. You're going to get your toiletries and shit. From Ghost.
Have you ever heard of Wonder?
No, what's that?
Well, Wonder is a concept. It's like a food hall concept.
Wonder.
But I don't think you can go in and like really order. It's more or less order online, and there's a wide selection. I guess you can probably go in, but there's a wide selection, and not just one restaurant. And they are kind of co-opting. It's like a shared space. So someone guaranteed they have something like that in North Carolina. I've seen it in New York first. Now I see it in DC a lot, Virginia too, where they're like restaurants share space, and so that's
we have a couple of concepts like that.
It's Wonder is one of them.
It's almost like corralling a bunch of food trucks in one location, but indoor. Right? Yeah. We have a really popular place here. Is it called Revival? Something like that. But it's 2 levels, and there's 2 bars in the center, and then there's probably about 8 restaurants around each level. It's pretty dope. It's a pretty cool concept.
In this case, what they benefit from is like, say, a lot of the common items. Let's say if they're selling drinks or what would be common? Drinks, potato chips, something like that.
Yeah.
I think you're ordering from one company. They may all offer potato chips or sodas. But
is this it? Does that logo look familiar? Wonder
probably
Food Delivery?
yeah, that's it right there. Wonder. I think that's it right there.
Oh no, that's a little different than what I was talking about. Then go ahead.
So you see how they have all these different restaurants there, but there are other restaurants that are not there. It seems to be, and that's how they pull it up. Hold on 1 minute, David Smaller. I shouldn't have mentioned his name. I'm so sorry about that. Damn, shouldn't have mentioned your name. I won't even say anything. There. I'll come back to it later. Go ahead, Universal. My bad.
No, you're good. Yeah,
Hey, John.
Go ahead, Master Kim. No, go ahead. You're good.
John and Universal, and again, please forgive me if this has already been mentioned. But what about applying for a new job or people refining their resumes? And I've not seen anyone talk about any of this shit of how to get yourself out of this situation. By getting some skills to make money or any of this stuff to just get out of the government hands. I mean, I bet these Mexicans, I'm not trying to pick on any cultures, if they were playing the system where the wife's collecting the EBT, but the husband's laying drywall, I can't imagine these Latinos, putting these videos about stealing shit. I mean, I think there are households out there have got to be trying to figure out how to become more employable.
Yeah.
And because until the government mentioned that they were going to reinstitute the EBT because of this slush fund or whatever, they were going to be flat out. And it's not uncommon to figure out, I got to go get a night job. I got to go, it's up to the people within the family to figure out how to get more income to cover the deficit and get unfucked. And I hate to use that language, but you don't see any videos like that or any government services of job placement, like the same energy for those people that do, unemployment, they got to, all the services, nothing like that to get these people employable, to break this cycle of EBT shit. So I just wanted to throw in that little biscuit of, because there are others that I'm sure are saying, oh, no time than better for me to get done with this shit,
Yeah. No, I 100% agree that you're bringing up a great point. Is where's the push? I think a lot of people are taking defeat in this saying, we'll just let the government take care of it. And if I have to adjust, I have to adjust. But are you familiar with the term talent stacking? You ever heard of that term before?
No, please break it down.
So
what is that?
I think, well, I don't know if this is the person who originated the idea, but this is where I came across it. What's his name? Scott Adams, the man who created the Dilbert cartoon, wrote a book and he talked about this concept of talent stacking and how it's going to be important as we move forward.
What's the book that he wrote? Ways to Happiness or something, a very simple title, but it's a great book. Yes.
Yeah. I don't remember which book it was in. It might have been, was it Loser Think? I don't know. Anyway, no, it wasn't Loser Think because I read it before then. But he talks about this concept of talent stacking and how you have to have multiple different skills moving forward. It's not really about your job title in many different fields. It's about the skill sets that you bring. And I think that that's going to be a concept that we're really going to need like right now, like yesterday, in order for a lot of people to close this gap that you're talking about. Is you're gonna have to be able to do multiple different things. You can't be a one-trick pony in order to survive in this economy. Otherwise, you will be a part of this universal basic income only, and you'll be limited. So that's my thought to your point at the moment.
Yeah, universal. There's a comment I heard, and I heard it from a bunch of white boys. And that doesn't mean it's a white boy comment. You need to use your brain and brawn as a man to make a living. Meaning, okay, you got that law degree or for what but people cut back, companies consolidate, things, you can get fired. Well, shit, now it's going to take a while for me to get that $150,000 a year job plus bonus, because to be the director of whatever, that means that they got to fire that director or I got to move 3 states away. So therefore you go from great income to no income, but along the way, if you knew how to frame houses, do roofing, or be able to help pull wire for electricians, so therefore it's brain or brawn, And I think that that's what I've only seen whites really kind of master that. That a guy's got architecture degree, but when that gets slow, he's out there doing hardwood floors. I've seen
Yeah.
many stories of that. And,
Yeah, Mexican, like, you look at there's a guy he was here on my stream, Jeremy, Radio Foreman, Jeremy
Yeah.
Peterson, I think is his name now.
yeah, great example. Yes.
He's in Illinois now, renovating the house. Think about that.
Which is fascinating.
He's from the West Coast, Illinois.
Yeah, Washington. I'm very familiar with Jeremy. He's one of my.
At one point in time, he was here, fucking around with me here.
Wow.
Then he went up to Rhode Island, messing around with Grace Thorpes.
Yeah.
Now he's in Illinois renovating the house.
Yeah.
That's
Salute
the
to
white
him.
ecosystem that I tried to explain to the people.
Mm-hmm.
It's the white ecosystem. Down and out white boy. The blacks might see as down and out white boy. He can go from content farming to renovating the house all in a matter of weeks. In 3 weeks. You saw him on my stream, right?
I'm very familiar with Jeremy.
You saw him, right? Yeah, right. You Mexican, you saw him, right?
Yes, sir.
Right? Now, what also you saw is that he floated through the ghetto very easily. He went to the liquor store on Malcolm and Martin. You remember that? Nobody bothered him. Right? Everyone remember that, right? No one bothered him. He went to the liquor store right here in the ghetto. And no one bothered him. And so he floats through all these different worlds very easily. And today he's out working on renovating, restoring old houses. I was listening to him last night. And so anyway, so that's very interesting. And I think that's some of the things I try to highlight here.
Crack said he's on the stream right now. Salute to Jeremy.
Wait a minute, is that a new channel? This is always his channel, Radio Foreman, is it?
Yeah, he's streaming right now, apparently.
Wait, Crack said on a new channel. I thought that was his same channel. Radio Foreman. I thought that's what I referred to him as. I think he went back and forth between that one and the Jeremy Peterson. I'm not sure which one he's.
Grace has these guys in a chokehold for some reason. I don't get it.
Say what? Grace
has several men in a chokehold. I don't get it, but she's got it. She's got it.
And she's fairly attractive on camera, at the least. So, people are looking, hoping that someone can probably. I'm guessing that someone's desirous of trying to harness what she has, because she has something. You can't take that away from her, right? Would you agree with that?
I think she is a phenomenal mic talent, bro. I just think her dad is just in the way.
Yeah.
But that's
she's definitely a mic. Yeah, she's definitely a mic.
She can hold a whole panel down by her whole channel by herself, easy. I've seen it. I don't watch a lot.
And who is this again? I'm so sorry.
Grace Thorpe.
Oh yeah, she's dope.
Grace
Hey, did Jeremy ever get busy with her? I hate to say it, but I guess
I think Get Crack will have to answer that question. He knows the lore and the inside better than I know. He's gone on a date with Ava and got kicked in the nuts. I do know that.
Oh,
but maybe he's into that.
That didn't work out.
He offered to fly low out too. That didn't work.
John and Universal. One thing also, the argument of well, I don't want to mess up my baby's mama's EBT or my income. There's a lot of cash paying under the radar. There's an under the radar economy as well, right? If these Venezuelan motherfuckers can do it with no citizenship, no ID, no nothing. So the point is that there's some money to be made out in these streets. On paper or off paper, it doesn't matter. And you don't see a single video of, hey, how to get started with Uber, or how to get started with this, or how about where are these white boys hanging out in front of Home Depot replacing the Mexicans, right? Because or the blacks, they should be hanging out because people are looking for labor. No more Mexicans there anymore because of ICE. Where are the Americans sitting there for the daily laborers?
I was in the Uber the other day. I catch Ubers quite a bit. I go out, lovely lady Lisa's come back to the studio here. And so I'm talking to the Uber driver. I can't remember where he's from. There's so many of them. I got a Chinese guy up on the stream talking about how they somebody stinks. I can't remember, maybe the Indians or whatever. But anyway, he said he's paying $400 a week to Uber, to drive Uber. They give him a maxed out Kia SUV. And that's how the business works there. And so And talking to him, I said, hey man, if they're giving you a Kia to drive around and you got to pay them, clearly they need to prioritize their renters over their freelance drivers. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'm like, that is here what I thought I heard. So he's renting a car to drive Uber.
A lot of Uber drivers rent.
What?
A lot of immigrants.
Damn.
Rent car. Man, nigga, they rent scooters. The fuck you mean?
Yeah, I know about the scooters.
Motherfucker rent scooters. Them motherfucker rent them bitches.
But John, aren't they also renting the ID and the credentials of that person as well?
Could be. Listen. I had a man pick me up in an Uber one time. This some bitch wasn't Spanish. He was like some shit over like Turkmenistan. And they had the Uber giving him directions in Turkmenistan. I said, I'd be damn. Technology, a motherfucker. They were giving him directions in DC. In Turkmenistan. I mean, it's very easy to do. That's what I used to do. Like, I used to write software content management system. And the first application I worked on with a content management system was the World Bank. And I had to take the same data that you would present in Spanish with the, the column headers, the row headers, all that, and convert that shit to right to left. It's the same content, right? The statistics are the same, but you got to write the screen. Everything on the screen has to be written right to left. So when they update the chart, you got to render back right to left. That's how the Arabics, I think, right. I think it was the Arabs. And I forget where I go. But yeah, so here's the technology for the GPS giving you directions in Turkmenistan and some shit. Wow. They're a captured market there. Correct?
Wow. What's up, Craig?
CEO of the Chink Corp.
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, Craig?
You need me for?
You got any questions? Craig, you got any questions for Jeremy to ask me? He wants to interview me, so I said, I'll interview.
No. I'm just trying to network.
You got to be a creative agent here. You got one question. You never. I'm sure you've been up here so many times with me. You don't have one question, nothing, curiosity.
No, I don't have any questions.
Really? You crack the egg, solve the riddle.
Like what you need? What questions you need from me? I think you.
I don't know. I'm saying if there are any suggestions for 777. 777 was the interview me, so.
No, I don't know any of that stuff. All I know from 777, he showed up here one time at the beginning of the show. I remember that, but it was like, dude, I'm not on CTs before the era. Like I was. Hey, what's up? Yeah, I was only on CT like probably around the same time you were on CT. There's a whole lore before that. Like there's all these, and the whole Panelverse has a lore. This stuff, I don't know these lores, man. I barely even know the Grace Thorpe lore. Like the Grace Thorpe lore is only a year old.
Craig, let me ask you this question. And you're a strategy guy. Maybe you can help me out here. So I went up on what's the guy's name? Normal America, or whatever the fuck his name. Rob Noah.
Rob Noah. All I know about Rob Noah is he's like really into that whole drama with Raging Tomato, whatever. She fucked up, I think.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
Apparently, she moderated this Rob Noah guy in a bad way. Andrew Wilson didn't like it.
Awesome.
Now Andrew Wilson pulled out support. And then what happened was Sarah lost like 3,000 subs in one day.
Yeah.
That's crazy pull, right? Like this Andrew Wilson guy comes in and tells all his followers, stop supporting Sarah now. Because Sarah said something bad to Rob Noah and I didn't like it. And it's like, what the fuck is going on out here?
Well, I think she did something bad to Andrew Wilson.
And then Sarah had to like take down all her channel of like videos or some shit. I don't know. It's crazy.
So here's Rob Noah.
Panel person.
Here's Rob Noah. And I want to broach this topic with you, Craig. Here's Rob Noah.
Landlord guy was awesome. Let's see if we get.
And what did he say?
landlord guy was awesome.
And he's talking about me right there, Craig. He said the landlord guy was awesome. And so I was listening to him, and he was like, So he was talking about, he said, man, I want to go on a debate with somebody about EBT. And I'm like, nigga, what the fuck do you know about EBT? Nigga, I start calling some EBT niggas right now. Every person.
Are you sure is he talking about somebody? There's a panel verse guy called EBT. Make sure it's the right that we're talking about the right shit. That's why the panel verse stuff is like wild because there's all these people with acronyms.
No, he was talking about debating someone about EBT. Right, he's talking about debating someone
he's
about
not talking
EBT.
about debating EBT. EBT is an actual legit somebody.
And so I'm like, bro, you want to debate EBT? Who knows more about EBT than me? And I was thinking, from the standpoint of like some of these panels I look at them, I'm like, man, I go in there and I feel dirty, crack, and then when I come off of there,
panels are so annoying, man. I ran like late night stuff here. It's like fucking annoying.
And
Bro,
I'm
it
like,
takes a lot of effort to mine like a little bit of gold. You get a little bit of gold for a lot of like work.
And I think, I have some content that I don't really need to like go on some of these dumb, stupid ass panels. Like I said, I think I feel dirty coming out of there. But I think, for someone like Rob Noor, or, and I'm just using him as an example, some of the content I have probably could be of value to someone like him.
Yeah. Okay, what are you going to get out of it, though? Are you going to get the Andrew Wilson endorsement, which is like dangerous because you could see that gets taken away real quickly, and you make a big enemy if you say something wrong. That's the problem. There's like politics in panels. There's politics in these panels.
I don't need Andrew Wilson. I don't need Rob New. I can keep trudging along doing what I'm doing.
Okay, good. Keep it isolated. You don't want like the gift they're giving because they'll bite you in the ass later. Which I guess is like what happened to Sarah.
I do think that some of the content that I have, but by virtue of me being in DC and a lot of these people are very political, could be of some value depending on how they wanted to use it, monetize it. Like for instance, my street interviews, as an example.
Yeah, right.
Interviewing a lot of liberal DC administrative government type people. That's what someone like Rob Noor talks about, right? Government, Antifa, blah, 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 blah.
Is that what it's changed about? I don't know nothing about him.
Something along those lines. But, the Raging Tomato, the debates and this and that, all that.
Yeah, I don't watch any of that shit.
Yeah, I don't watch
I just told you, oh, she got the it factor, which she did for 1 year. Which is funny. I told you that it factor thing, like, just before that same weekend, just before she just blew everything to hell, which I don't even understand what happened.
I was talking to Universal, and Universal said that when Andrew Wilson banished her to the, to the ether, who did she fall back on Universal?
She came back to black. She started slumming a little bit.
She started slumming. She fucking with Angry Man and Mr. Big Hat nigga. Right?
But,
the big hat.
But you gotta understand why though. These folks like to do is keep arguing on panel. Yeah.
But at the same time though, them niggas ain't got no dope. They have no content of them talking about bullshit, women, arguing about race. And so she's slumming with them. There's no what they're Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
She just needed to play her part and be a slave, and that's it.
That's what Andrew Wilson said that about her.
That's all it is, man. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right. And he like, I just need you to schedule shit.
That's the thing. If you're gonna be a host for a panel that you don't have content on your own, you are always gonna be a slave to the panelists.
Right.
That's just how it's gonna be.
That is very correct. Right? And you now what we're talking about. Hold on, crack. What you're talking about is on the white side of the aisle, correct? Andrew Wilson, Sarah Raging Tomato, Rob Noor. You're gonna be a slave
I don't
to
know
the
those people. I'm just guessing. It's just like easy to read, like in 1 second.
What you just said, though, I want to read. What you just said, I want to expound on that point. You say you're going to be a slave to who? You said something. You say if you're just going to be a moderator, you're going to be a slave to who? The panelists, correct? That's what you said. right? That's what you said, right?
I don't remember what I said. Is that what I said?
Well, yeah, you said you'd be
like I don't remember.
Well, you say you'd be a slave to the panelists, and I do agree with that. Now, on the black side of that,
because
on
you're
the
not
black
making the
side,
content. Who is the content? The
right?
the
If you don't
panel
own
is
the content,
right?
If you don't own
That's
the
the problem.
content,
Yeah.
then and you're just the moderator. Now you are moderating, and you are dependent on who panelists to show up. Right?
Exactly. That's right.
Now, Universal, what have I been saying all along about being dependent on panelists to show up? A certain panelists in particular.
Yeah, it's not gonna get you too far, especially if they're not too intelligent, and you won't grow. You won't grow.
But a lot of these people are dependent on JP to show up on their panel on the black side of the aisle.
Correct. Right? Yeah.
They just depend on his welfare to show up. They have no content. They're more or less just moderators. They depend on JP to show up as a panelist. Kind of like Sarah the Raging Tomato is dependent upon the panelist that shows up. You see the similarities here. And you see the weakness.
I mean,
you see the weaknesses in both of their positions, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I would think like people that are running panels, they should know that already.
Well, I think what happens.
Why would they think different?
Well, I think what happens, Craig, is that they get caught up in the super chats and they end up being focused on the short term aspect of the business. That will be the super
It
chat.
could be. I have no idea, but it's also because of Discord. That's why I don't know how this stuff runs. Usually these big panels, like it runs on like a side thing, a side channel, which is basically the Discord. That's why a lot of these people run Discords, and even like big streamers will run Discords too, because they want to have a big fan base that's always engaged. Because even when you're not streaming, you need to have engagement. If you don't have the engagement, then they'll leave, right? If you're not streaming, they'll just go away. But even if you're not streaming, you're still engaging with the fans. So that's why they need a Discord. Panels are like probably a hotbed for people in Discord, because you gotta contact these panelists on the Discord on the low, right? You'd be like, shit, I need you on tonight. Are you available? Shit, I need you. Right?
Yeah.
I bet you that's what it is. I'm not even on Discord, but I could believe that's what's happening. It's like,
Craig,
man, I need you with this guy on my panel now. Because this
Craig,
other guy's gonna show up. Right?
This is what I was explaining. And again, I'm fairly new to YouTube, so I was catching this, and I was telling the audience that DJ Hamp reached out to me about 6 months ago. He's like, yo, maybe even longer. And then I talked to Brave in the morning. Sometimes I call Brave in the morning, and he had reached out to Brave one day to come on his panel. And I think what they're doing by that is they're looking for, like someone to like stir the base. And it's like CNN or MSNBC or whatever, where they bring that one conservative on to argue with six liberals.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
And so he's reaching out to me saying, yo, John, can you come on my panel? Because all I got is a bunch of people, echo chamber. I fucking created an echo chamber here.
Right. Yeah.
And so he said, John, be brave. Can you come on my panel and stir it up for cash apps?
Right.
That's what when I look back on it, I think that's what he was doing.
Yeah.
See, I've never asked DJ Hamp to come on my panel. I don't give a fuck about what the fuck I want. I ain't got nothing. We have nothing. Like what he talks about and what I talk about is nothing to come. I don't need him to come over here.
Yeah, the thing about like Sarah was like, she got that mommy energy, and as long as she stayed neutral, she could be like the battleground for everyone else having drama. She just stays above the drama. As long as she could stay above the drama and not be in the drama, she could ride and grift off of other people's beefs forever. But she fucked up by being part of the drama. Now it's over. It's done. The spell is broken.
What Andrew Wilson said. That's exactly what Andrew Wilson said.
If she picked a side, bad move. Don't pick sides. It's hard, but you shouldn't be picking sides. Just act like I don't know nothing. I'm just innocent old me. I'm neutral. No.
That is where the grifting comes in.
Yeah.
Because you can't be your authentic self. You can't express your authentic
you can't be your authentic self. You have to be a blank slate that anyone else can paint on.
Yeah.
You have to allow them to paint on you. Yeah.
And if you have a panelist that goes too far right, you got to bring him back left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not really 100% sure what happened. Like people claim that it was that like the Rob Noor guy was just getting too into it with another dude and she had to pull him back and that pissed him off, but who knows? But eventually it doesn't matter because either way you're going to piss somebody off eventually and it's just going to go because one guy's going to go wrong or the other guy's going to and you have to pick some side to pull him back. And if you pull back the wrong side, which I guess she did, because that guy was friends with Andrew Wilson, Andrew Wilson just chimed in and started fucking with her. It was over because like a lot of her recent subs came from Andrew Wilson. A lot of her like high viewed content was from Andrew Wilson. And actually, like if you look at the clips from the Thorpes, the highest viewed clips from the Thorpes was when they were actually battling Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson's clout is too strong for a lot of people to overcome. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, I think Grace has her own lane that she could, you know, go without battling Andrew Wilson.
No, but her daddy wants to battle Andrew Wilson.
Right.
Ben wants to be Andrew Wilson. Ben looks at Andrew Wilson and says, like, that's me. That could have been me. Andrew Wilson is like this, like fucking orthodox bro, like being like this daddy figure to a lot of these disenfranchised males. And it's like, I could have been that cult leader. That's me. I could have been that Catholic version of Andrew Wilson. I could have been bigger than Andrew. And that's why it's never going to happen. Same thing with Destiny. When they have a beef with Destiny, like they want to sue Destiny. They want to sue Andrew Wilson. They want to sue everyone that, like, who is, I don't even know who this person is, but this guy's a big deal in the Debate Bro stuff. I never watched any of that Red Pill, Debate Bro, any of that. I hate that content. I don't care about that stuff. It's just people stroking their egos and whacking off mentally and going like, yeah, I got you, bitch. I got you. The Council of Nicaea, I got you, bitch. See, the Council of Nicaea said this. I don't give a fuck about the Council of Nicaea, the Council of Trenton, the Council of whatever. But that's all they want to like whack off on. Like all these like little things.
Yo, Craig, listen to this shit right here, Craig. Listen to this shit. Hold on, listen.
All of it, and it's been on guns.
Every traditional marriage sounds great, guys. Traditional marriage sounds
does that
great.
sound bad? Who would be upset by de-evolution?
I figured you were a better debater than this.
Can you
and be
answer the
more prepared.
question? No
Free agent
questions
lifestyle. I don't have to explain it. I wrote a book. Your job is to do the work and not come up. Your solution.
Whatever you want, even though we have all feminists better than yours too.
No, I'm not married.
Well,
I'm not married.
Hold on, this is Andrew Wilson, the white guy. Hold
Your
on.
wife, you live it off of her. I bet you her body
That's Andrew Wilson, the white
down
guy.
higher than yours.
You think so?
I know so.
Oh, okay.
I know
Just like you know your
And she's a
numbers.
traditional. I didn't attack her. I don't have any proof.
So one of the things I noticed here is Coach Greg Adams said that he alleged that Andrew Wilson's wife had, you know, a high body count. It's a way to attack somebody.
that's an easy attack point, which Ben does too. Then Ben goes at like his wife, like, man, your wife was a slut, this and that. I mean, I don't know. Like that seems.
I don't
to be
like
a
that, but
common thing.
here's the
Master
thing.
solution. No
I
numbers.
literally have
But you're
given
asking
you
me about
number
numbers,
after
and we pulled the
number
numbers.
after number
Oh,
of
my goodness.
the fact that the traditional
How many
churches
men-
divorces too.
Well-
We know that even if they're
All right, Coach Gang, one in the chat. You bought the free agent lifestyle, and it helped you. Put a one in the chat.
Check them out. That was a fun debate. We'll let ChatGPT decide who won this thing.
That's what I wanted you to hear right there. We'll let
ChatGPT has to decide who wins now. What the fuck? No way. Is this how debates are like decided with ChatGPT?
You heard him say it.
You heard it. You heard it.
Oh,
I watched
man,
this. I watched
bro.
this. Check them out. That was a fun debate. We'll let ChatGPT decide who won this thing. We'll
listen.
throw in the transcript in there and link it in the video. See you guys next time.
We'll upload the transcript to ChatGPT.
Whoa, this is why you need universal high income. See? Because you can't even leave it to a human to get paid to judge. It's over, bro. Fuck it. Humans are gone, man. Humans are obsolete for sure. So
These niggas can't even decide a fucking argument. You know what I'm saying? Like arguing over some bullshit that really probably don't even fucking matter anyway.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter to anybody. Like this is why religion is like obsolete too, right? It's just like if you don't address the common man's plight, it's not gonna do anything. Yeah, there you can't feed their like fucking desires. I don't know, right?
Crack. Did you hear my lovely lady Lisa calling this motherfucker say a man with a wheelchair had women?
Yeah, I could believe
and you
that.
Got other.
Yeah, I could believe that.
She said he was ugly too, my friend. She said he was ugly too.
Why not? He got game. He got game.
See, Crack understand the world. See,
yeah, you just need to fucking talk. You just gotta be good at gab, and you're done. Yeah. Yeah. Women just got that intuitiveness, you know. It's just that you just gotta attack that point, and that's just it, right? Yeah.
And so yeah, so
they'll overlook a lot of things. They'll overlook a lot of things. Women will overlook a lot of things.
A lot of shit.
Many things. If you got that gift, you just got that charisma. It's just like fuck. Everything goes out the window. They don't.
Now, what's lost on people is that this probably was a street nigga, right? Universal. He was shot. That's how he ended up in a wheelchair.
Yeah. He still got the edge.
He got that edge. Correct. And so that is one of the things I think that that people like the Izzy Bands do not understand. Crack, you ever heard this before? This is my nigga right here. You ever heard it before? Crack, tell me if this applies in the Asian community. I'm really curious to know.
What's that?
Her mom's house. Because the bitches who love hood niggas the most come from good families. Word to bro. The bitches who love hood niggas and killers all come from great families with big houses. Find a bitch who got a good family, got everything they need. The nigga they love the most are killers and the scum of the earth. I promise you, on gang. Trust me. That's her house.
Is it that way in the Asian community, Crack? I'm just really curious to know. I don't know much about Asian.
I mean, I guess it depends on the Asian, right? Like Southeast Asian, you're gonna have like Cambodians, Hmong, like Vietnamese, right? And Filipinos. Like they're different than Chinese, Korean, and but Vietnamese are kind of in betweenish because we got like a lot of Chinese cultural influence, so that kind of moderates it. You're not gonna probably have that issue too much compared to the other ones. Yeah. So it is culture, I think, but who knows? It could be ethnicity.
Yo, that's twin. How is that your twin? Yo, that's what I'm saying. It's easy to brainwash black people, bro. You just keep calling them terms of endearment. Yo, that's twin right there. That's twin. Twin would do anything for me. Twin will do anything for me. That's not your twin. That's your twin when you need him to go crash out. That's mud when you need him to go kill a nigga, slap a nigga. You need him to do some criminal shit. Yo, go take this over there. Yeah, you might get locked up, but yo, twin. Yo, twin, you know how we do it. You know how we rocking. They do all these bullshit handshakes. I mean nothing. Wiping their nose, doing this goofy shit just for later. They tell us the truth. The truth is, it ain't no twin no more. It ain't no you my brother. That's out. Stop calling me on that JPay, nigga. Stop calling me for this bullshit. You go to jail to fuck your
That's academics right there. That's for you, 777, in case we do the interview, my man. Anyway, go ahead, Universal Crack. I like that nigga Academic, boy. That nigga be on, boy. I like that nigga Academics.
Ack is a younger version of yourself. Think about it. He can drink a whole bottle of Henny and go crazy. Runs his own show. Moves at his own pace.
Yeah. You know, I got that clip of Ack, right? We did that clip of Academics. Damn, where's that clip? Academics. I thought about that a lot too. You know that clip I'm talking about, Academics, right? Universal.
Now I don't know which one.
Let me see if I can find it.
While you're pulling it up, though, a lot of the women that I know who are from the suburbs that had babies young, like either right after they got out of high school or while they were in college, they all had them by street dudes. I think there's something there for sure.
Yeah, let me see.
Seriously, man. I mean, I can literally pull up like maybe 8 to 10 women that I personally know who've gone through that scenario. It's weird.
Yeah, it's very true. It's very, very, very.
Universal, you gotta pull Monty. Man, you gotta pull Monty.
Monty.
See, this is probably the thing. Monty is sick of nerds because she's like went to grad school. She's only interacted with nerds and whatever, right?
Yeah.
She hasn't had a real man in a while. You see what I mean? That's kind of the masculinity in a lot of these high-educated males and like the upper like freaking echelons of like graduate school. What do you think? What do you think?
You might be true because she was like, yeah. I was like, what?
Yeah, you gotta pull her. You gotta pull her from Edwards. Edwards.
Nah, I can't have
Edwards is a boss. He ain't a real deal Edward.
Monty's cool
just
though.
because he can carry a gun, it's like, oh man, he's masculine, right? Wrong.
Yeah. I like Monty though. She don't take no shit. I like that. Cute
bro. Did you see her crying on King TL's panel?
No. I haven't not been in that space for a while.
See that you if you saw that, you know what's up.
Oh.
You could get her. You could bag her if you really wanted to.
Yeah, Gary and I'm picking Mooncake all day, bro.
Yeah, Mooncake was nice. You know,
there's been a lot happening in the background. She's coming for me.
Oh shit! Really? Is that what's going on?
That's what happened.
Oh, Mooncake! Man, you're gonna make a lot of dudes angry if you get back Mooncake. Really?
We're talking too much online. We're talking too much.
Shit, Mooncake.
Hey, it's coincidental to Get Cracked. Get Cracked, does that lady's name Mooncake have anything to do with the Chinese dessert at all? Or
no.
Okay,
I don't think so, but she's from Toronto, so maybe she likes mooncakes.
Oh shit, yeah. Okay.
But she's a light skinned, like black.
She's not
like
light-skinned.
Jeremy called her the Black Grace. Like a big titty.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know why y'all think she's to me, she's not light skinned though. I don't know. I think she's
she's not really, but she's lighter than I guess. Well, she talks light. Let's put it that way.
Yes,
right?
She has a nice.
Well, she talks
soft, sensitive, kind of anime style voice.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. She talks like that. Yeah.
She came up. She spent a lot of time over here on Sunday. I was able to pull her out the chat.
Oh, she was awesome.
She liked it. I could probably bring her back.
Hey, Get Cracked. From watching all those like TikTok and Instagram videos, all the Asians being cut off with their EBT and threatening to storm Walmart. Are you ready? Are you gonna participate or sit this one out?
No, I don't know what's going on. Is a snap? I think in California, California just takes over. They'll pay. I don't know about other states, but California has enough money. They'll pay. They'll keep paying. If the federal ain't helping out anymore, they'll make a difference.
It's the same. Yeah, it's the same way. Like, bro, let me tell you. You remember when Bill Clinton passed that welfare 3 years? You can only be on welfare 3 years. Something. You know that?
Really? There was something like that. You can only be welfare for 3 years. How did Bill Clinton get away with saying that shit?
Section 8, whatever. I'll tell you an example of Section 8. Then hell, forget about the welfare.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be a law that if anyone on your lease got caught committing a crime and you're on Section 8, you're thrown out. You heard that? You ever heard that?
Yeah,
before?
that's still active here in the Twin Cities. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what they're saying is that the federal government will not pay your rent if you got somebody on lease with a felony. Okay. I think it was drugs or guns. I think it was those two. If your grandson get caught out selling drugs,
okay, yeah,
and you got a Section 8 voucher, and he's on your lease is up. That's correct. It's by federal law. You Google it. They may have changed it now, but it used to be that case. DC said, man, let me show you. I can prove to you. Grandma, Section 8, grandson selling grandson drugs, DC. Yep, there it is. This is old. This is damn grandson, Section 8 drugs, DC. Anyway, so there was a lady whose grandson, and he was selling drugs, and they were going to put his grandmother out because he was on her lease. DC created a law that said we will use our money to pay for tenants where the government will not pay for them. It's the same thing with welfare. I think somebody put like a 10-year limit on welfare. DC said we'll pay it out of our own pocket. Fuck it. You've seen the states doing the same thing with welfare. They're saying if the government doesn't pay the EBT, we'll pay it out of it. We'll come up with emergency funds. Virginia did that. I think Georgia did that. Maryland, I don't know if Maryland did it, but several of the Republican states did that. DC is one of the liberal ones who did it. So my point is saying that a lot of these rules and laws and shit, they'll use their own monies for that, and that's what Crack is saying.
Yeah. The local government now can figure it out. That's why they need all the businesses to come in, and they'll rape them with taxes, So that's just how it is. You need the businesses to come in. Once you get the businesses to come in, they'll just start going like, okay, business tax, property tax, this, that, and that, and they'll put in their local, and they'll buffer it, and that's what they need to do. And the companies will agree to that. They don't care because they'll be like, well, as long as you give me like the underclass to populate my factories, which is like, look at Ohio right now. We were talking about Ohio last year, and look at it. We got Andrew Hill is a drone maker. They have a new factories being constructed. Intel moving in, being constructed in Ohio, and then Ramaswamy is going to be the governor. If that's going to be the case, then Ohio is the new technocratic Midwest state, and that's it. That's going to be the factory that funds money that flow into Peter Thiel's pockets, and Peter Thiel can talk about with Elon about like the high basic income and this and that. They'll use Ohio as a way to fund all that. Yeah, that's it.
Hey, Craig, did you hear were you listening when I posted that quote from Machiavelli and saying how it's so difficult to change a system because the people are so wedded to the old system, the money, the trillions of dollars at stake. And for someone that wants to come along and derail that system, he has to basically convince the people who are protecting the old guard that the new system would be better than the old system for them, right? Otherwise, they're going to stay on the plantation, right? Like a slave, they're going to stay on the plantation if what you have or what you're proposing is not better than what I already have. Would you say that's fair?
Yeah, because like the universal basic income, all this stuff helps the new guard. So the new rich people don't care. Like they'll give you your little breadcrumbs because they want to dominate and excise the old guard. The old guard is on the way out. The money that like we're talking about Cheney before, it's like those people, they're on the way out. The old money that's in oil, railroads, whatever, Buffett, whatever, they're on the way out. The new ones are going to be the ones that do AI, tech. That's it. That's the new guard. That's what's happening.
Those are the new
Buffett dies, once all these people die, it's done. Like Cheney's dead. Like all these people are just going to die off, and their influence is going to be gone. There's a vacuum being built.
The old guard replaced by a new guard.
Yep.
You're not going to vote your way out of this.
Yeah, you're not going to vote your way out of it. They'll just placate the masses. They know what the new masses are because actually what they're doing with the universal basic income and the universal high income apparently is the new buzzword is that they're just going to placate the people that will never get a job, especially with the weed too. Like legalization of weed is also part of that. It's like, yeah, dope yourself out, watch Netflix. We got you, baby. We got you. And that's it. They just waiting for you to die off. Not make like you can make as many children as you want too. It doesn't matter to them. They'll just keep paying it because that's cheaper than than actually fighting you.
I mean, Universal, does that make sense? Well, like what Crack is saying and why the cities are immediately jumping to save the EBT people and expand benefits for them.
Yeah, I think they're just ushering in what's to come. I don't fully understand why outside of there may be more violence or crime or things of that nature, but this is the order that they're pushing.
Yeah.
Well,
because the violence is directed, it's contained, right? As long as you contain it, it doesn't spread, right?
Here's one of the things that JP points out that it may have blown over your guys' heads. He said, man, y'all ain't gonna do shit but protest peacefully. That's what he said. Go watch it.
That's correct.
The working class people are just gonna protest peacefully. These welfare people, the EBT recipients, they talking about looting grocery stores. The government gonna respond to force. They're gonna respond to force. Understand? And that is why they.
If you try to go at Whole Foods, they'll just lock your ass down. If you go at like mom and pops, they're fine with that shit. Because then Bezos is like, yeah, baby, rob all those mom and pops. You're making Whole Foods take over the business, which is what happened in my neighborhood. Yeah.
Let me explain something to you, Craig. When I wanted to work for Cracker Barrel, part of the orientation was to take you to the warehouse. Okay, cool. So we go to the warehouse, and what I saw was that the warehouse was now automated.
Right. Yeah, makes sense.
Automated. A lot of people walking around there, motherfucker. And they explained it because I asked them questions. I said, well, why isn't this warehouse automated? Like, you have to have wide enough aisles for those robots and shit to go down.
Correct. Yeah.
They had already built a warehouse for people to go down. To build a new warehouse, they ain't got the money. Look at Cracker Barrel today. They're in trouble. Real serious trouble. They probably won't be around very long. And they were up against a serious disadvantage because they couldn't automate their warehouse. Whole Foods can. Bezos back.
Yes, that's why Amazon got them, because they were like they were already pretty efficient. Amazon just made them more efficient. And that's why a lot of your orders are tracked. Like, I don't have Amazon Prime, but I have an Amazon account, and I notice like every time I use my Amazon credit card, it tracks what I buy. And it's like, why are you tracking my shit? Why you care what fucking crap I buy there? And I rarely buy stuff there. That's why I notice it. It's just like, what the fuck? You tracking me? It's like once in a while I'm lazy, I gotta go buy some overpriced crap from Whole Foods, but they track it.
Have any of you guys ever noticed how like prices online, let's say for Instacart, are higher than they are in the store? You ever notice that?
I have noticed that. Yes.
I never used it. So
I'm gonna flip it the other way around. Now the DoorDash and GoPuff are offering SNAP EBT recipients $25 in free groceries and 1 free delivery. So you looking at it on the surface, it's free delivery and $25 in free groceries. To me, looking at it from a software developer, it's 3 or 4 weeks of coding, changes, testing, and rollout and deployment. Correct.
You still looking at it that way? Okay.
Right.
I mean, I don't know.
Am I wrong about that?
No, you're not wrong. But I would think like they know how to automate this thing way better, because with AI, they could generate the code really quickly and then retest it and it'll be done.
But they still got to have corporate affairs, got to approve the terminology that's going out on the
yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that layer, so I don't know.
Well, I do, right? So I will work with corporate affairs or like public relations or whatever, and they say this is the terminology that we want to go out on the site. So we deploy something, and that would be part of the content in multiple different languages. In some cases, that would be deployed. See, in a city like New York, you can't just deploy it in English. You got to deploy it in Spanish as well. Probably Eritrean, Ethiopian, whatever the hell. And so that's not like an overnight change. Trust me. That's a change that would require testing, to walk through the checkout process with an EBT card to make sure that no delivery fees are charged. They get $25. Man, that's a lot. Man, the more and more I think about it, it's probably a month and a half of testing.
Really? It takes that long?
At least a month because there are a lot of features. The feature, first off,
I thought software is faster than that. Like
Well,
hardware,
but-
it makes sense to be so long and stuff. It's like I thought software is
well,
way
first off,
faster.
first off, think about it like this. All right. So let's say that online the groceries are 20% higher. Correct? Let's just say this fair. So let's say that the prices are probably cheaper for welfare people online. They're not going to charge me the same price they charge someone who the EBT card. That will eat up all their benefits. Correct? So you got to have a different pricing for EBT eligible items online. So maybe it's a factor by, I don't know, it's a discount of 10% for EBT people across the board. So that's a test that you got to test items to make sure that those items are priced for EBT people. You got to
Why
walk
would
through
that
the
be
check.
hard though? If the database is complete, it should be easy. If the database is already check, this is EBT approved or not, like the database level should have covered that.
But
right?
you got
I
to
would think.
test but you got to test walking through the entire process as an EBT. So you're gonna have some fake EBT cards that your Indian testers are gonna be tested. Seriously, this how it's gonna
Fake
work.
EBT cards. Okay.
What do you
I mean,
mean?
I don't know.
I'm telling you,
What
look,
percentage are fake are going to be successful passing through?
No. What I'm saying is, as a test, you got to have some EBT cards that your Indian testers are gonna walk through the process of filling up a grocery cart full of EBT shit. They got to put in some lotion to make sure that the lotion didn't get included in the EBT.
Well, that's why I thought the
process.
database layer would have catch that because they won't be like.
Well,
That's
but
not
they
included in
still have to test. But see, the database layer probably will have a field say EBT eligible or not.
Right. So
Right?
those guys should complete their test before the upper layers, right?
Right.
Why the upper
But you
layers
still
have to
got to
care
test
about
it.
that?
But you still got to test the integrity of the data to make sure that the lotion is not EBT eligible.
I would think that's compartmentalized, and the database people should make sure their database is clean.
Right.
And then once their spreadsheet, it's like a spreadsheet. It's like database is just a spreadsheet. The guy shouldn't put an X on by lotion, right? That's it. Like you got to clean that up first, then
But you gotta
kick it up to
test
the
it.
upper layer, and it's all compartmentalized. And that's why I thought
Right.
software was way easier for me as a
well-
hardware person. It doesn't matter. Something's broken hardware, you're fucked. So that's
Well,
why you
in-
got to test everything up and down, all the layers.
Well, you're right. In the database layer, there's going to be a field EBT eligible. In the software layer, you can't let someone pay for something with the EBT that's not EBT eligible, but they can include it in the cart. Correct? I can still buy lotion and buy a bunch of EBT eligible items with my EBT card. Correct? Because I may pay cash or pay using my debit card with the lotion for the lotion. Correct? So someone has to test all of that. I'm telling you, this is what I used to do on the software side. You got to test all this shit.
It takes a month though. It really has to take a month to do all that.
Well, someone's got to code it. Someone,
Man,
and
people can code 10 minutes right nowadays.
Okay,
right?
all right,
They got
all right.
chat.
All right.
It's just like to me, it can't. A month is like hardware time frames. To me, it's like fuck. I gotta. We had to get firmware people to take a month to test their shit.
Oh, well, let's say 2 weeks because you also have to get corporate affairs to sign off on all the terminology. It's going to. Let me show you. Listen, I'm telling you, I used to do this shit. Listen, I used to do this shit. Listen, when I used to work
This
for,
is why big companies fail. Then it takes that long to go up and down the chain. It's like corporate affairs. No wonder I stayed in small companies.
No, correct. It's not why. No, it's not why big companies fail. It's why little companies fail because little companies have to follow the same damn guidelines as the big companies.
I know because like little hardware companies are different than
Hold on.
software
Let me tell you
companies.
something. Listen, when I was working for Cracker Barrel, listen to this. California rolled out a law They said if you want silverware, like plasticware, you must ask for it, or it is against the law. I think it's plasticware. It could be condiments. It's one of the two. It's either condiments or plasticware.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but you're working for a big company that has to deal with the outside world. See, that's why
No,
companies
hold
don't do
on,
that.
Craig.
Hardware
Hold
companies
on,
just
Craig.
deal with governments directly.
No, hold on, Craig. What I'm saying is, one state, but it's a big state, said that for people to come to order food from fast food, I can't remember the whole laws around. It said that they must request plasticware, or you cannot give it to them by law. I worked on this software, so I remember this.
Yeah, I don't need to deal with that. Hardware doesn't go to the end
See,
consumer.
they had nothing to do with hardware, correct?
That's why I say that's why we're different worlds, man. So that's why I said like
Right.
I don't need to deal. Small hardware companies are way better to work for because they just
Right.
have to build like a little chip that goes to another component that goes to another component. I just got to worry about the upper guys like bothering me, and that's it. I don't need to worry. And the only issue I had when I was at work was because we started dealing with China. And when the Trump first term came in, he started fucking doing embargoes and bans on tech that can be shipped to China. And we were expanding into China. It's like, what the fuck? This is going to kill us. And I was like, that's when I retired because I was like, well, I see the winds changing. We're going to be anti-China now. Well, that's over because the big market for hardware is in China, which is like why Trump went over. That was last week's news, right? Trump was like, I'm going to talk to President Xi about exporting GPUs to whatever. It's like, yeah, that's a big market.
Wow.
That's a big market for hardware. It's
Yeah.
China.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia. All of them want to build AI, high fiber optical networks. They want to compete because like the governments cannot live or die without having AI. How do you monitor a billion people? How do you have a dictatorship without monitoring people?
Yeah,
You need that AI to do that for you. Humans are not fast enough to check people. So that's why as long as you have AI, you can have AI check all the laws for you. They're great at paralegal. So all the stuff that you're talking about, I would think by now AI is doing a lot of that work. And you already replaced those departments with AI, and the software people can be free and work faster.
I imagine
it's crazy how AI has infiltrated a lot of that like space already.
I imagine it probably is in that, from the standpoint, let me see if I can find some legal
yeah, because it's great for paralegal stuff, right? AI. Like that's what the Thorpes have been using. Thorpes have been using Grok to make their lawsuits against Andrew Wilson, Destiny, all these people. So they could set up motions and whatever. It doesn't mean they can win, but the basic paralegal level of work, AI can do it. That's why if you're doing it's like AI is like the paralegals version of spreadsheets for accountants, right? So when spreadsheets came out, they thought accountants were going to lose their jobs. That didn't happen.
Like this is what there's too many I think this is what I'm saying is that like all of this would have to be thought out ahead of time before they roll out all these SNAP benefits. There was a lot went into the website development to announce these EBT benefits. Again, I'm on here from an English perspective. There's a Spanish version that has been checked by legal to make sure that everything's above board. There's probably, I don't know, some other language version.
But AI can do languages too, right? That's what AI was made for at the beginning.
No, that's definitely true. But AI is not going to write.
That's why I'm telling you, a lot of stuff you're talking about, AI probably covers it a lot. That's why 1 month, that sounds like an eon in software terms to me. And it's I think AI has crunched that down to a week at most. I bet you they're whooping their ass to be like, why ain't you using ChatGPT to write your code if you can't code fast enough? I bet you that's what management's saying.
I think you're definitely right about that. I do think though that there has to be some testing.
Yeah, there's always gonna be some testing. Yeah, but it's easier to fix software than hardware. which is like testing doesn't have to be so rigorous in a software world, in my opinion. Because if you look at platforms like Kick, they got tons of bugs that never get fixed. I keep bugging them about shit, and people just let it slide because it's like, there are not enough people to complain enough for us to care, because they still watch some retard go on like on the stream and whoop some guy's ass for like 100,000 views. Why do we have to fix that bug? You know what I mean? Software is so lenient compared to hardware. When hardware doesn't work, it just doesn't work.
Nothing works.
And that's it. You get penalized for years for having bad hardware. But software is like, we got crap hardware. Who cares? You'll still pay for our subscription because we're the only guy in town.
Well, things can work with bad software.
They can.
They
very
can't
lenient,
work with
very
bad
lenient.
hardware.
You guys are so lenient. When I see you guys, just like, what the hell?
There's a lot of buggy. I would imagine there's a lot of buggy software out here.
And I think that's why the Indians and whatever, they migrate towards that, because like there are Indians that try to get a hardware, but like I just whoop them down real quick, because like if you give me some buggy hardware, that's what I had to do when I was working. Like these guys would just submit.
When you say buggy hardware, what is buggy hardware? Does it have code? Is there some code?
It does have code, because when you do digital, it's code. Yeah, it's code, because digital is just a sub-layer, right? But the logic is still logic. When you do logic in hardware, it's just Boolean logic. Boolean logic is what? If, and, or, not. So it's still hard. You can use software to describe the logic circuits. So if you can describe it correctly, the software automatically generates the circuit for you. If you write it wrong, it will generate a bunch of trash, and then you'll be like, what the fuck are you making for me? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah.
Man,
So
that's
that's why when a lot of people came on here, when they're going to like telling me what should I do as an electrical engineer, I'm like, well, if you go to circuits, digital circuits is kind of easy to replace, because like it's kind of like software already. So that means like eventually AI or an Indian will replace you. But if you're in analog, that's way harder to replace, because analog still has to be done manually. Designing an analog circuit can't be like turned into code very easily. It's a lot of that work is still done manually, which is like great for job security. So
But
go
isn't
to
it going to
analog,
be?
mixed signal, and microwave circuits.
But I would imagine it's going to be like what do you call it? Like go out of fashion after a while. Out of vogue.
You still need radars, right? You still need to convert digital to analog signals, right? Dude, you know what? After I quit, you know what happened? Nearly a year later, my whole group got laid off, and the analog group stayed.
Really?
It became all analog. They replaced they said we don't need the digital anymore. We're just gonna go all analog.
Really?
See, I know when the winds change, man. I know when you're replaceable and when you're not replaceable. No, analog will not be replaced, because you know what's so dumb? Even though we use optical fiber to communicate, we still have to translate the digital to analog, because we send the signal through the optical cable in an analog fashion. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
It's not a 0 and a 1. It's like kind of a 0, kind of a 1. And it has to be error corrected, because there's noise coming in through the cables. So it's still analog. Yeah, analog is still used in military tech. Yes, that is correct, Garian. And that's why if you are an analog circuit designer, if you get into a company that's subcontracted through military, that's a nice gig. I think, there's a lot of so that's why I would recommend. Otherwise, if you still want to be digital, you got to be like on the software side a little bit, kind of like in NVIDIA. Like, let's say you want to be a digital hardware designer and want to get into high-end stuff. You get into the GPU designs team, but also be involved with the driver design, because if you design drivers for the software layer, the lower software layer, that's really important, because the person that could really understand hardware and software at the meeting point with the drivers, you are a very special person. You are a unique person. That is also probably highly skilled. That is hard to replace because the guy who
Really?
understands both hardware and software, writing the lower level software to this is how China beat like the DeepSeek AI. They rewrote the NVIDIA drivers to make it more efficient to use the memory systems of the NVIDIA GPUs because the inefficiency in the GPUs was causing the slowdown. So that means like even though China had old NVIDIA hardware, they could speed it up by improving the lower level software so the upper layers get all the benefits because the memory. Wow. That's why you look at StreamYards. Look at how efficient the memory usage is. Probably crap. They don't even bother trying to make it efficient to stream because they're like, whatever. It's fine. People still want to pay the subscription. But I bet you StreamYards could vastly improve if they improve their memory usage. Yeah.
Yeah, and there are probably a lot of features that they have in their backlog to make streaming better.
That's why you have to understand like there's a lot of weak points in software, the software hardware stack that can be improved and you can get more juice out of it. And China is like, well, we can't get the latest GPUs. Well, will you still use the old ones from last year and improve your guys' tech because you guys wrote shit software?
Hey, Craig, are you going to listen to the interview with 777? I guess it's tonight. Is this tonight, guys? I don't know.
Is it tonight? I don't know what you guys are doing. I don't know what you guys are doing, man.
It'd be interesting. I think for my audience, for the people who get to see me on this side of the mic, it'll be interesting to see me on the other side of the mic. What do you think?
I don't know. Yeah, who knows, man. I don't know. Are you going to short Michael Saylor? Are you going to short him? Because I've already been shorting him for a month now. I might like increase my position, my short position, if Bitcoin is getting weaker and weaker, because Bitcoin's like below 100K at the close of today's market.
Yo,
it's
he's
bouncing
hurting
right now. So I think it's gonna bounce. It's gonna recover a little bit, and then I'm gonna short again. You know what I mean? That's how I do it. It's like because like I don't use options, so I have to like basically short.
So what do you short with? What do you short
get
with?
out. I just short with like the ETFs because they have ETFs that short it by 2x or something. So I have to really quickly short it for a few days, and then I get out. Then I wait for the other time because like I can't hold it, right? Because if I hold it, it decays. So unless it goes down in a straight line, which it won't, nothing goes down in a straight line unless we have like a real crash. It's like it's gonna bat and then bounce, go down and then bounce, and that hurts me. So I have to short it, get out, wait for the bounce, short it again, wait for it. But if you have options, you don't care about that, right? So since you know options and you did it before with Michael Saylor, I would say like if you can short it and have a timeline where like you cash out your options next year, early next year, maybe that's the way to do it. I don't know because there's decay in some options and I don't know. I don't want to deal with that shit either because I don't understand it that well. That's kind of the problem.
Man, Crack. I'm gonna finish this joint. I'm gonna lay my ass down. Nigga, I'm finna be 8 hours.
So wait, did you quit? Did you quit like drinking? Was that the goal?
I fell off the wagon. I get back off. You know, the bigger point for me, honestly, man, is to make sure I don't have an addiction. Man, you just prove it to myself.
I don't think you do. I just think like you just don't care. It's fun. But I would. I mean, some people love it when you go like way off and then go like. But some people are like, "Oh man, look at this guy. This guy's like, I don't know. It doesn't matter to you though. You're streaming.
Hey, Craig.
So it's hard.
You
to
know,
say,
man.
right?
Craig, you ever watch Gospel of Bob?
No.
You ever watched it before? Have you ever watched it before?
No. Nope.
Never.
No. I mean, I come in there to see what the heck Bob was doing, and it looked just like a Discord hangout to me.
Yeah,
so,
man.
I mean, if you just want to have a Discord hangout type place, that's fine. What's the problem? I guess, but that's not for me.
Yeah, so I'm more.
Man, I was drunk as hell one day. I guess I done by it. Maybe it must have been a 12-hour stream one day, crack. I was doing my motherfucking thing. And this was pre-art, pre-gospel of Bob, crack. Yeah, pre-gospel of Barb. This is Art, who now is one of the main hosts. And I'm banned from the channel. I want you to listen to what he says about me.
I just put up in that motherfucking.
Yeah, so I'm more come from a CT's universe or whatever that is. So I don't know much about what y'all got going on here, but I am learning, and I enjoyed my stay here for tonight. And I'll definitely be back if y'all have me back. And
Anytime, bro. Anytime.
hey, man, shout out to you, John. Hey, John, you put in the work today. You went to work today.
And I was drunk as hell, man. You could hear it in my voice. I was drunk as a motherfucker. And I'm like, damn. You know, sometimes I get real drunk. Sometimes, you know, I don't fell asleep and all kind of shit. No, I don't have an alarm.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what people want. You know, like we always try to like when we first started like a year ago, right? Over a year ago now. Like I think it was June, July last year when we really kicked it off with HB and all that. Like we were just goofing around trying to see what sticks. You know, those were crazy times. I think we were trying to panel stuff, and yeah, I got Ava over here, and I tried to do all that shit, trying to get, and then we got Low and Ruby. That was the end of that first arc, I think.
You know, crack, man. I tell you, man,
Halloween
like,
costume contest, you know, was the end of the good,
Craig,
good.
You know, one of the things I didn't realize, man, you know, new to the business and all, I didn't realize the whole content angle. I did not understand
What do you
that.
mean? What do you mean you didn't understand it?
One of the biggest
why
reasons.
did you start this channel?
Well, you know,
Like,
but I started blindly. I'm like, shit, nigga, I just come, you know, I ain't see the end. You know, you don't see behind the scenes, right? And you just, yeah, damn, that looks cool. I got some shit to say. Let me do it. But behind the scenes, there's copyright claims, copyright strikes, the nuances between the two. Differences, maybe not even nuances, differences, and all those kind of things.
I thought you would like figure that out from the YouTube stuff. That's why they make
I
you go
didn't,
to HR,
I didn't pay
right?
much attention. I didn't pay much attention to it. You know what I'm saying? Like you're like, okay,
Yeah, you were
claim,
always
okay.
complaining about the HR stuff. You were like, man, it looks like HR to me. Like I have to go there and take a test. From YouTube gives me a test of like, oh, do you know what you're doing? If
Yeah,
you,
I didn't like
I
that
was
shit.
like, that's it, right? That was it. You know, man.
But one
You
of,
just
but
didn't
one of the
care,
things that I
right?
didn't, one of the things I didn't realize though was like what prevents you from getting monetized, and I ain't put my software hand on, was that if you have copyrighted content on their site, you can't get monetized.
I thought you never cared about monetization. I didn't know you really,
Well, but
really cared.
well, for the audience, it matters, and so you know,
Well, the other thing too is the algorithm matters, right? Because if you're not
Yes,
monetized,
we do.
guess what? YouTube ain't gonna promote your ass.
Right.
Why do they want to
Yeah.
promote someone that's not monetized? They don't get
Right.
ad revenue from you. They want to make
Well,
something off of you, right?
right.
For your labors.
Right. And so there is that too. So, man, I'm fucked up, crack. And I'm supposed to do an interview tonight, man. I gotta get the fuck out of here. I'm drunk.
Wait, when is the interview though? Everybody on chat was asking, like,
I guess it's
what
tonight, man. I don't know. But
You don't
look
know?
up dinner. Look up dinner with 777. I'm assuming it's wait, does anyone know
He
what
doesn't
time
have
it is?
a
I'm about to
channel,
take me a
does he?
fucking nap
He's
here.
just a panel guy, right?
Oh.
He doesn't have a channel.
Yeah, he has a channel now, I think. Let me see. I'm fucked up.
Can you get someone here who knows like 777, the lore and all that? I don't know nothing.
I don't know either. But anyway, so he asked me.
It's
So I
at
said,
10:30, Gary, and said 10:30
all right, cool.
Eastern.
They give me. Let me get
What?
10:30. They give me some time to go to sleep, man. I'm fucked up. Crack.
What?
I can't even finish this joint. I can't even finish the joint. I
No,
did,
he's
but I
just
fell off
fucked
the
up on
fucking
smoking.
wagon. Huh? These motherfuckers said, I thought you quit drinking. I did, but I fell off the fucking wagon. I'm being honest with you because this one I'm drinking.
You fell off the wagon? You know it, man.
Oh! Hold on with it. Oh, crack. Okay, I gotta take this card, crack. Hold on. Girl, what you want? Hello?
Wow, why are you yelling?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, make sure you send me an Uber tonight, okay? Okay, Nathan? Because we can't just keep avoiding a problem that needs to be solved.
What problem are you talking about?
Okay, Nathan. I don't know what exactly was your issue yesterday, but there's an issue that needs to be solved.
What's the issue?
Okay. There's an issue that needs to be solved. Okay. And I'm not
Just
trying to
tell
have
me
an
what it is
argument with
then.
you. All right,
Just
but
tell
why
me
are
what
you
it is.
yelling? Why are you yelling?
No, I'm just saying. I got an interview tonight at what time is it? 10:30 or something like that.
An interview?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to sit? Do you want to sit through the interview?
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Because I get off work at 10:30.
Where you
so
working at?
You could.
Where you working at?
Yeah,
Where you working?
Union Station.
Oh, you
okay,
working in Union
stop
Station?
yelling.
What are you doing in
Yeah.
Union Station?
I told you I work events.
Oh, okay. They back having events. They back having events in Union Station now.
Yep, they have an event at Union Station. A
Oh,
big
they
ballroom.
did hired you for a pretty face now, huh?
Yep, they sure did.
Well, and what you do?
Okay. Well, we could talk about that later because I'm actually working. I get off at 10:30. So I will call you before then so that you can have the address here. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'll talk to you later before 10:30, before your interview starts. I'm going to text you.
All right.
Okay. Bye.
Craig, I threw that bitch out one time.
What the fuck?
Here, I got no string. I show no string. You want to see it?
Who is this, dude? What?
It's a Habesha. You know what a Habesha is?
Oh, Habesha. Oh, what?
You know what a Habesha is?
God,
Craig,
Is that the picture you showed like one time?
Yo, nigga.
You have another Habesha? How many Habeshas you got?
Listen. Back during COVID, this bitch thought she was pretty. And she like, I'm fine and shit. I ain't gonna pay this nigga no rent. I'm gonna just throw him some pussy. I said, bitch. She went outside, smoked a cigarette. I closed the door behind her, locked the door. She never ever stepped foot in my house as a tenant ever again. What she had on her ass and her back was what? Look, I show you pictures, Craig. Look. This is her. I've been showing her all week. Damn.
So what's she asking an Uber about? Why you got to pay for an Uber to, man?
Oh,
What
Craig.
you doing,
Craig.
man?
Oh, shit,
What you
Craig.
doing,
All
my
right.
friend?
All right, Craig. Let me see. Let me see if I can show you, Craig. Let me see if I can show you, Craig. Let's see. Craig. Let's see. Craig. Let's see. Craig, well, you done missed out on a lot, Craig. I ain't gonna lie to you. Let's see. Oh, I got it, Craig. Here it comes.
I just put up in that motherfucking
Light burn stuff, smoke stuff, roll one.
Let me see if I got it for you, Craig. Can you see my screen, Craig?
Yep.
Joey is up here, bro.
It's Halloween, sweetie. Right?
Did I put her black ass out? Look. Say what? So what you say? Say what?
But I've been there a few times.
Yeah.
Yeah. The condo. Looking at the what'd you say?
Now I'm just interested.
Are they $1 million?
You know, Papa Shot. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, here's a picture of a crack. You see a crack? That's it right there.
Oh, okay. Come on.
You see it?
Man, can we get the full face? What the fuck is this half
No,
a
no.
face shit?
There's you.
There we go. All right. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah.
Habasha, Ethiopian motherfucker. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you tap that? So you tap that?
Look, and this me putting her black ass out. Hold on. Look. Listen. Let me get to I cut the volume up. Oh, the volume's let's go. Listen.
That's John's weakness, American millennial. That's John's weakness right there. The Habasha.
You.
Say what? Ain't nobody fucking around. Look, you see me by myself right here. Look, I'm by myself.
And what's your address?
I'm gonna send it to you. I'm
I gave you an address. What's your address?
I'm gonna send it to you. All right, let me send it to you right now. The Uber is gonna pick your ass out. Yeah, of course. I put her black ass out. Look, she's on the stream. Where's the video? Like, I am that nigga. I'm a different nigga. A real different nigga. And my lovely lady Lisa said the same thing, Jay. This bitch right here. After I put her black ass out. Look at her. Bitch ain't had no clothes. No, but what the fuck she got on? And she admitted on the stream that I put her black ass out, correct? And this bitch still calling me. Look at that shit. I'm a different nigga. A real different nigga. Like, this is what I'm trying to explain to you motherfuckers about your JPs of the world. The niggers like me of the world. That bitch admitted to you that I put her black ass out. Right? Like, you niggas better fucking. Yeah. I put her black ass out, correct? Oh, yeah, but you gotta answer the phone. Hold on. When you order an Uber, it says. And let me show you this video, correct? Here's the second video. I think I got it. It's the second hour right here, correct? Let's see. What the fuck is it? You know, she's in here, this motherfucker somewhere. I can't find it. Anyway, I don't know, crack. She was in this motherfucker somewhere.
Why is she so
Lay my black
asking
ass
for an
down,
Uber?
huh?
What the hell's even going on? What the hell? The Uber and shit? What?
Man, one day we had to do this shit on Patreon or somewhere. Like, I could tell you all the inside details and shit. I can.
What?
The life of a
Inside
nigga like me,
details?
Jungo. Man, the life of a nigga like me, Jungo. Man, you niggas don't understand. I tell you. I promise you. I tell you, nigga, I'm 50 years old. And listen, I want you to think about this before I get the fuck out of here. When you go into these motherfucking niggas chats like the Izzy Band, the DJ Hems, all these other fucking niggas, you ask yourself, could they recreate what I just shown you here? I call that bitch back right now. Niggas can't recreate that because they ain't got no dope.
Yeah, nobody can recreate it, man. Grace called you a crazy weed smoking guy. So, yeah, they're scared of you, man.
But she came down here to do stream. She came down here to do stream
that's
with
why
me.
they ran away, probably. That's why I was
She came down here
asking
to do
you.
stream with me.
Yeah, that's why
ain't
I was
going to the
asking
Rhode Island,
you.
no fucking thing.
Yeah, I was asking you, like, did you do something to scare them off? Because the Thorpes ran off, man. They just ran off real quick. Did you do something to them? I never see the Thorpes scared of anyone. Except for a few people, actually. Yeah,
I treated him very nice. What? What? You mustn't hear my lovely lady Lisa. What? Ain't no bullshit with me. What do you mean? What do you mean? Listen, I just had my lovely lady. Crack, I had my lovely lady Lisa on the phone yesterday, today. What the fuck? Hey, man, ain't no bullshit with me. She tell you that. Ain't no bullshit with me. You may not like it. But Craig, you ever heard this? Craig, before I get the fuck out of here. Craig, you ever heard this? And I think the niggas don't understand this when they listen to my lovely lady Lisa. This is what they don't understand before I get out of here, Craig. This is what they don't understand.
Oh, man, you gotta make the interview now. I mean, San Jose Maid was on here. She was like, "Oh, I know the 777 lore." Man.
Craig, what they don't understand is this, Craig.
This house ain't his house. This house is her mom's house. Because the bitches who love hood niggas the most come from good families. Word to bro. The bitches who love hood niggas and killers all come from great families with big houses. Find a bitch who got a good family, got everything they need. The nigga they love the most are killers and the scum of the earth. I promise you, on gang. Trust me. That's her house. I promise you that's her house. I promise you that's her house.
And with that, Craig, man, I gotta get out of here and get ready for this interview. I hope you tune in, Craig. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna make it wild.
My question to you is how you contact him. Do you have a contact info?
No, he's got a channel, but DJ MFB reached out to me and asked me about it.
Okay, as long as he set it up right, because I don't know. These people, the only thing I know about 777 was he used to be a big thing and then he disappeared from the internet.
Someone said set your alarm. It is true. You probably need to do that.
So he reappeared on Stanley. Is that what the whole thing is? He reappeared on Stanley's for some reason.
I don't know.
Okay. Well,
guys, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you support the stream. I will. If he go too crazy, I'm gonna get the fuck out of there. I ain't got no time to play no games. I'm out of here. I am. And this nigga has a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast. I am the nigga, John Hall. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era baby, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, living dreams. Now they zoned out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted defeat. Back in the day, the rock had a violent freak. Different story now, they got no energy. New drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Out close and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, top shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga. I bring it to your rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Even dancing in the rain. Now they nodding off. Shit just don't hit the same.
I am that nigga.